This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Taxes was waiting and wondering and worrying if you were ever going to get any money back. And then waiting, wondering, and worrying some more. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who can do your taxes as soon as today. An expert who gives your taxes their undivided attention as they work on your return while you get real-time updates on their progress so you can focus on your day. An expert who will find you every deduction possible and file every form, every investment, everything with 100% accuracy. All so you can get the most money back guaranteed. No waiting, no wondering, no worries. Now this is Taxes. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live full service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Happy Thursday, everybody, and welcome back to the Disconnected. This week, the first ever reconnected slumber party, brought to you by one Daniel Cibener. How we doing, sir?
What's up? I can't even see. Is the chat coming through? Because I can't see. Damn.
Yes, you got to click on the word comments on your right side.
Okay. I saw some people not liking our cute little baby photo. That was our Muppet babies.
It was pretty perfect.
Baby Ryan, baby Daniel.
We'll talk about the slumber party in just a moment, but of course we got to sort of get the elephant out of the room first.
The elephant man out of the room.
There you go. As you can tell from Cibener's shirt, worn in memoriam to David Lynch, mine Eraserhead. David Lynch, gone too soon from us today. One of the greatest, one of the weirdest, one of the most original. I mean, I'll let you go first, sir.
No, I'll let you go. Look, I haven't had coffee in over 7 years, so I'm flying high. I might go into a tangent, so you go ahead because I don't want to you go.
So my original intro to David Lynch was Twin Peaks. Very, very simple, very calm intro to what would be, cinematic great. That is somebody that really can't be measured against anybody else. Hearing the news today, especially considering, it was just last year that we found out he had emphysema so bad that he was housebound. And now it's quite likely that he was evacuated due to these fires. And theoretically, the air could have literally been what took him out. It's devastating. Beyond all that, everybody's already facing a really tough year. We've got multiple friends of the channel that have lost their homes. We've got friends that have been evacuated. I was really, really hurt today to hear that. Obviously, there's some that affect us more than others. But this one was, I don't know. I've seen so many people say today that it felt like Lynch was immortal. and was going to be immortal. Obviously, he was not super old, but when you look at a cinematic power like he always instilled, he's somebody that you expect to simply be there forever. And thankfully, he left a hell of a legacy. We've got a lot of his creation to be able to look back on. We have a lot of his weather reports to smile back at. We've got a lot of behind the scenes footage with the guy. He has left a lasting legacy that will impact generations. He obviously already has, but this is one that will be there for years to come. What do you got for us, Sibs?
Well, I think I can't recall if I actually have discussed my first experience with David Lynch. It's not really what I have to say. What I'll say is this, is that I remember I'm 6 years younger than my sister, so she watched Twin Peaks before me. So I remember always being in bed and my sister coming in from watching Twin Peaks, and I'd be like, "What happened? What's this about?" And she'd say, "There's a midget, and there's donuts, and there's blood on the donuts." And I'm like, "What?" And I'm like scared about what she's talking about. And I eventually, watched the VHS tapes of Twin Peaks. My high school principal's assistant lent me her VHS of Blue Velvet when I was 16, which she'd probably get in trouble for today. Yeah. David Lynch, in my mind, I was one of the only people in New York walking around, at least my age, walking around with the Twin Peaks soundtrack on a Walkman, listening to Laura Palmer's theme over and over and over and over again. And what I'll say is that, especially at that time in my life, 16, 17, 18, when I really was getting into film, he was the first artist that taught me that it's okay to draw outside the lines.
Yeah.
And it was like, I just started making weird little DIY films, make no sense, but it was what it meant to me. He was the first to teach me, it doesn't matter what it means to anyone else. It's your art. It matters if it feels good to make it. So I would make it. And he was always, and probably will always be this voice in my head that's saying hey, do you feel like you're an outsider? Do you feel like you don't belong? Well, come on, let's go make some art together. And what I'll say is I'm going to go into a bit of a tangent because I was thinking about this also because I'm fucking high on coffee right now. And I don't mean to bring politics into this. I'm sure most of the regulars don't mind. Someone in the back is going to be like, "No, bring politics into it."
I'll get the comment in the morning. You're fine.
All right, thanks. What I will say is, so this is I will lead into it. So don't think Dan's losing his mind right now. So, has anyone seen The Brutalist recently? Did you watch it on streaming yet?
Not yet.
All right. This is not a spoiler. I'm just going to say there's two types of people in The Brutalist. There are the people with all the money and the power, and then are there people who want to create things. And the people who want to create things will just put their whole heart and soul into it and just wear themselves down and put aside all other aspects of their life to make sure that their vision comes true. There are other people, though, that have all the power and the money, but the truth of the matter is that art is something you cannot buy. It absolutely. So I just filmed that real fast. If you have a screener account, yes. If you're on an award ceremony, yes, you can screen it now. But you cannot buy talent. You cannot buy inspiration or artistic, thirst. You can't. You can go to art class and someone can tell you to make sure the line's a little straighter. You can go to film class. Someone tells you how to compose a shot a little better. You can go to acting class. Someone tells you to do this or that, but you really cannot buy it. You absolutely cannot buy it. And where I'm going with this is that in about 4 days, there's going to be a lot of fuckery afoot. There's going to be a lot of fuckery running the place with a lot of people who are saying, I got the money, I got the power, which makes me better than all of you. We run the country.
Yep.
We run the world. I will say this. No one has ever gone to a museum or stood in line to say, "Oh man, I can't wait to see that person's stock portfolio." I came all this way to this country to see, this person's stock portfolio on exhibition. I didn't travel all this way to, etch that person's bank account statement in stone. Art is the thing that lasts forever. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that even though there are people that are going to say we are better than all of you because we have the money, if you're an artist, you have something that cannot be purchased. So what I'm asking is that tomorrow, the next day, whatever happens, because it's going to get rough, is to make something. Right. If you want to honor David Lynch, make something. Draw a picture, sing a song, play an instrument, good or bad, doesn't matter.
Deliver the weather on blue sky, who cares?
Deliver the weather on blue sky, record something on your phone, take a photograph, splash some paint on a canvas. It doesn't matter. If anyone ever asks you to explain it, just be like David Lynch and say, no. Just do it for you. Because it is tangible, and it is you, and it is only you, and no one can duplicate it. And 100 years from now, somebody somewhere is going to find it and go, that's this person. This person left this to be seen. So that's all I ask, is that if you want to honor David Lynch, just do something because it makes you feel good and express yourself, and fuck the naysayers and fuck anyone who needs an explanation or needs to know, oh, you're going to make money off of this? Oh, how can you parlay this into something to make a profit? Well, where's this going? Why are you doing this? You don't have to explain anything to anybody. Just do it because it makes you feel good. And if anything, don't tell anyone. Just do it for you. Write in your journal.
Yeah.
Paint a painting and put it away somewhere. So.
I first saw Twin Peaks in the 90s when it was, I didn't see it when it was originally airing, but a handful of years later. And there is a reason that the 90s are looked at as this indie boom of, if you ask anybody from that time, I mean, there's literally a book that was written during that time called Go Make Your Damn Movie or whatever. You're going to hear it from Lloyd Kaufman. You're going to hear it from Robert Rodriguez. You're going to hear it from Kevin Smith. You're going to hear it from all these people that have inspired
Roger Corman.
Yes, of course, a full generation. And the 90s is when I felt the most inspiring side of Lynch coming out. And I hope that people hear what you just said and literally make the damn movie. And if you need it, have a damn fine cup of coffee with it.
Don't wait 7 years to do it because, goddamn, I'm going to watch the sunrise.
On that note, rest in peace to David Lynch. Rest in peace to Bob Uecker, also passed away today. Major League never would have been the same without you. One that's not getting enough love, rest in peace to Jeannot Swark, who is the director of Jaws 2 and like 800 incredible TV episodes that you loved throughout your entire life, guaranteed. Go look at his credits. It's wild.
Jaws 2 is not bad.
No, it's not.
It's just a repeat, but
it's following up Jaws, and
yeah,
it's going to be overshadowed.
One just didn't hold his beer. It's fine, but it's like
So, in honor of David Lynch, we're going to try to have fun tonight because he wanted people to create things, be silly, be yourself, and make something fucking weird. And so tonight,
and who gives a shit how fucking long the stream is?
Yes. So tonight, we are going to be having the first reconnected slumber party. We are going to be doing all kinds of slumber party games. We got Truth or Dare.
Someone Bombas socks. Like, God damn it, you that high.
We've got Spin the Bottle. We've got Trivia. We've got...
I still don't know how we're doing that.
A whole... I've got it set up and ready. I promise. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
If there's a knock at my door, I'm not answering.
Stay tuned after the announcements. It's going to be a good night. Humboldt wants to know, is Craig here okay? Watched the Golden Fern the other day, was blown away. Craig is not here yet. As far as I know, Craig is okay. Let's see. Humboldt says, so beautiful. Thank you so much for releasing it. It's perfect. Beautiful art, features, book, gushing. If you like the Golden Fern, just wait. There is a release coming out, I believe in February. It might be March, but I believe it's February, that you're going to love if you like the Golden Fern. So keep an eye on that. I'm not sure. Cibener and I are both surprising ourselves tonight. Paul's wanting to know if we had more Mad Libs. I don't know if he's got them ready. We'll see what happens.
I don't, unfortunately. I do not have. He took it. He took it from me. So you want your Mad Libs? Guess what? Buy the Fiscal Media Advocate. That's where you're going to get your Mad Libs from. See? Exactly. You can take out this thing called a pen or a pencil and fill it in.
And then erase it, do it again. All right.
I've got a Fiscal Media Advocate question, though, later on. I got a nice question for you.
Sweet. All right, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff. We're going to play Never Have I Ever, all kinds of stuff. So let's get into our regular segments first. What have you been picking up lately?
Well, it's a good thing you asked me that, Ryan, because I literally just cracked open the box when we were right before the show. So I got my first A24 order.
Ooh.
Got We Live in Time.
Did you see that one in theater?
Oh, yeah. Of course. Florence Pugh, you got to go. Finally completed my Aronofsky collection. I held off so long on the UK edition, so on that 15th anniversary, and I'm so glad I did.
Can I interrupt before you go to the next one?
Go ahead.
So this is so funny. I don't know what my kids watched to inspire it, but about a week ago, they asked my wife if they could borrow her phone and make music videos.
Okay.
And both kids made a sad music video, and then my oldest also made a full-blown rap music video. Little do they know, I got the footage from my wife and exported it and started editing legit music videos with the music they made and what they filmed. And this is so damn funny. So the first one was like super depressing, and I put this all together, and at the end I put a little credit that it was filmed by my other kid, and at the bottom it said directed by Darren Aronofsky, because that's just what I got from it. It felt like an Aronofsky thing.
Absolutely.
And I surprised my kids. They didn't know that I was doing this, and I played it on the big screen TV. It got done, and my oldest went, "Who is Darren Ofanarski?"
That's his name from now on.
It's so funny.
Ofanarski.
So funny.
Do you want to build a depressing snowman?
Do you want to kill a snowman?
Do you want to OD a snowman?
All right.
Snowman's just code for,
and it's getting a 4K from Kino, so hey.
Is it? Wait.
The snowman. That was the...
Oh, the snow... I was like, when is Requiem for a Dream getting a... They are having 4K.
Anyways.
Anyway. I picked this up. I've actually never seen it. I know. Everyone's like, ew. But I like Nicholas Winding Refn, so...
I don't think most people will say ew. It's a very pretty movie.
Okay. Good. And I'm a Ryan Gosling stan, so there you go. And then I found this. Yes, I have seen it. But it was $10. And it's
not a bad price.
It is Stephen King. Stephen King will deny it till his dying day and say, that is not my story.
Right.
I swear it was 2 pages and this is bullshit, but I feel I do have Knife Under the Throat. I don't know where it went, but it is there. And this isn't really recent.
We'll pretend. Cibener also got this.
Oh, there you go. I did get that. And then I did get this. Here's the thing. Am I just imagining things? Or did everyone think this was going to be die cut?
No, they never said it was going to be die cut.
No, not said. But did anyone have that feeling like it was going to be, like the way it was displayed? I thought it was going to be like all the things were cut out and this would open up and it would be like that.
After the Tenant, I definitely.
That's what I thought. And I was a little disappointed. I mean, I don't care either way. It's great, but it's like, don't you think they would have just seen that and go, guys, let's just cut it out.
Right.
Let's just cut them. Why wouldn't you do it? I don't know. And then as you can see, I turned my computer around, so I was all set up. So
and you got new shelves too.
These three? No, this is actually, I just had to fix this because this was slanting, but because I used the wrong size screws. But this one are new, and I still have a box of Giallo out of sight over there. So I was panicking that I don't have enough room. I do have a little bit down here. I'm working on it. I will figure this out.
You're still way better than me.
Here's the thing. I can always turn things sideways. I want to, at some point, my dream is to just have everything upright next to each other. I got a whole box over here of animation. That's not going anywhere. It's going under the bed because it's a whole other box. but I would at least like the mainstream stuff like this. I think I showed you this the last time. But like, okay, here's another one. So these are two tall boys that I would like to have displayed.
Oh, yeah, I remember you getting that.
Yeah, and then this one, which will not fit any fucking shelf. This thing is so tall.
Next up on Cibener's rant about why he hates media books.
It's not... I love digibooks. And what's funny is that a lot of the 4Ks I've been picking up lately have been replacing my digibooks.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put the digibooks in a box. And because I'm not selling... I love digibooks. Yeah. The North by Northwest digibook is still one of my favorite pickups of all time. I can't get rid of that.
Understandable.
What about you?
Well, you just brought up animation. Speaking of, the first one I was going to share. I know it's not a new scan, but one of my favorite directors of all time, Don Bluth, had to get the Eureka release of Secret of Nim, letting them know with my dollars that I will buy anything put out with Don Bluth's name on it. I do love that we have special features for it, like with current historians and stuff like that. But good Lord, do I wish this was 4K from a brand new scan and we got a proper restoration.
And you said that was not a new scan. Sorry, I missed that.
No, it is identical to the old Studio Blue, unfortunately. But it is nice. Again, if you ever want to hear somebody's thoughts on Don Bluth too much, I think I've done 3 shows about Don Bluth in the last year. So go check those out somewhere.
I mean, we need a 4K, or at least a new scan of An American Tail.
I mean, I think everything from Secret of Nim and then up through, before like he started to lose it in the 90s. And then obviously we definitely still need Anastasia.
Yes. I mean, Anastasia still looks better than the other 80, like the Land
for sure.
Stuff. Like, I will be fine if I'm stuck with the studio release of Anastasia, but these older ones, and I probably, if I got the Blu-ray, I'd be fine. I'd be like, oh, it looks fine to me. But, like, in fact, actually, An American Tail might be the second earliest, like, film-going experience I can think of.
Wow.
Because I remember, another tangent, sorry, it's a Will tangent, is that it was my sister's birthday. My grandmother took me out to be like, all right, your sister's hanging out with her friends. Let's go do something, just you and I. So it was raining that day. And she's like, Daniel, do you want to go see the movie? I was like, I wasn't feeling well. I was just like, they had the construction in New York and they had like the poster up for Never Ending Story. And I'm like, I want to see that. And she goes, that's not out till next week. What do you want to see? And so there was this little single theater on the Upper East Side. And she took me to see Song of the South, a re-release of Song of the South, which I fell asleep during. And I must have had a fever. And I remember waking up in my parents' bed like hours later. And I was like feeling a little bit better. And they're like, how you feeling, Daniel? You feeling better? I'm like, I'm okay. And I had bought, my mom had bought this, like, kind of, from DC Superheroes, the Lex Luthor mobile. And one of the things that was included was a piece of kryptonite. And in my mind, I was like, that's what it is. They moved the kryptonite into another room, and that's why I feel better.
That's funny.
And I was convinced that the kryptonite had made me feel ill. So yes, I think I saw I think I saw An American Tail the next week. And then I also saw He-Man meets She-Ra in the theater, and everyone denies that was never in the theater. It was a limited run, and they put all 4 parts together and put in. I had like a party and saw it in the theater. But sorry, that's a weird tangent I went on. Coffee.
So Secret of Nim, that was the first one.
Yes, sorry, first one. Jesus Christ. Go.
I don't normally go through Amazon much anymore, but when they have an exclusive for a movie that I want, I had to get it. So I got the new Snowpiercer steelbook. And
these are Lionsgate, right?
This is a Lionsgate, and it's Amazon exclusive.
We'll get to that.
Yep. And it is a 4K. So there is that. And I believe that's the first 4K of Snowpiercer in the world.
Yeah, maybe.
The last 2 here, pretty damn interesting. First, if you are a regular follower of the channel and watch the interviews I do or the discussions, you'll remember that about a month ago-ish, posted a conversation with Damian Leahy, who put out a film called Simple Like Silver that was released by Severin last year. And at the end of the conversation, we announced a giveaway, and I got in my stock of Simple Like Silver here, and so I will be reaching out to the winners of that giveaway this week so that I can get you a package in the mail with that release. And the last thing, saved sort of the best for last, I do my best to support friends on Kickstarter, especially if it's friends that I'm close with or if it's related to film in any way. Been following Chris Bickle for some time, director who's made some good indie films, and his newest one, Pater Noster, is out. This is a modern folk horror film, and it's really good. Like, it made a lot of top 10 lists from last year, and he sent a bunch of art with it. He sent stuff supporting his old films, Bad Girls. We've got a photo from the set that's autographed. We've got a postcard, and then like a hand-typed note that he wrote out that is just amazing to see.
Did Bad Girls studio release?
No.
I think I've seen that. Maybe it was on Orbit. I saw it posted. That Bad Girls cover looked familiar. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been. It was on Grindhouse too. That might have been where you saw it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
All that to say, support indie cinema. It is a really hard time for young filmmakers that aren't getting $10 million to make a movie. So if you can, if you know anybody, if you have never been a part of the scene, if you want to know how to find some of these movies, reach out to me. If you don't know how, I'll try to point you to the direction of some of the communities. It's really important. A lot of these people genuinely just have a passion for filmmaking, as Dan can tell you, who he's worked on some films himself. It is again really difficult in 2025 to put out a feature of any sort of quality, but to make a movie that is actually good with like no money, only riding on the back of a Kickstarter, is incredible. So find somebody you can support, feel proud of it, and support the next wave of good filmmakers.
I will say, to respond to Simon Mandible, Amazon is boycotting me because I had just had to return my 7 4K because I don't know who sat on it in the truck on its way over, but I will not accept a crushed digipack in the condition that it was sent over. But to that point, yes, I understand you're boycotting Amazon, but to Ryan's point about supporting indie cinema, I tend to find there's a lot of MOD indie films on Amazon.
Yeah.
And I like to go through a lot of them, like, I've never heard of this film at all. And I will just like add them to my cart or just add them to favorites and then go through IMDb and just like watch or YouTube the trailer and something like that. Don't worry, Simon Mandible. I will get my fixed version. Don't you worry. I will have it. No one comes between me and my Fincher.
Oh, it will be mine.
Oh, it will. Oh, it will.
Speaking of Fincher, why don't we talk about recent watches? Because you just went and saw 7 in the theater.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ! Yes, I was like, I thought you were talking. I'm like, what did you watch and what did I?
Why do I know so much about your life?
Not out yet. What are you fucking talking about? Jesus Christ! Yes, I got to see 7 in the theater in IMAX. Coffee. So yes, it was amazing. Here's the thing, though. It's such a great film that it's like there was no applause. It started. We all watched it. It looked fantastic in the full 8K projection. We watched it. There was no laughing during "What's in the box?" Nothing. It played. No one made a sound. And then the credits rolled, and we got up and we all went home. Because it was just, I thought it was going to be someone's first time seeing it and going, "Oh my God, it's her head." But no. Everyone that was there was like, "Yeah, I'm here to see, I just want to see it in the theater." And then, yeah. Yeah, KB. Yeah, it's just like, it's hard at this point to find anyone who hasn't seen it. And it's just like, we're all like, "Yep, holds up. Fantastic film. Good night." That was it. It's like, I don't know how much longer, maybe 50 years from now, people will be like, "Wow, I haven't seen this in forever." But yeah, I've seen it like 20 times now, 30 times. It's like, yep, that is still amazing. It's still amazing. And it's just every meticulous shot, that first scene when they go into the guy's house and he's tied up at the table and the use of natural light with the flashlights. And I'm just like, God damn. The inky blacks and the rain. I'm just like, this is, God damn. It's exactly what I want. Like, if I may make a film like that, I'm like, I want that shot. God damn. Like, his DP, like, do you know who shot that? I forgot who shot it. I'm sure someone in the chat knows who shot 7. But it's just like, and the Howard Shore score is so fucking good. I don't know what you're laughing at.
I'm laughing because you said who shot 7. I almost said all I heard was 789, and it was going to be the dumbest joke ever.
I walked right into that one. The Howard Shore, when they get to Sloth, oh my god, when that thing kicks in with the SWAT team, it's just, there's something about Howard Shore's scores that just have such a energy to them. I don't know if it's the brass. He just puts all the brass together. It's like, same thing with Silence of the Lambs. It's so good. Did he say French Stewart shot? Silent Man, are you saying French Stewart from Third Rock from the Sun shot 7?
It's Darius Kanji shot it.
Okay, thank you. I was like, French Stewart. He's like, I think the next shot should be this.
With his eyes barely open, like,
Morgan, can you move over there?
Other than 7, anything else?
I don't see what's in the box. I can't see.
Can you hold it open farther?
Okay.
What else have you been watching?
An impersonation of all time.
Anything else you've been seeing? I know that you've gone to the theater a few more times.
Yeah. What did I see recently? I saw A Complete Unknown. I feel like he's going to win. I think there's a very good chance of him winning. I think he's got something better in him, and I'd prefer he get it for that. I think he plays beautifully, he sings beautifully. I'm like, that's it's very hard to learn an instrument and sing, but 80% of the movie is him sitting there and playing and singing, and there's no real depth to Bob Dylan, because we're not supposed to know the depth of Bob Dylan. It's just, he's Bob Dylan.
Right.
You know, he's an asshole and he's a genius, and that's it, and it's just kind of like a very cold performance, and it's supposed to be. I actually more want to see the Joan Baez biopic than anything. Whereas I think Adrian Brody creates this person out of whole cloth to the point where I was like, leaving the theater, I'm like, have I not heard of this architect? Who is this person? Well, I should go do some research. And it's not a real person. It's kind of like Cate Blanchett and Tar. You really think it's a real conductor? And it's like, no, it's a made-up person. And there's no subtlety to A Complete Unknown. It's good, but it's just, like, I wasn't a big Walk the Line fan. I didn't, and, it's just like, good singing, good, that, it's just not, it didn't get me. But, again, not a bad performance.
I haven't seen A Complete Unknown yet. I think the most interesting thing that I've heard in response to it so far is a lot of people seem to still prefer, oh God, I'm Still There, or I'm Still Here, whichever one it was called.
I'm not there. No. Yeah. I said, I'm not there, or I'm still here. The one where all the different people play him. Yes.
Yeah. So some people are still saying, like, that's the best. However, leaving this one, one person said to me, they feel like this cast should get together again in 10 years and tell the next chapter. And
I felt like Joaquin Phoenix would come in to play Johnny Cash. And they part of that universe. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't cut you off there.
No, that's interesting too.
Well,
especially because he played Dylan too.
Yeah. Well, the thing about the I'm Not There, we got to figure out which title it is. Is it I'm Not There or I'm Still Here? I don't know.
I'm Not There.
I'm Not There. Thank you. It's like, again, you can't understand Bob Dylan, but at least Todd Haynes tries to.
Right.
Whereas this is just kind of like,
let's just hang out.
And to answer, I'm sorry, Gato Demoni. I hear what you're saying. The thing is, though, is that there's a lot of people who do imitations, where it's like a caricature. And I don't know if you've seen the film, where it's like, it's a subtler thing, where it's like, it doesn't sound exactly like him. But there's moments where like he'll pose a certain way. I'm just like, it's kind of like Austin Butler and Elvis. It's like, no, he doesn't look exactly like Elvis. But there's something in the performance where it's like, ooh, I just saw Elvis. I just saw Elvis. So again, not a bad performance. It's just not the most subtle.
to reveal a really nerdy music side of myself that I haven't talked about on here before.
You're
I haven't.
Top 7 fan.
I still haven't seen the movie, but highly recommend the recent Nardwuar video with Timothée Chalamet, they're interviewed in a record store, and his knowledge on everything surrounding this film, you can tell he researched for years.
Oh, sure. He's a producer on it. He's got it.
Crazy.
Wolfman's got Nardwuar?
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
Great episode with Chaperone recently too. Anyways, that's nothing about Nardwuar. Any other recent watches you want to shout out?
I know I've been to the theater other times, and honestly, off the top of my head, I can't figure out without my list what I actually. You know what? I do have my list on me. What the fuck am I talking about? I do have. It's literally the list is what I've watched recently. Come on, Dan, get with it. Baby Girl. Did we? Yeah, I know. Baby Girl. She was great in a ridiculous story. I'm sorry, but if you're supposed to be a CEO like a what's his name? Like, who's the Amazon guy? Help me out. Jeff Bezos can't just go to like a swingers club or something like that in the middle of the night and hook up, and no one's going to have that on their phone and post it the next day.
Well, I think there's a big difference between the company that she was CEO
but she's
of and
supposed to
Amazon.
be that big. Like, she's like the robotics are taking over. Like, she is really big. She's mega CEO.
I get it.
I think you could have done it in a very a small office, like a law office,
or like take her to a mansion and make her hold like a little masquerade mask over. Wait a minute.
Nosferatu, beautifully boring. It's a gorgeous film, and
You're gonna catch some strays tonight, my friend.
Huh?
You're gonna catch some strays from everybody.
I'm sure I will. Look, again, nothing wrong with it. Great performances, but I was hoping that they would do something a little bit more experimental with Count Orlok, and they didn't. It looked actually. I prefer the original look. It just looked like decrepit vampire, and I was like, I wonder what they're gonna do. It's like, because they're hiding his appearance. Like, I was looking for a little bit more Rudy Giuliani, and they didn't do it. All real fast, because we didn't go over it because I haven't been on in a while. The best of 2024, which I'll probably change at some point, but still stands: Kinds of Kindness, Inside Out 2, The Substance, Heretic, Asphalt City. It's a very short run, but definitely check it out. Smile 2, The Apprentice, Honora, A Different Man, and Wicked.
Speaking of good list, shocked that Inside Out 2 is so high for you. I love that. It's a damn good movie. You just mentioned it. I finally saw A Different Man this week.
Mm-hmm.
That is a hell of a movie. I get the love for Sebastian Stan. I think that the performance is astounding. Story was certainly interesting. Did not expect the third act necessarily.
It goes so. The theater, when he finally breaks and he just I was laughing so fucking hard.
My wife had fallen asleep, and they kind of forecast that what's about to happen. And I was like, no, they did it.
It felt very Charlie Kaufman.
Yep.
Like very Eternal Sunshine. Like, where are we going?
I love that they did it, and then they cut to that exact next shot of him just sitting there, and it's like, yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. That is the exact way you should have had this movie end.
To go to one more thing, because everyone's always talking about the third act of The Substance, and how they're like, I hate that it went so over the top, and it just dawned on me. I'm assuming everyone's seen The Substance at this point. If you haven't, I apologize if this is anyways, where you still see the film. It's not really ruining anything. But the part where it's just the blood's going everywhere, it's menstrual blood. It's literally her just saying, fuck you!
Yep.
Fuck you! And just covering the world and be like, this is like, you fucking did this to me!
I apologize to anybody that is somebody that has menstrual blood for this transition in advance. But speaking of menstrual blood, I also watched Red Rooms this week.
I have no association with this.
I had to. That was so perfect. I'm so sorry.
God. Here, let me cue up some Sunday Bloody Sunday while I'm at it.
This came out from Utopia, partner label of OCN, fairly recently. This movie is rather good. Obviously, got a lot of praise last year, but it's worth it for sure.
Glad I bought it.
Very, very good acting from our lead.
Mhm.
We hit a lot of sweet spots, primarily lampooning those that are infatuated with the true crime saga for the wrong reasons. And I love that aspect of it. Really love how they approached a lot of it without showing much.
Mhm.
I thought it was pretty masterfully directed. Very, very happy with how the story went out. It was, I don't know, it hits a lot of beats that you don't expect an indie film like that to hit. Thought it was pretty great.
I'll quickly say, Ray J, I don't know if you're kidding or not, so I do apologize if I spoiled anything for you. I think you've seen it by now, but if you haven't, I apologize.
And to be fair, it is about to hit physical media, so maybe some people are waiting on that.
I mean, yeah. Look. Again, it spoils nothing. It spoils nothing. You know, it's the tip of the damn iceberg. Trust me.
After 40 minutes, that's all of our recent watches and pickups. Anything else you want to go into before announcements?
God damn! I'm watching the sunrise. Let's get to it.
To be fair, we do have like literally the biggest piece of physical media news to cover tonight, amongst many other things.
I think we got like 2 or 3.
We've got some big ones, but
we got some biggies.
We have the biggest piece of news in years.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be you'll have to like splice it out and just put it on YouTube. Like, we're talking about this.
All right, let's break into it. Last week we didn't cover this because it came out like in the middle of the night, right after the show last week.
Yeah.
Scream Factory releasing another Evil Dead 4K Steelbook, and this is Evil Dead 2013. It's all the same disc, same everything, blah blah blah, just different art. This is the first time Scream Factory has ever done this, where it's the same format in a steelbook that they've already released as a steelbook again. How does that make you feel?
Look, doesn't affect me because I'm not fucking buying it. What does, and I'm going to stick up for the people who can't help but buy all the steelbooks. It's like you're a drug dealer and you're just like, hey, I got another type of cocaine for you. It's like, look, let the people buy the steelbook and then go buy a different steelbook. Someone's going to say like, I need all the Evil Dead steelbooks.
Yeah.
And it's like, at least do something different because you know there's people that can't say no to it. So this is just like, it's just milking the same cow. It's like, leave the teat alone. I mean,
Evil Dead is one of the most exploited franchises ever, for sure.
And now it's the remake that they're explaining because we haven't even had like the multiple steelbooks for High Rise? Goddamn coffee. Evil Dead Rise. Evil Dead Rise. And it's like, you know what then? Look, shout, if you're gonna go through your repertoire and start steelbooking everything, steelbook other stuff. Grab some random shit that you're like, hey, who wants a Lawnmower Man steelbook? If this is to give the artist an option, like, hey, we really want to like showcase this artist's work. Thank you, Travis. Yes. Leave the teat alone. Yes. But like, why this? Like, why? Like, if you really just want to make money on people who want to buy steelbooks, really entice them with something like, where's the Memoirs of an Invisible Man steelbook?
In 4K.
Just do it. Like, why do you keep hounding the same title? It almost feels like they are required to do it, but they're not required to do it. But the way that they do it so constantly is like, who is making you do this?
Yeah. This one specifically is very odd. The worst part, I do like this art more than the first one, so it's like just do this for the first time, and we'd be a lot happier.
Leave Ryan alone.
I don't even have
this.
I don't have the first one, and I'm not getting this one either. I'm sure. I'm sure tonight in our slumber party we're gonna be talking about Scream Factory quite a bit. I bet.
Maybe.
Let's carry on now. Okay, this is hilarious because so many people don't know this. Last week after the show, Cibener and I, we got on StreamYard and we hung out for like 2 hours. And after we were having this conversation, we said, "Where's the second side announcements? They haven't said anything in a long time." And I said, "Watch, we'll probably get one soon, and it'll probably be coming out somewhere near, I don't know, like the end of March or early April." Little did we know, like 7 hours later, second site was going to announce 2 titles coming out on March 31st. So this first one, we've got Scanners from 1981 coming on 4K. We had just talked about this recently because it's coming in Germany as well. This is going to have a new 4K restoration approved by Cronenberg himself, of course. New commentary by Caleb Vonsdahl. We've got a bunch of interviews on this. We've got some archival features. There's a lot going on. A video essay by Tim Coleman about Cronenberg's tech babies. Of course, it's got a big booklet with new essays by a whole bunch of people. Most of the names we've seen before doing stuff, plus classic art cards like Second Sight does. It's Scanners. I mean, most people have seen this.
Now, but it should be noted that the German one is all 3.
It is, however, it's just the first one in 4K and then the other 2 films.
But you are getting the other films. This one you are not. You're getting just Scanners. The Cronenberg Scanners. What do you feel? I'm assuming you're getting this.
I probably. I can't say yes yet, but probably. I love Cronenberg. I love Second Sight, so it's like a match made in heaven. But I also I've never loved Scanners. It's definitely like lower mid-tier Cronenberg, I think.
You're gonna catch some strays now.
I mean, this is definitely not top tier.
Exploding head is like
the scene is amazing. The film itself is not top tier Cronenberg.
Well, I'm gonna say the same thing about the next one. So
I love that Travis just said maybe they have better artwork in the bag for the third Steelbook for Evil Dead.
just watch. It's gonna happen.
The next title from Second Sight is The Brood.
Hold on. Can I say one more thing about this? What I'll say about this is that this is tempting me because I do like the art. I do like. I love Cronenberg, but this is where it's like I skipped Videodrome from Arrow.
Ooh,
because they're not my favorite. Like if this was a history of violence, I can take my really standard studio edition and really upgrade. I have the Criterion of Scanners, like the original Digipack, like with the DVD and the Blu-ray. I just don't feel like this is something I need to have. It's kind of
to be fair, this will be even better than the Criterion 4K that'll come out in 5 months.
Exactly. But the thing is, do I need a 4K? And those are the things I really have to start asking myself. It's like, which ones? And it's just selective where it's like,
right.
There's just other stuff I want more than this. Sorry. Continue on to The Brood.
Funny enough, to switch entirely, The Brood coming on 4K on March 31st from Second Sight as well. And now I'm the opposite. I think this one is vastly underrated in his filmography. I think there's a lot of people that skipped this for some reason. And this is like the divorce angsty film that is so well made and creepy as hell. Love The Brood. This is going to be same as the other one, approved by Cronenberg himself. New commentary by Martin Contario and Kat Ellinger. We've got an archival commentary by William Beard. We've got a bunch of some archival features in here, some interviews. Cronenberg's Brood in the Shapes of Cinematic Rage visual essay by Lee Singer. And then we've got another book with writing by Jen Adams, William Beard, Craig and Mann. A whole bunch of people. Amber T, who does a lot of stuff for TerraVision as well. This is a damn good looking release. I like this art too.
I think maybe because I'm looking, it's beautiful. I love that art. I love that kind of very realistic sketching. I think I just realized what my animosity towards these is that it's not The Fly. It's not the fucking Fly. Where's The Fly 4K? And it's like, I get it, yes, but there are these Cronenbergs that I just would rather have like Dead Ringers. Give me a better Dead Ringer. Like,
right.
Larkin baby was in the drinking pool as a lark. Oh man. R.I.P. Steven.
Yes, Travis, that's right. Disney owns.
I do. Yes, I know. Disney owns. Yes, but again, you know, maybe there's an article coming out soon that talks about this, but I'm just saying.
I want to highlight Stan's comment here. It says, speaking of the Brood, everyone should pick up Stephen Bissett's extraordinary and comprehensive book on the subject. It's amazing. This is one thing I don't get. If you're putting out the Brood, how do you not have a single feature from Stephen Bissett on this? Makes no sense to me. And it's Second Sight. Like, you should be doing the best of the best. It's kind of crazy.
Anybody frightened by this? Well, Stefano, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name. I apologize. I again, I hear what you're saying. Look, we've already been through like 20 plus years of Cronenberg not making scary movies. But I think there's a thing where it's like there's the Fly, there's the Scanners, there's that type of Cronenberg, and then there is the taking the thing that you're normally frightened of just subconsciously. Like, you're not actually losing sleep or having nightmares about divorce or anything like maybe you are, but actually, as far as like it's not Freddy Krueger, but like taking these things and making an allegory out of it. It's like, yes, you're not. It's more you're disturbed by it, you're unnerved by it, you're unsettled by it. You know, one of the greatest things. The reason I want History of Violence on a better version is because the violence is. There's not a lot of violence, but the violence that happens makes you not sit in the action, like the punch. Like if you see Irreversible, you watch this man get a head bashed in with a fire extinguisher in real time. But with History of Violence,
right after the movie starts, too.
Exactly. But in History of Violence, there's all the violence and it happens real fast, and then they hold on the effects of the violence.
Yep. And
you're seeing what a bullet will do, or what a fist will do, and that is the unnervingness to it, rather than the like, oh, the boom scare, the jump scare got me.
Humboldt says, if it came with a snowsuit or a placenta, I'd buy this.
That's for Umbrella to do. Umbrella will give you a little packet of placenta.
I mean, there's literally, you could go buy a fetus in a jar from Severin right this moment.
Exactly. Like, don't worry. Scream Factor's already working on lobby cards and a placenta juice pack to tide you over.
We've been doing announcements for 11 minutes, and we've covered 3 of them. So I'm going to go to the next one.
Yeah, go.
Heads up that Second Sight is releasing The Nice Guys on 4K soon. Obviously, we just covered that it is getting a mod 4K in the US from the studio. But for me, a Second Sight 4K of The Nice Guys sounds like a win.
Second best film he's ever directed.
What's number 1 for you?
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Okay, good choice.
I mean, I like this, but there's the writing and everything in that. I went into that not expecting much at all, and I was like, oh my, I was just blown away.
One more update from Second Sight. They wanted to share their update on Dead Man Shoes from 2004. They say, for the past year, we've been trying to source material for a new 4K restoration. We've explored all avenues with the kind help of the producers, but unfortunately, the elements could not be found. We are, however, currently working on a Blu-ray release, so they have the rights to release this in the UK. It will have new extras. It will, unfortunately, be the same scan as the last Blu-ray. So if you were hoping for something mind-blowing as far as the film, it'll look the same as it was before. However, I'm sure they'll do a bang-up job on the rest of the release.
2 things. 1, is that Noel Gallagher?
I saw so many people ask that. I don't believe it is.
Okay. I've seen too much Noel Gallagher in my hemisphere recently. And to address Travis Foley saying he's saying existence for the first time, whatever you do not eat Chinese food beforehand. You will lose your lunch.
No succulent Chinese dinner?
Just don't. No dumplings, especially just nothing squishy. Just don't do it.
Daniel, you got 3 Great Deaf Crocodile releases headed your way. That's awesome. Let's.
Oh, I thought you were telling me.
No.
Like, did someone gift me Deaf Crocodile releases? Ooh.
That's Patty Considine. I've never seen the movie, so I've been waiting for this release to see it.
I just got a major cramp, so I'm going to ride this thing out live. Go ahead. This has never happened before.
It's the coffee.
My hamstring just spasmed like a motherfucker.
Next release is from Treasured Films over in the UK. April 28th on Blu-ray, we are getting Nomads from 1986. This one is a bit of a big deal because it is from the one and only John McTiernan before he got famous and more talented.
And then went to jail for not paying his taxes.
I wasn't going to mention that, but yeah. So
it's out now? Come on.
Yeah, of course. This one, we got a booklet with this in the limited edition with new writing by Alan Jones, Amanda Reyes, Michael Doyle, and Andrew Llewellyn. 6 collector's art cards. If you get it from the website, you could get the Nun Spectre magnet as well. They've also got a reversible poster if you order it from them. This one is newly scanned and restored in 2K from the OCN. You get a new audio commentary with the director on it, moderated by Eric Lichtenfield. Pierce Brosnan gave a new interview for this, which is pretty cool. And then Kim Newman gives a visual essay and appraisal of the film. There is some other archival interviews on this, but looks like another pretty solid Treasured Films release.
Looking good. My leg is still spasming.
Everybody wants you to drink some water.
Can I go get some water?
Please go get some water.
Okay. Oh my God. Just keep going. Oh, man, this hurts.
This is where I'll make up all the time because you won't be there. Scream Factory is releasing World War Z in a 4K steelbook. This one coming on March 18th. It is a Walmart exclusive, same as the other 4K release that came out from Scream Factory on this one. This one is also kind of odd because Scream Factory already did the 4K release. Then it was in Paramount Scares. Now it's on a 4K steelbook from Scream Factory. So
how much World War Z do we need?
We needed none of the film ever.
I don't mind World War Z. I really don't.
Mean, okay.
I don't. Like, after all the production issues, we got a pretty good... God damn, my hamstring is not relaxing.
I do admit, I like the cover on the steelbook for sure.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice cover. It's much better than the studio art.
Yes, very much so. Next title is a Lionsgate Amazon exclusive, just like we were talking about at the beginning. February 25th, they are doing The Forbidden Kingdom on 4K. This is from 2008. First time this has been released on 4K. This is that film where they marketed it like it was Jet Li versus Jackie Chan. And unfortunately, that was very short-lived. Sort of lying in the marketing there, but...
Well, that's like what was the one with Jet Li and Jason Statham? War.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I've learned now when it's like so-and-so versus so-and-so, they're not fucking fighting. They'll fight for 2 seconds and realize they're friends.
This is going to be sort of schmaltzy, and I don't mean to interrupt this, but Trevendever, I keep looking at your name and want to say that I like your name because I wrote a poem for my wife one time that was called Forever Endeavor. And I appreciate that.
Cute.
Next title. Well, I guess it's not a title. Mondo Macabro gave some updates. Time to discuss all of these. So they sent out a newsletter. The first one is an update on the Halloween sale titles. I understand this is a sore spot for people considering it's January 16th and we're discussing the word Halloween. Mm-hmm. The Halloween sale titles will be shipping as they arrive if you bought single titles or ones that are completed. If you got a bundle or the one that's lasting the longest, that will be coming later, unfortunately. They can't ship to you multiple packages. It could be as late as March, but they are still hoping that it will be in February. That being said, Cafe Flesh is the one that is holding all of this up. They said 2 of them are about to be finished. Cafe Flesh will be the last one.
Do you know the order? Do you know the others?
I don't know the order. I think it is, if I remember right, it's Bushido and Morgana Le Fay. One of them is going to be here right before Cafe Flesh, and then the other one is like about to be ready, and then The Punishment is about to be ready as well.
Okay.
So,
look, I'll say this: I get people are disappointed. I get people are like, thirsting for this movie. I have so many movies that I have not yet watched. You will survive till March.
Yep.
It sucks, but remember, it's one person doing it. We will be okay.
Exactly.
We will be okay.
Oh, thanks, Humboldt. Yeah, the Mondo Macabro podcast has been fun. It's always fun to deep dive some of those archival titles. The other updates from them, slip covers. They are going to be using a new printer and better, thicker paper after people complained about the thinness of the slip covers, which I totally get. You know, you're paying for a premium product. Their slip covers were maybe a small step above Scream Factory slip covers. Now they're probably going to be more akin to Vinegar Syndrome / Cauldron, maybe, or Severin, which are all very high quality. So
Cardboard war continues.
It does continue, and it thrives and gets bigger.
I will say they've always felt the same. It's just that they're tighter on the movie. Like, it's hard to slip the cover off of Mondo's.
A little bit, yeah, I could see that.
Like, they are like me trying to get into like skinny jeans from H&M. It's not going to happen.
The next update was, of course, this is the slipcover art for Cafe Flesh that has been revealed. This literally.
Did anyone else think the thing on the top right was something else?
Yeah.
I'm assuming they meant that to look like that. There's no way they didn't.
I mean, I believe it is a still from the film.
No, I know, but the angle is... never mind.
I get it. The next thing from them, some title hints. We're going to cover that in just a second. But the other big thing is that they are not going to be delivering titles in numerical order anymore. Mm-hmm. If you were the third person to order when they dropped new pre-orders, they would try to get your stuff out in order with the number on the back of the covers, the number that you ordered, which is crazy. Obviously, that's very insanely difficult to do in order like that. So he's just not going to do it anymore. And he said he's sorry, but it's a lot of work. And I see no problem with that. It should all be randomized anyways.
They were all printed within milliseconds of each other. Exactly.
Yeah. It changes nothing.
You're literally arguing which of the twins came out first. Who was the oldest? Let it go.
All right. Let's go into the exciting part here, and that is hints and titles for what's coming up. Direct quote. We have Argentinian films, Yugoslavian films, Greek films, Kazakh films, total straight-up art films, total straight-up sleaze films, blue upgrades of long-forgotten DVDs, forgotten entries in the filmographies of cherished Eurocult auteurs, and later in the year, to get you comfortable again, UHD and Blu-ray upgrades of some favorites from our catalog, one of which we can announce now. We are currently working on a brand new 4K restoration of the Belgian-Italian horror classic, Devil's Nightmare. The 4K upgrade of this uncanny work of bizarre Eurotrash cinema will be on sale during the 2025 October Halloween sale. And then they said we also have a couple Greek double features lined up for you this year. Our first pre-order of 2025 will feature The First, Lady Desire, and Sexomania. And then Mondo Macabro will court controversy with the release of the astonishing transploitation epic double feature of Eva Man and Return of Eva Man. These truly wild early 80s Spanish-Italian co-productions both star transgender icons Eva Robbins from Tenebrae and Ajita Wilson, star of Sex Apocalypse. Those are going to be wild. Their Greek releases have always been fun.
I don't think for as long as I exist, if you asked me to predict any movie coming out through Mondo, I would never be able to do it. There's not a single time I'm like, oh, yes, that one. Yes, that movie. Nope. It's not happening. I just went into their site trying to see if I could see their DVDs to see what could possibly be upgraded. For whatever reason, I'm only seeing Blu-rays and UHD. I'm not seeing any DVDs. I don't know why I'm not seeing it, but... I've
said this before to Jared. I don't love their website because they don't leave everything up there. If it's sold out or they don't have stock, it's just not there.
It's so weird. I like it. Yeah. But again, love the product. So,
Brendan says, I can't believe they announced a Halloween title while I'm still waiting for last year's Halloween title.
Look, Vinegar Syndrome's not too far behind on that type of thing.
Neither is Severin.
At least with this, it's like, look, it is one person. You got to understand. It's one person doing this thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Mondo Macabro.
Yeah.
Next up, Blu-ray from Kino coming soon of The Countess of Monte Cristo from 1934. This will have a new 2K master, and for many people, the big draw here is the one and only Fay Wray.
If she's not getting picked up by a giant gorilla or a giant ape, I had not seen it, so I do apologize. I wish I could say I was more educated on Fay Wray, and I am not.
A lot of people love her. I totally get it. She's great at what she does. Let's keep going.
I know Raven. I know the director, but it's... No.
We got a lot of Kino tonight to cover. I totally forgot about that. March 18th, Blu-ray coming of College Confidential from 1960. This will have an audio commentary by David Del Valle and Stan Schaefer. I know pretty much nothing about this one.
What I do find, I get a kick out of these. It's kind of like the something weird videos, like the Devil's Dandruff, Devil's Lettuce, or whatever. These, say no to drug things from the 30s and 40s. Is that you look at this and they are trying to make it be like, you are so naughty for watching this. That there's this some type of like wholesome like cuteness to like, oh, you thought this was like really like edgy at the time. So you get a kick out of watching this. Other than that, this is not a film that I would watch over and over again. But that I would get it like a cute, like, oh, look, that's what they thought was like, pushing
racy,
pushing the envelope in the 60s. That's cute. That's cute.
I was not going to share this, but you brought up the title. I was going to share this next week. I actually just got in this something weird here.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, stoked on that.
By the way, thank you for everyone telling me to hydrate. I'm actually already feeling better.
Good. Yeah. It was the coffee.
My legs working. Also, the 4 miles I ran beforehand.
I mean, yeah, that'll do it.
That will do it, yeah.
March 18th, they are releasing number 27 in the Kino Cult line, and that is The Godsend. This will have a new audio commentary by my buddy Howard S. Berger, Steve Mitchell, and my other friend, Nathaniel Thompson. I got a lot of complaints this week when I posted the 2 Kino Cult titles.
Why?
I mean, I'm getting there. So the Kino Cult line started off...
Dude, it wasn't me. I posted no complaints. Calm the fuck down.
Started off with exciting, like, new to Blu-ray titles with more than one new special feature. And everybody's like, oh, this is great. We're going all in on the Kino Cult line. And then, like, the next 24 of them have been just re-releases of titles we've had before with the new commentary and a slipcover.
I have more to say on that a couple of titles from now, yes.
Okay, I'll wait for the next.
No. Say your piece.
I mean, there's not much else to say. It does suck that a company would announce this new line that is like branded in a way that a lot of us that are fans of these cult titles will go, "This is made for us. Let's go all in." And then I've got nothing against the titles necessarily, but some of them, like, you just released the Blu-ray of the Antichrist 3 years ago. Not even 3 years ago. It's like 2 years ago, and now it's part of the Kino Cult line as a 4K. Ooh.
Now, yeah, well, like, this is, I'll be honest, I've never seen The Godsend. But from what I read up on it, it's this era of time when it was like the don't have kids, they're the fucking devil. It's like between
That's always the time, by the way.
Between this, I mean, The Exorcist was 73. The first Omen was what, 76, 77? Something like that. This is 1980. And my closet just popped open. That freaked me out there. It's the wind. I'll just keep telling myself that. But this is, again, it's like the Demon Seed thing. Like, okay, how many more Demon Seed movies do we have? It's like, let's exploit the whole, like, people like this type of thing. So I love it. For God's sake, take it back. Okay. Like, I'll give it a fucking watch. Like, it's not going to do, I know it won't affect me. Like, it's, I
love that when you said okay there, you sounded like a Muppet, like Kermit the Frog.
All right, you know what? Just
take it back. Okay.
Okay, you know what? Have your fucking demon child. Like, I fucking care.
So, yeah. Look, the cover looks cool. That's it.
Yeah, it's a nice slipcover, but also, it's just the theatrical poster. It's the same art that was on the Scream Factory Blu-ray of this.
Yeah, I didn't have that. But I'll say this. $10 on a sale? Sure. Throw it on the fucking card.
Yeah. Which I get, but also, if it's a part of the cult line, make it special.
And like Ryan, you will always go to people complain about stuff. You always say licensing. Do they have the material? I mean, given the amount of output. Okay, let me pose this question to you because this sounds like something we're doing during the slumber party. But Would you rather Kino slow their output and put more stuff on their releases, or do you like the fact that they have such an eclectic like rollout and it's a lot of stuff?
Let's use that as a tease for tonight when we play Would You Rather. We will be answering that question, I bet.
Tease me all you want. Fine, that didn't. No, I can't. Okay.
Next up from Kino, Cry the Beloved Country from 1952 has a Studio Canal HD Master from 2023. This was a 4K scan coming out on Blu-ray. This has an audio commentary by Daniel Kramer on it, and then an interview with Mona Z. Smith. That's it. Yeah.
I have not seen this, but it is based on a famous book, and I feel like it kind of seems strange, like a movie like this that is probably a little bit more important. I shouldn't say important.
Yeah, especially for a breakout role for Poitier.
Yeah, it's like a standard Amore case, but don't worry, the Godsend is getting a slipcover for Kino Cult.
Yeah.
It's like, but again, you know what's his name is going to be like, because it's not going to sell. No one's buying Cry the Beloved Country, but Godsend, everyone's going to want to buy that thing.
Also, buy our dirty Kino Lober hat for $40.
Yeah. Hey, you want to look like you've fallen asleep at a bus stop? Yeah, buy this hat.
All right, next up.
Coming up, Kino Cult, one sock with a hole in it.
2. Oh, there's already one hole to put your foot in. Next, March 26th, Imprint is releasing UFO, The Complete Shadow Files from 1970. Their TV releases are always insanity. There is so much coming in this that I could not list everything. Go check the website if you love this. There's all kinds of new special features, literally hours and hours and hours of archival features, 120-page booklet in this. It is crazy what they do for their TV stuff. I adore Imprint's TV releases. What did I do that's so funny?
No, it's not you. It's my own internal thinking that the top left corner, the individual cases, the person in the beige from a distance looks like Ellen DeGeneres.
Oh, it does. It really does.
I've got my glasses on, and the look that he is giving looks like Ellen DeGeneres, and I'm tripping right now. Anyway.
Wow. That was
but
really
yes, for anyone who loves, again, I've never seen the series, but if you love it, look, I wish my, weird, quirky cult shows got this treatment. God bless.
Another one from them. They're doing TV Movie of the Week Collection number 2 on March 26th. For the TV line, this is a 3-disc set. This includes Terror Among Us from 1981, Fallen Angel from 1981, and Shattered Spirits from 1986. I know Fallen Angel is the one that a lot of people are looking forward to. This is 3 films worldwide, first time on Blu-rays. Gotta love that, first of all. As far as extras go, 2 of them are not going to have any, and then Shattered Spirits might have some. We'll find out later. They don't know yet. This is great.
You know what the great thing about TV Movie of the Week is?
What's that?
We will all be dead, and they will still never get to all the different TV movies.
Oh, God, no. And they never will be able to because so many of them have been just lost.
But it's just like there's an endless amount, and who's arguing over the rights? It's just like, forget it. It's endless. This will be like, if you think the Kino Noir, Dark Side of Cinema Noir box sets are taking up room on your shelves, forget it. Move out, because the boxes own the apartment now.
Sib, Gary Richardson wants to know, what are your weird, quirky cult shows that you're talking about?
And the funny thing is that now, they're not, because of the how everything gets spread around now on the internet, like when growing up, it was cultish because no one else watched it. But like, MacGyver was my thing. Quantum Leap was my thing. But now it's like, oh, of course, I know that show. Because the internet, you can stream everything. There's some stuff. I only have met one other person. My really good friend Matt is I guess you could say it's anime. It's anime style called The Lost Cities of Gold. And you're welcome to film that. Lost Cities of Gold on Nickelodeon, and it was like a Canadian produced anime show. It was like a limited run, but he's the only other person ever in my life to know what the hell I'm talking about. But it's called The Lost Cities of Gold. And And I've always wanted someone to do maybe a Shout would do it, like a restoration of the entire series. It's like 3 seasons. It's like basically 30 episodes. Do you remember it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I feel like I've seen an ad for it. I don't think I ever saw an episode.
They fly around a golden eagle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you. Someone. Yes. And Nickelodeon, if you're not familiar, what in the 80s was all Canadian TV, basically.
Cibener, I love that show. It was on Netflix for a while.
It was on Netflix. Yes, I think, and it might be on Tubi now. But it was a Condor. Thank you, Sam. But Fringe. I love Fringe, but even that's not really a cult show anymore. Everything has a following now at this point. You can't even call anything nothing as deep cut as UFO. I would not.
Right. Mine is much more mainstream than yours, and I would never want it to be Shout, but I would love Imprint TV to give me the full run of Small Wonder with a whole bunch.
Oh my God, you get on a watch list for that.
It's so funny. That show is wild.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Small Wonder was hilarious.
Talk about not aging well. My God. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Salute Your Shorts.
Good stuff.
I know you, me, and your wife both want that restored.
Yep. Absolutely. MXC is amazing too. I'm so glad we got a Blu-ray of that, even though it's not HD necessarily.
Yeah. Oh, the Max and Eon Flux. The Max, Eon Flux, and Spawn. Those 3 animated shows I want restored. Hey, dude. Yes, absolutely. Ted was my imaginary friend growing up. David Lasker, yes.
Coming soon, Kino is releasing a Blu-ray of The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. This is wild to me. New HD master from a 4K scan, and it's Burt Reynolds and Dolly Parton, and you don't do a UHD, but you're doing a UHD of The Snowman?
I think the UHD of The Snowman already existed, and they just got it.
And it was just from a 4K scan. Like this, you didn't have to put HDR on it. This is the best little whorehouse in Texas. You could have done a 4K of this.
Yeah, it is over. Now, is this Warner Brothers or is this Paramount? Who did this?
It's definitely not Warner.
It looks like a Warner title. I can see Warner Archive right above it. It just looks like a Warner Archive. The artwork looks like Warner Archive.
I get that. The hard part, this already has a blue. This is a huge title for a lot of people. This is a weird one to not do 4K for. Oh, it's Universal, says Paul.
Oh, well, their 4Ks look as shit anyway. So who cares?
Not if somebody else is handling it for him, maybe.
I guess so, but I mean, we're getting it. At some point, he does those things. Tarzi basically says if it turns out to sell better, then I'll do a 4K later on. I already can tell you right now that Career Opportunities is going to get a 4K later down the line.
That will. Fletch will.
And I'm just God damn you, because it's Jennifer Connelly. I got to buy that in 4K. God damn it. Yep.
Moving right along to the next cult title. Number 28 on the line, March 25th, Bobby Joe and the Outlaw. This has a new audio commentary by John Harrison, author of Wildcat, the films of Marjo Gortner. This also has archival commentary by the director and some interviews. But really, the reason people are going to buy this is Linda Carter.
Wonder Woman!
Sorry,
yes.
Linda and her Carters, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wonder Woman aside, I will never insult Wonder Woman, but what the fuck? What is this? Why is this cult? I could find 30 fucking titles on Kino's website that looks just like this during the sale. I'm like, oh, look, it's Don Johnson. Oh, look, it's a young Marlon Brando. Oh, look, it's Donald Sutherland. Oh, look, and a woman who is 15 years their junior, making out somewhere.
Right.
It's the same thing. Why is this cult?
I agree.
You can't have Jess Franco and then
Jess Franco and Marjo Gortner
and Bobby Joe. What are your guidelines? What are your fucking guidelines? People complain about all the sublabels, but at least Vinegar Syndrome, for the most part, is these are our sublabels. More than this, Ryan.
Yes, more than this. That's not difficult to pull off, though.
like you don't rarely do you go like, why is that a VSU? Why is that a VSA? I mean, VSL is
The
the only
VSA
one
one, a lot of people have done that about.
as much as Kino.
No, I'm saying the VSA line is the worst Vinegar Syndrome line for that.
I would think, well, VSL because it is the experimental line, but
Right, so it could be literally anything.
yeah. Actually,
But yeah.
I'm going to get strays for this one, but I'll say no. My vote is for VSU.
For what?
As far as like, what's your criteria for VSU?
Literally, it's just it's a 4K release and it's a mainstream movie.
Right, but as far as like, so we have Cinematograph, who has like or as I say, Cinematograph. There's like specific 60s to 90s, American auteurs.
Yes.
VSU, we've got Daryl and Showgirls. Are those our bookends? What? At least VSA at this point we know is just martial arts films, or like.
Except it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be
not supposed to be, but it is right now. So when we see it come out, we're like, oh, it's VSA. Like like you assume that's what it's going to be. And like if you were to take Daryl, Sidekicks, and I think there's
Six
like
String Samurai.
Not even 6 String Samurai, but there's one other where it's just like, okay, so you're telling me it's 80s cult, like childhood growing up movies,
right?
And then the others are Roadhouse, Showgirls, Congo, Virtuosity. It's like you're taking a dart, and like sometimes you hit the board and sometimes you hit the guy in the back drinking his beer.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why they said it's literally just mainstream things that don't fit in the VS line. So it could literally be anything.
Well, so we'll get into that. We'll probably get into this later in the show if we ever get to it. But
anyways, go ahead.
I'll just real fast because I know we got a lot to go over. Is it the cart or the, like, who's pulling who? The cart or the horse? Because it's like, oh, well, these are the titles that don't fit anywhere else. But what I would love going forward, and again, we'll go over it more later, is I would love these labels to have an idea. To say, like, this is our, as an example, VSU. And these are the films that, like what are we going to put out for VSU? I would love this, 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 and this. Not the, here's what we got, and what can we put out there? Like, to actually go out and find, like I still want my fucking Masters of the Universe.
Curated, yeah.
Yes, I want you to curate it. I don't want what's available to curate you. To say, like, oh, this studio gave us a package of 50 movies. Holy shit, what do we have left over here that we can put out? Anyway.
So, my buddy Mike Howard from Facebook here says it's cult because it's coming from Code Red Scorpion. The hard part, Code Red and Scorpion do not exist anymore. Mm-hmm. They may have licensed the titles, but even then, I don't know that they did. I don't think Code Red, like, I don't think either of the Olsens would have gone for Bobby Joe and the Outlaw or the Godsend.
I mean, basically, if it has like an old like muscle car and a couple making out, like that's the halter top, like that means it's Grindhouse. You get a couple of boobs and a guy with a cowboy hat, and it's Grindhouse.
In other words, let's keep going. Let's go to the biggest news in physical media in years, literally. So we found out this week from Variety that Shout Factory, or Shout Studios, that they're called now, has acquired worldwide rights to 156 Hong Kong cinema classics that have been missing in action from Western markets for decades. The acquisition's crown jewels include John Woo's action masterpieces Hard Boiled, The Killer, the complete Better Tomorrow trilogy, Bullet in the Head, Once a Thief. Library also boasts Ringo Lamb, City on Fire, Prison on Fire, and its sequel, Eric Sing's Aces Go Places, Shui Hark's Peking Opera Blues, Tony Ching's Chinese Ghost Story trilogy, and additional hits like Waika Fi's Peace Hotel, Andrew Cam and Johnny Toe's The Big Heat, Alex Law's Now You See It, Now You Don't. This is genuinely the biggest news to come out in a very long time about physical media.
Yeah.
So this is a big deal because this was probably one of the most expensive acquisitions we have ever heard of happening. Obviously, like Arrow working with Warner Brothers was a big deal earlier this year. But this, I guarantee, this had to have cost at least $10 million. That's not exaggerating at all.
No.
From what I was told last time, they were seeking at one point for this $50 million for this group. Now, I understand that they probably came down after they couldn't get a sale and all of that stuff. So I'm being generous and saying at least 10. I'm thinking it was probably more in line, somewhere between 15 to 18, maybe 20. This is such a massive, massive thing.
Yeah.
I am so stoked for this for a variety of reasons. Variety, LOL, they're the ones that reported this. But the big thing, Frank Jang has already started work on some of these releases. He's been doing some interviews. He's been sharing that elsewhere. They have confirmed that these titles, at least many of them, will be getting proper remasters. They're not just going to have to release what was handed to them during the acquisition. They have also said that some of them will get standalone releases, and the series, like Better Tomorrow, will get a box set of the 3 films. Chinese Ghost Story will be the 3 films. If it's a series, they will come that way. I guarantee some of the smaller, lesser-known titles that are a part of the 156 package will probably get like the Shaw Brothers Classics box. We'll get I don't know if they'll call it Golden Princess, but we'll probably get like an 8-film Golden Princess box set or something like that. This is about to be huge for a variety of reasons. Obviously, now that they have worldwide rights, they can do these in 4K. They can put them on their streaming service. But the other thing that not enough people are talking about, they can also sub-license them to other studios. So I'm going to call it right now. I'm not going to say this is a guarantee. Don't say Ryan said this is happening, so it's definitely happening. I'm willing to bet Arrow Video in the UK will get many of these titles.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if Imprint Asia also got probably not as many as Arrow, obviously, because they don't have that much money, but they will probably get some of either the bigger titles or some of the series at least. And I guarantee, the films will all look the same across all the releases. But if you want a variety of special features, you're going to have your pick of the litter for some of these. If you truly love Hard Boiled, you probably will have a 4K to choose from Shout, from Arrow, and then maybe a 4K from Imprint, but all 3 will likely have different bonus features. And so you'll be able to do, what you've wanted for years to have a good-looking Hard Boiled on your shelf with audio commentary from 3 of your favorites, with visual essays, with interviews, with everything. It's about to happen.
Yeah. I'm shocked that they got worldwide distribution rights. I really thought, have everyone dip their toe and it's like, Arrow, pay us this. You pay us this.
What's crazy is this was always going to be the case. It was always going to be one company with worldwide rights. That's what Golden Princess always wanted.
I am not trying to be the wet blanket. I am excited. I'm excited. I want my Hard Boiled. I want my killer. My trepidation as I hesitantly go into this is that I look at something like the Infernal Affairs trilogy. And I ask that everybody just remember that these movies had low budgets. They are not going to look like Top Gun Maverick. I'm sure they will look great. If they have the masters and a remaster, they're going to look great for what they are. But I have this fear that after all the anticipation, they're going to put these out and people are going to go, what the fuck is this grain? Why does it look like this? Just because, people are now, even with like certain restorations, it's like, oh, it's pristine. It's like, you got to understand, not every movie has the same budget. Not every film uses the same film stock. It's just not going to be that way. So
I don't know what it is, but I do not have that fear. I don't think these are about to be fucked with like that.
No, not fucked with. I think it will look good. And I think that people who have seen them before are going to look and go, wow, I have not seen these films look this good. But there is an offsect of our community that might be younger, not saying particularly younger, or some people who are just new to it, that came into the game during the 4K boom. 4K boom, like they're selling the least number of stuff, but that had the thing of like, it's got to look a certain way. The people that say, I won't watch old films, that I won't do that. So it's like, they go and buy, they hear about Hard Boiled, they hear about The Killer. Oh, I got to get this movie. And then they pop it in. And again, it's going to look like it's going to look. And we can say, no, you don't understand. This looks great. And they just don't get it.
So I'm not going to name drop who it was, but a site that has a website that posts reviews on social media and all that, they posted a review of The Substance 4K this week.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody out there has read it, please don't put the title of the place in the comment section. We don't need to blow them up. I'm not necessarily shit talking them, but
are they talking about movies from their place of residence?
Hold on.
Okay.
I am shocked that I read from somebody that regularly reviews titles that they were upset that The Substance looked to have, and I'm not reading it, so I can't quote, but this is as close as I possibly can, very much paraphrasing. Mm-hmm. The Substance looks like it had grain removed and it was too sharp. Therefore, I did not like the way it looked. I really wish, if you are reviewing titles, which this is an example because a lot of these titles in this library that Shout's about to get are going to be torn apart by people that want these to have something wrong because they don't like Shout or want to shit on John Woo or whatever that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to be super technical, you should know that The Substance was shot on digital and is meant to be a very sharp looking film and will not have film grain.
And they may put digital grain to make it look filmic. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I've seen other people do it, but again, it's going to look grainy and darker shots, and brighter shots are not going to be as...
And The Substance didn't. It was made to look very like sharp corner type of film.
Yeah.
It's just hilarious to me. So anyways, this is a huge deal. 156 titles. Keep in mind, they are not going to be coming in like 11 film boxes, and you're going to have to buy 13 of them. That's not necessarily how that is.
They know the ones you want. They know the
right. It's going to be box sets for the franchises. It's going to be single titles for big name titles. I'm betting The Killer Hard Boiled will have giant deluxe edition boxes and all this other stuff. That being said, the 156 titles, a lot of those are not well known. So we likely will get a handful of boxes, and that's not a bad thing because frankly, some of Shout's best work that isn't the Hush 4K release from 2024 is their Asian releases from the last 2 years. And if this is any indication, they're going to have a lot more fans moving forward.
I'm waiting for my Chow Yun Fat bobblehead doll for the deluxe set. You know it's coming. You know it's going to happen.
Big deal. I hope everybody's excited. I know this has been talked about to death this week already, but this is genuinely, I in my opinion, I can't think of anything else that tops this as more important physical media news over the last 3 years. Easily.
Oh, the 3 years?
Yeah, at least.
Really? You think, I know what you're going to say, but I'll just pose this to you. You think over Good Bar. You think over The Keep. You think...
Oh, 100%.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is stuff that has been out of everybody's hands on every format and all streaming for years and notoriously bootlegged.
Well, you can get a Blu-ray. I have a Blu-ray of The Killer.
Oh, yeah, and it looks fucking awful. But even that...
But it's available, whereas Good Bar was...
Oh, no. It's not been... That has been out of print for a very long time, that Blu-ray.
But you could get it. You could go to eBay and buy it.
Oh, yeah. You could get stuff... You could get Good Bar on eBay and stuff, yeah.
But Good Bar was never on Blu-ray, period.
Yes.
I'm saying... That's what I'm saying.
Silent Mandible says, Ryan, Kino Lorber released Cowboys and Aliens on 4K only months ago.
Thank you, Silent Mandible. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, again, I think it comes down to what it is you're excited about, you know? I think, without thinking off the top of my head, there's stuff that Criterion has come out with where I was like, oh my god, I can't believe they put that out now. You know, I have to go back and look. Like, I like the movies. I probably would say I was more excited about some other stuff.
I understand that, and that's why, like Stan is saying, I think that The Keep outweighs this news. No, it doesn't, because The Keep just got a very good-looking DVD release 2 years ago. in Australia that everybody could get worldwide that almost looks like, obviously the 4K is much, much better, but it looks pretty damn good for a DVD made in the 2020s.
But let me ask you this. Because the thing that was keeping this was the money, right? Someone had to buy it. Whereas the others were licensing. And that, to me, is more of like is this ever going to get resolved, as opposed to who's going to put up and shut up.
That is a big deal. I'm not downplaying that necessarily. I think what will always win here, this is 156 titles.
That is, I will say, yes, that is, my mind is still just on the 2.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I focus on. So,
and obviously people have been wanting Chinese Ghost Story, a Better Tomorrow trilogy in way better quality than we're getting from like the South Korean releases that have come out recently, because they don't look good. Yeah. So, this is like 8 Looking for Mr. Goodbars and 12 The Keeps all in one deal.
We'll get into that later. I got some questions.
All right. I will go to the next one. Brendan, more important than the inclusion of Roman numerals on the Caligula Ultimate Cut. Holy shit, that was a good pull. That was
look, Brendan. If you haven't got Roman numerals, I don't know what to tell you. You're not selling that thing. Between them and the dark side of cinema, who else is going that extra distance to give us Roman numerals?
This is true. Hey, this is important, and he's in the chat. Hi, Aaron. You can pre-order on Kickstarter the A24 New Wave. This is a book about A24 and all about the A24 New Wave. Aaron West is the one writing it. Jill Blake from Cine Journeys and Criterion Now is the one editing it. You can pick this up. The campaign has been picked up as one of Kickstarter's favorites, so they're going to be promoting it more. I think that you've got a lot of really good perks to choose from here. It's a very fairly priced thing. I've read some of it from Aaron already. I am beyond excited to have this on my shelf. And if you are even like remotely interested in, we'll say 35% of the films that A24 releases, this seems like a must own to me. So yeah, this is something I had to back. And Aaron confirmed it. So I'm not trying to brag here, but I will say I was the first one to back it. So I'm definitely stoked on that.
So you want Roman numeral 1?
If you don't send me number 1, I'm getting Mondo Macabro to sue your ass, Aaron. I don't know why. Those aren't related in any way.
I would attempt my stretch goals, but I'm worried my hamstring's going to act up again.
Again? Just no more coffee.
Aaron, what other goodies? I need to know what other goodies.
They're on the screen right now. Okay. You can get a digital version, physical version. You can get signed copies, art prints, shirts.
Read? Oh, come on.
Yes. He's getting a Midsummer May Queen design shirt, which really tempted me.
Where the fuck is that written? What are you talking about?
If you look in the announcement here, it's
I'm looking at it.
List of perks, all on the picture. I know it because I read the full Kickstarter and I have it memorized.
I'm about to say, it's just tote stickers and other goodies. I want to know what the other goodies are, and I don't see it.
That's how they get you. You got to go over there and back the Kickstarter and read it. You'll find out.
Oh, bitch. Get into my FOMO there.
I'm sorry I memorize things when I see it. VCI, Mr. Cibener's favorite label, is releasing Empire the Dark from 1990 on Blu-ray on April 22nd. I was shocked how many people saw this and went, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. I had no idea this had such a wide following. Have you seen this one?
First off, no. Second, I got nothing against VCI. You have everything against VCI. And everyone knows that Chris Barkett is the hottest of the Chris's. More than Hemsworth, more than Pine, more than Evans, more than Pratt. It's Chris Barkett. I mean, look at those biceps. Come on. I'm assuming that's Chris.
I hope so.
Yeah. I've never heard of this movie.
I get
never. That looks like Star Wars. That literally looks like the drawing from Revenge of the Sith in the back there. It's absolutely literally the pose of them fighting in front of the lava. Anyway.
Going to the
First
next
Ellen
title.
DeGeneres, now Star Wars.
I did not get to see this. Did you see Memoir of a Snail?
Didn't, and I wish I had, because I do love claymation. I love stop motion.
So Memoir of a Snail from last year is getting a Blu-ray from IFC on March 25th. But also, if you somehow don't have the incredible Marion Max from the same studio, the same people, from 2009, there is a double feature with both films that you can purchase right now. This is going to have director's commentary. It's going to have a Q&A with Adam and Jackie, Magic of Stop Motion featurette, some interviews making behind the scenes, all that stuff. I really need to see this. Mary Max is incredible. Check it out.
I mean, stop motion to me is like one of those things where it's like a skill that I'm like, I can't even imagine attempting something like this. That is just,
it's so difficult
beyond my OCD. Just I couldn't even think of it. And I will say this, I haven't seen it, but it needs a 4K to show the detail, like the actual detail, like of what they built as David Lynch with their 2 fucking hands. I need to see the 4K so we can appreciate. I want to see the finger. I just bit my tongue. Ow! Literally, like the fingerprints on what it is they built. That is like they built it by hand. They built a world by hand. I need to see that. I literally just bit my tongue.
Tony says the local Australian release has 1 extra, and the U.S. title has heaps. CGV TV says Red Letter Media covered Empire of the Dark, and it's a glorious vanity project. Yeah, the poster said that basically. All right. Going to our next one. The Blues Under the Skin is getting a Blu-ray release from Kino on March 11th. This one is kind of interesting. It's like a weird, like documentary about the blues mixed with a drama in a weird way. And this will only have a trailer and some deleted scenes. I really want to see this. Has anybody else seen this?
I have not. I love jazz, so I will absolutely. And the cover is great.
Yeah. Speaking of, you said I love jazz. If anybody's ever in the Kansas City, Missouri area, the Jazz Museum in Kansas City is fucking incredible. It's also housed in the same building as the Negro Leagues Baseball Hall of Fame. Go in there, spend like 5.5 hours. I think it total would be like maybe $20 to walk through both. An amazing day right there for both of them.
Absolutely. Definitely expose yourself to some jazz. I will say that I'm not trying to be argumentative, Ragnar, but it's like, yes, it is time consuming, but it is also difficult. Like to mold the characters, to sculpt them.
Let's be honest with what he's saying. It's really not that difficult to do stop motion. It's difficult to do it very well.
Yes. But still, it's like...
Well, and also, you're talking about claymation, and he's talking about stop motion.
Sorry, we may be on the wrong page. Yes, I am talking about actual claymation figurines that you are posing 1 second at a time, like a half little inch, micro inch. That is bad or good. You still have to know how to do it. So basically what I'm saying is I don't want to like downplay the skill set of someone trying to like, that's why not everyone's like, you know what I'm going to do today? Some stop motion.
That's what I said yesterday.
Exactly. So again, I get what you're saying. Maybe we were just on the wrong understanding of like, yes, a flip book. Yes, I totally get it. And nothing.
Can I throw out? We still haven't even gotten to Criterion yet.
Get to the Criterion.
Next up, Cohen Media Group is releasing Rose from 2025 on March 4th. This 78-year-old Rose is just lost her adored husband. Her grief gives way to a powerful impulse to live, making her realize that she can still redefine herself as a woman, but in doing so, the whole balance of her family is upset. There's a Q&A with the director and some other individuals on here. Trailer. It sounds interesting, at least. I like Cohen Media.
It's a great sequel to Titanic. Next. No, I don't. Do you have anything to say about Rose?
No, I've never seen Rose. It's brand new. Like, probably 12 people in the world have seen this so far.
Are any of those 12 people in the chat right now?
Definitely not.
Okay,
right.
Let's move on.
So I posted a link to a bunch of vetted, verified GoFundMes for individuals that are lost their homes in the LA fires fundraisers. Some people that I know, I know, I think 3 so far that have lost their homes. A couple more that have been evacuated. A couple more that are on the verge of being evacuated. But if you watch the show and you've watched it for a long time, I interviewed Josh Rubin, who used to be on College Humor. He and his wife had just bought a house. They had not moved in yet, but all of their savings went into this home in Altadena, and it's now gone. So Josh and I chatted over email. I got this link from him, and just sharing it wide. It's a lot. It's a really terrible time in LA, and it seems like it likely cost us David Lynch as well. So if you want to help somebody, not saying that you have to, I understand a lot of people are upset that these people have money to buy a house in LA, and damn it, they should be able to buy a new house themselves. The truth of the matter is this is about a lot more than homes, first of all.
Yeah.
I should say this is about a lot more than houses. This is about homes. Many of these people have lived here for decades. I mean, I grew up driving through Altadena all the time, and it is crazy that, there are many people that are not celebrities that bought these houses when they were $90,000, have lost their homes, and they can't rebuild because now it costs a lot more than that. So if you want to help, please help.
No, Stephen, don't worry. I am not the Michael Shannon of this stream right now. I'm good. What I will say to that is that the media is always going to focus on the things that's going to grab the attention. So, of course, they're going to interview Steve Guttenberg and Jamie Lee Curtis and get these little snippets of people to say.
Right.
But yes, no, it's not just the elite high. By the way, it's still their homes. They lost their homes. Yes, they probably have insurance. Yes. But it's still
look at Billy Crystal and his family. They lived there since 1979.
Jeff Bridges had that house transported from the Heaven's Gate set because he loved it so much. I mean, remember, there's also stuff in the house. If you love Steven Spielberg, guess what? There's a good chance a lot of your memorabilia that he had is gone because he had it in his house. So
I think I heard his house was spared.
No. He lost his house.
Did it eventually
turn? He was on the list of celebs that lost homes. But again, I'm not keeping on. My friends are literally in a ring of fire right now. They showed me the map, and they are dead center in the middle of 4 or 5 fires. Yep. Every day, it's the wind's picked up again, and now there's another fire, and now there's a grease fire, and again there's a trillion fires. So, there's a guy who I follow on physical media who I've listened to for years and years and years, Wade Major, who I've listened to on Los Angeles radio every Friday. He lost his entire home, and he and his family had to relocate. So, and he was the first person to ever read any of my writing and put it out there and read it to the public. So, I'm trying to do some stuff to help him out. But again, if you can, this. You don't have to donate to celebrities. This is going to go to people who really need it.
Next title, March 25th, Blu-ray in the U.S. from Kino of The 10th Victim from 1965. This includes Marcello Mastroianni and Ursula Undress, as many people called her. Mm-hmm. This is a 2K restoration as a new audio commentary by Steve Mitchell and Troy Howarth. It's also a featurette on Elio Petri on this, who's one of the greatest directors. Absolutely love Petri. I don't think I've been able to see The 10th Victim, and it is absolutely going to be on my list.
That's not how you spell doctor now. Wait, so Mastriano, did he do... Hold on a second. Did he do the... I'm going to blank. It was the Criterion release. Something of a Woman, the Mysteries of... I'm never going to remember, but I was trying to think of other titles of his that I've seen.
I believe he had a Radiance title recently too.
I'm getting it. It's definitely not Blowout.
He's in La Dolce Vita, an 8.5, Marriage Italian title, Special Day.
Yeah, it's not Michael. It's not who I'm thinking of for Blow Up. That's not what I. And what is that movie? I'll find it later. Fuck it, we got so many things to talk about.
Aaron says yes with Sophia Loren.
Senators, do you know it's Aaron, right?
Yes.
Aaron, do you know what the title is though? I'm thinking it's like a smoky cover and someone's on a bike or a motorcycle or they're walking down a road. There's like a scene with a car on fire or something in the movie. I cannot remember. Anyway, a special day.
I just went to the Criterion site to look it up so I could look up Mastroianni, not knowing that the only thing they have on there is a big David Lynch.
Of course, yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway, we'll get to it later when I'm completely bugging out.
All right. This is a weird title. Follow that up with May 13th. Unearthed is releasing Visceral: Between the Ropes of Madness from 2012 on Blu-ray. They had released this previously on DVD before they had made the full jump over to HD. I don't think this is going to have any new extras, but you can check this out now.
Dude, I watch this every Christmas.
That would be disturbing. Speaking of disturbing, May 13th, Epic Pictures and Dread Presents are working together on a film called Ed Kemper, coming out this year. It has not technically released yet, but you can get a Blu-ray on May 13th. The big thing, I know a lot of people love Brink Stevens, and they are in this film, so check that out.
Hashtag not my Ed Kemper.
Another Cohen Media Group. We are getting In Custody and The Proprietor, two films by Ishmael Merchant from 1994 and 1996. You are able to get bonus features on both, including some conversations from the quad with James Ivory discussing In Custody, and then an audio commentary by Wade Major. I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
On The Proprietor.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad if you get a chance, Wade Major is a great, he does a great commentary. He's been around the business for a long time, and this is his bread and butter. These are definitely the types of films that he knows about. I've never seen these. I have no idea what Sean Young is doing in this film.
Are you a Merchant Ivory guy? Have you watched?
I'm not. I've never. It goes right in there with the corsets and stuff like that. There's certain films that will do it for me, and then somewhere I'm just like, I can't do this. Like Remains of the Day is just not a film that I'm like, the romance. I just don't feel romance between Anthony Hopkins and Emma Thompson. I don't know. There's something about it. It's just, yeah.
All right. Next up. Losing Ground is getting a Blu-ray release on March 18th from Milestone Films. Of course, Kino's doing the distribution on this. Now, this one's interesting because this is a 2-disc special edition. And I went and did some research because I didn't realize this had a release before. This is the exact same special edition that released like 12, 13 years ago. But everything has been upgraded. So the main film has had a brand new 4K restoration, and the bonuses on this, on the second disc, have had a brand new 2K restoration. So if this is your type of shit, and either you had that old release or you never had it, you'll be able to get brand new versions of all of it.
Of all the films, if this is your type of shit, it's like we had just like a weird, like tied up torture movie. It's like, but if this is your type of shit, this
is the one, yeah.
Beautiful art film. Yeah.
Moving to another beautiful art film. March 4th, Sony is releasing Kraven the Hunter from last year on 4K Steelbook and Blu-ray. Now, supposedly they're also doing a standard 4K, but I feel like that's been pulled everywhere. I can't find it for pre-order anywhere at the moment. They might bring that back.
Does he actually have a sigh? Why does Kraven have sighs?
I don't know. Let's go back to this one.
Anyway, yes, please.
So funny enough, this is going to have a bunch of extras, more than I expected for a film that made like $14. But if you really want it, check out Kraven the Hunter. Are you going to watch this one, or did you go see this one already?
I did not see it. I'm over this Sony bullshit. Look, if they told me like the reason we're doing these movies is just because we want to keep the licensing, I'd be like, okay, it's a shitty way to do it, but I get it. But if there's actually a creative method to this, you're not doing it right. You're just not. It's just they're not good.
Ragnar wants to know if we think Peter Jackson can finally give us Dead Alive and Bad Taste and stuff this year.
I mean, look, if anyone's like not, I don't know. Again, I don't want to talk for anyone because I don't know. I don't mean, what's his name? George R. R. Martin is, how long is it before he's putting out the next book? So I'm sure Peter Jackson's working on stuff, but who knows?
We'll see.
I really don't know.
I'd love to see him this year for sure.
I mean, it's possible, but again, he's one of those guys like Del Toro who just takes on like 50 projects, and it's like, well, let's hope and pray.
All right. Dazzler Media over in the UK is releasing From Roger Moore with Love on February 24th on Blu-ray. This is a documentary about Roger Moore himself. This is kind of surprising. Supposedly, this did okay on a broadcast over in the UK for them, so they decided to put it on Blue. Yeah.
My first Bond.
I am for many.
Moonraker was the first Bond I ever saw. Not my favorite. My favorite is still Connery, but yeah.
I still Pierce for some reason. March 18th, we are getting in the U.S. the 4K Steelbook of The Last of Us Season 1 that released internationally when this first came out in 2023. Everything's the same on-disc content, no new bonus features or anything. You can pre-order this on Amazon or on Groove, but I do like the artwork on this better than what originally came out here. I still haven't seen the show.
Wow. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. Have you played the game?
No, I've not been able to play anything that wasn't like a sports game
I gotcha.
Quite a few years.
I'm curious to see how, obviously, because we haven't gotten the third game yet. So I'm curious, and they've already said the second season or the second game adaptation is going to be split into at least 2 seasons. So I don't know. At that point, do you do a Game of Thrones where you drift off? And does he tell them where they're going with the game? I'm blanking on the creator's name, but does he say this is where we're going with the game? Make your show. Or do they wait for the third game to then drop and then the show? Who knows how long these take to make? So
yeah, I was going to say. I mean, the first season came out in 2023. The second one is dropping soon this year, right? And so
yes, but then he has a very packed schedule. So I don't know. Yeah, so we'll see. We could be talking about the next 8 years, maybe.
Yeah, March 18th.
Yeah.
All right. Next, Lionsgate Limited announced their next 2 titles. You can pre-order both of these now, both dropping on February 25th. First one is Your Next from 2011, getting a 4K Steelbook in the US. Now, this one's interesting because it has all of the extras that were on the second sight 4K, but it actually has more because it's got the original release extras that were not on the second sight release as well. So if you are not a second sight collector or you were waiting on a domestic release, this has so much in this. Yeah, it's a little pricey, but also it's got everything. If you're a Your Next fan, this is a pretty great way to have this. Obviously, a lot of people don't love steelbooks. How do you feel about this?
I feel like we're going to get to this later when we talk about some stuff I'll bring up.
Got it.
But yeah, when we start talking about the future, yes, this will come up. But I mean, I like Your Next. Not my favorite. It's not something I go and revisit, but it's a nice art. I still would, if I'm going to buy it, I would get the second sight version because I don't need all the extras. If it's going to be,
it's definitely better than the old steelbook.
Yeah, and again, it's for a film like that. I don't need all the extras in the world. I just need a good version of the film to look nice.
I get that. I like having a lot of extras for something like this for some reason, especially when it feels like it's, I don't know, this film in particular feels like it was just a bunch of friends hanging out.
I get that. It's more so for me, it's like, so you've got this version with this handful of extras and this version with this handful of extras. But so if the trade-off is that with this one, I'm going to get a hard box and a book with it, I'll be like, fine, I'll take this handful of extras. I'm not going to miss, at least for this film. I'm not like, oh no, I don't get this little sit-down interview. I'm like, okay, fine.
Right, and I'm not worried because I have the second sight 4K upgrade, but I've also got the original blue in the steelbook, so yeah, I've got everything here just on 2 different discs.
Yeah.
In the chat, Silent Mandible says you said it's 4K. Yes, as far as I'm aware, it's 4K.
And Ragnar, I'm going to get to that. I've got some thoughts.
Cibener does not like the term limited edition.
That's not what I'm. You are just being a little bitch. Just don't start. Don't start fires you can't put out, Ryan.
We don't talk about fires right now. It's not safe.
Exactly.
Yes, Silent Mandible, it is 4K, just verified on the website. Going to the next title is a little indie movie called The Third Man. Same date, same 4K Steelbook, same Lionsgate limited line. This has everything that was on the Studio Canal extras. Also has a 56-page booklet in this. It's got great art. It's The Third Man. Like, I know a lot of people are going to be pissed that Criterion doesn't have it, but in the U.S., this is going to be the best domestic release of this, probably.
I'm not a big fan of the artwork. I'll be honest with you.
I do think it's funny that most of the artwork ever for The Third Man sort of spoils the film.
I think the more subtler, the better the art for Third Man, because of how noir, like the density of the shadows, the subtler, the like you look at like the cover for Odd Man Out, and then you look at the original Third Man with the tunnel. Like, you don't have to do the tunnel shot, but I feel like there's something else you can do creatively with just like a shadow, like a stretching silhouette over the cobblestones or something. Yeah. This just looks like funky Photoshop. Like someone highlighted text and said, "What's a funky text, font that I can use?" And I don't like the fact that they're turning what is a noir blue.
Right.
Like, why blue? Just make it black and white.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Criterion again, and it's not just about losing The Third Man. These are April releases. First one is a 4K of Ugetsu from 1953. This is going to be, if I remember right, nothing new, I don't think. And then, of course, this is a Mizoguchi. I somehow have not seen this one.
I have not either.
This will be the best way to see this. What's up, Viking? I wish I had seen this in time. I apologize.
Hey, Paul.
Any Mizoguchi is going to be a good time, though. I know that Eureka had one of their Masters of Cinema releases that's like highly sought after now and super expensive. We're probably going to be getting a lot of those in 4K over the next handful of years from Criterion and probably Eureka at some point. But yes, just like Hilton just said, the art on this is very, very old.
But it looks good. I like it.
It's not bad, no.
If it's not broke.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like when people use the original artwork. Yeah. Most of the time we say, why don't you just give us the OG artwork?
Right.
If you got a Drew Struzan, why are you going anywhere else? Not that I know that's not Drew Struzan.
Well, let's go somewhere else.
Yes.
Let's go to Some Like It Hot, coming on April 8th on 4K from Criterion, with nothing new, including the artwork is not new. But this does answer a lot of questions for us. So Kino had released this on 4K not long ago, but many of the titles that Criterion had on Blu-ray that then were scooped up by Kino and released on 4K went out of print roughly 17 days ago. And this release coming out right now indicates all of those that used to be released by Criterion at one point on Blu-ray are likely about to be re-released on 4K over the next, we'll say, year to 18 months. So don't be surprised. You're going to see Silence of the Lambs 4K from Criterion. You're going to see the Kubricks that Kino did on 4K. You're going to see 12 Angry Men on 4K from Criterion. All of them will be coming out on 4K. As far as we can tell, that's what this shows. And the only reason that's good, I think, is because these films should always be in print. I don't think they have to have a C on the corner to make them good releases, but I am glad that people will be able to get these on 4K.
Now, that being said, I mean, again, they're going to be the same scans. And if you're not obsessed with the C, there's really no reason, unless, so certain situations like In the Heat of the Night or 12 Angry Men, are we getting the sequel and the TV, like the 12 Angry Men TV, the William Friedkin adaptation, are we getting that included like we did on the Kino? Are we getting the In the Heat of the Night, They Call Me Mr. Tibbs? Like, is that something, or is it going to be like, no, that was Kino, we're not doing that? And in which case, again, if anything, like we talked about extras before, that is definitely something you want to keep.
Right. And that's what I was going to get at, is if you have the old Criterion Blue and then you picked up the Kino 4K, there will be no reason to pick up the Criterion 4Ks. You already have everything and more.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be the old Criterion release again with the UHD, guaranteed.
And I don't know if this is the greatest argument, because people are going to buy what they're going to want to buy, but your player is going to upscale. Like, your Blu-ray is going to look really nice. This is not that old a release. Some Like It Hot upscaled on your player is going to be like, unless you're like, I just know it's not 4K. I know it's not, and therefore I'm not happy.
Right. So this is really only going to be for the diehard Criterion fans.
Yes.
Ragnar is asking us, Criterion had anything go out of print? Yes, we just talked about one. The Third Man. Quite a few have gone out of print.
The Guillermo del Toro trilogy box set is out. Yes, you can get the 3 individually. The Confession is still not back in print. That's gone.
Rosemary's Baby from them.
Man Who Fell to Earth.
That's a big one.
The Chungking Express, if you want the original color timing, is out of print. I won't go to DVDs because that's just, why are we going backwards? Yeah. I mean, 100 to 200 is a little, like I said, Aaron, I'm not counting DVDs, and because obviously at that point they've stopped producing them. But as far as like,
is Halloween out of print?
Oh, the laser,
the Criterion laser.
Yeah. But as far as Blu-rays, yeah, there are quite a few that are out of print.
All that to say, just like Mike just said, if you never grabbed the Kino version, get the Criterion 4K when it comes out, because it'll be the one that's in print. Nothing wrong with that.
If you missed one, you grab the other one.
But you just mentioned Wong Kar-wai.
Yeah.
Chungking Express coming on 4K on April 15th. Once again, this will be the altered color timing. This is not going to be the classic Chungking Express that a lot of people wanted. Also,
is the pineapple still yellow? That's all I care about.
This lost a special feature. This did not carry over the Tony Rain special feature that was on this. And all of that is likely all chosen by Wong Kar-wai, is the way I'll say that. He's going to be the ultimate sale.
Your box set. You got to go buy the box set for that.
Exactly. And that being said, if you don't have the box set, they're likely all about to come out on UHD in the next year and a half. And there's no reason to buy the box set and say, well, I want to have all of them. I'll get the 4K of Chungking Express, but I want all of them. Just wait. They're all going to get standalone 4K releases. In fact, somebody over on one of the other Facebook groups that works on some of them was already indicating this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are more 4K Wong Kar-wais.
Oh, I'm sure Fallen Angels is not far behind.
Right.
Is 2046 part of the box set?
Ooh, I don't have that memorized.
Ragnar, I will say yes. No, percentage-wise, it is not. They don't have as many, like, compared to everything else. But I mean, that's the beauty of Criterion, where it's like, they will let you know, and most of the times you can just go to any sale and you will get your Criterion and not have to worry that the slip is gone or that this is gone, the booklet's gone. No, it's just the same old, come in and buy it. July and November. That's how I play it.
Continuing the almost full 4K month for Criterion, let's go over to Jean de Florette and Manon of the Spring. These are two films by Claude Berry from 1986, coming out on 4K and Blu-ray on April 22nd. You see on the screen here Gerard Depardieu. A lot of people have seen these many times. No, the nose is too perfect. You may have seen these in school. These are films that a lot of people have seen for years and years. Glad this is getting a strong HD release here. This is what I've not seen.
I have not seen for $200.
Touche. Except it won't be 200. It'll be about 50.
Yeah.
Next up, one of the greatest films of 2024, Nora, getting a 4K Blu-ray and DVD release in the U.S. from Criterion on April 29th. This is the Sean Baker film starring Mikey Madison. This is coming from a new 4K digital master, approved and supervised and all of that by the one and only Sean Baker and the producer, Alex Coco. You've got a 4K. You've got 2 audio commentaries on this one with Sean, with Coco, with Samantha Kwan, and cinematographer Drew Daniels, and the other with Sean Baker and Yuri Borisov, Mark Eidelstein, Karen I did not say it fast.
Where we're looking, I'll get you.
Aaron Karagulian and Mike Madison and Vash Tuvmasian.
That you get.
Yes. New making of documentary, new interviews with Baker and Mikey, the Cannes Film Festival press conference, Q&A with Mikey and actor-stripper Lindsay Normington, deleted scenes, trailers, essays by Dennis Lim and the one and only Kayla Janice, and then, of course, the very divisive cover art that is here to harken back to Jess Franco's Vampiros Lesbos. This is incredible.
The only thing missing is I would have loved like the little like candid footage of him winning the Palme d'Or and me being surprised by it.
I mean, they've got the press conference. Who knows what else they might throw on there?
Exactly. Look, I will say this: for whoever doesn't like the art, you're entitled to your opinion. I will say this: do not be afraid of the vagina. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's where we all came from. This is a beautiful cover. This is a daring cover. Thank goodness it's not just a shot from the film, which always drives me insane. I love the black and red. It's just, and it's also, I know everyone's going to point to Crash and be like, no, they've done stuff like this before. This is probably the most audacious cover I've seen in a while. Other than what's the French? Corel. That everyone was like, it looks like AI. Yeah. It looks like AI. No. There's something about this where it's like covers like this we just don't get. And we all are.
I love that you use that as a verb, Silent Man. Well, what if we were C-sectioned?
I didn't say yes. C-section. Look, you got in there somehow. Like.
Plan 9 is saying, haven't seen this yet. Should I wait for this release? If it's not playing in a theater for around you anytime soon, which it might be because this is going to get nominated for multiple Oscars. If it comes back in a theater, go watch it there, please. But then if you can't see it in a theater, watch it on the disc 4K.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say I love this cover. Silent Mandible says this cover is apparently a reference to another movie. Yes, I did already mention that. It is a reference to Vampiros Lesbos, genuinely. And that in itself, it has a couple references. The red scarf Mikey is wearing here is from Vampiros Lesbos. And then on top of that, in the credits for Honora, Sean also thanks Jess Franco and Soledad Miranda specifically.
I'm getting I'm forgetting the director, so someone's going to chime in. I know they know it. I think it's called Center of the Universe with Peter Skarsgård and the actress whose name I can't remember with the red hair. It was it was like 99, 2000 it came out. If you see that cover, you know what I'm referring to. Center of the Universe. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
No.
Am I just insane?
I'm trying to find it.
Center of the Universe or Center of the Universe?
From around 2000?
Oh my god. Is it Center of You? No. I'm going to find this. I just got Masters of the Universe on my Peter Skarsgård. Fuck, this guy's name is impossible to spell. What? All right, bear with me a moment because
I'm on a different tab. So if somebody in the chat answers it,
please help. I know someone.
The Center of the World.
Center of the World. Thank you.
From 2001.
Leonard John, bless your heart.
Okay, yes. I see the poster now.
Okay, yeah. So that I'm getting that. I'm sure maybe Sean saw that. I don't know, but that's what I'm getting also because it is about a stripper.
Similar color scheme.
Becomes a sex worker. So, but yes, it's just audacious. That is the best word I can think of. Is an audacious cover. I love it.
And literally, this is miming exactly what the poster for Vampiros Lesbos was, and beyond that, I mean, like you already mentioned, the best thing is that this is a photo that was taken for this cover. This is not from any photo shoot. This is not from any modeling thing. This is not from the film, nothing like that. I love that this is a unique take. Sean is all over this thing. He is the one that set this all up. Brilliant choice.
I just love that everything about this feels intentional. And it's not like this was offset to somebody else. It's like, hey, come up with an art. Draw this. It's not a studio drawing. It's not a Photoshop job.
You know what's hilarious, though, is that, to me, this isn't even the best Sean Baker Criterion cover art to be announced this week. We're going to get to the other one.
Oh, now we're going to get divisive. So I'm going to say this is my favorite. But
I understand. April 29th on 4K and Blu-ray, Criterion is releasing Basquiat from 1996. Now, this is where it gets weird. They're only releasing on 4K the black and white version from 2024. But if you want the original theatrical version, you can have it on their Blu-ray disc that will come with this.
Mm-hmm.
It is also a 4K digital restoration, but not on a 4K disc. I remember seeing this years ago. Remember liking this. I don't remember much about it. I definitely need to see it again. But I remember it being very good.
It's I can't even recall if I've seen it. I do have the other movie that he starred in from Kino, something 81.
Yeah.
Someone's going to chime in with that. I love, if you live in New York, if you don't know who Basquiat is, it's like you've been living under a rock because it's everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Next one is the other Sean Baker title. April 29th on Blu-ray, Prince of Broadway from 2008. This is one of his earlier films. This is one that he had indicated in a Q&A after some film was coming on Criterion eventually. And here it is. We get two Sean Baker films in 1 month. This is a new 4K digital restoration done by Sean and supervised by Alex Coco again. Once again, two audio commentaries, one with Baker and the other with the producer and co-writer Darren Dean and a whole bunch of other people on this. We get a new introduction to the film by Sean, two documentaries on the making of the movie Restoration Demonstration featuring Sean and Coco, and then an essay by Robert Daniels. But this art by Sister Hyde, I think, is so freaking unique and brilliant. The fact that we have half of the bootleg of The Dark Knight on here, and they're totally fine with that. Half of the Rihanna bootleg above it is hilarious. The fact that the blue tarp is just so specific here.
Yeah.
This is a great movie. This is a great cover. Like, I understand that the Mikey Madison and Nora art is breathtaking. I will never take that away. But this, to me, is very, very clever.
It is clever. I've passed by many a bootleg tarps laid out on the street. So when I see it, I'm like, oh, I know what, I absolutely know what you're going for. My thing is that I love them both for different reasons.
Right.
The Honora one is just like, to me, it's totally complete. It's like you're taking two different periods of art. Like, oh, this is like interpreted and this is like real. It's two different vibes, and I get it why you prefer this one. I could easily say, either or, but
right. What's funny is I don't know that I prefer this one. I think like this speaks to me as just a little more clever. However, I desperately want the Honora one as a poster on my wall tomorrow.
Here's the thing. Would you want this as a poster?
No, of course not.
That's where I'm coming in from.
But as more representative of the film, I think this is a better cover art, maybe.
I can see that. My thing is, it's kind of like when they did was it Dogma? The Dogma
95.
Yeah, Dogma 95. Where it's like, oh, we're gonna make it, look like that with a clear case. It's like, oh, clever.
But not super visually appealing.
Not visually appealing, but again, it's better than a shot from the movie, which I cannot stand. So it's like, for me, I always will like a interpretive art. And again, the thing about the Honora thing is that, again, it's audacious. I like in your face.
Right. And again, the Honora one is like genuinely wall art, and this is a clever piece of physical media.
Yes.
That is
I'm a wall art
to that.
I
totally get that. Totally get that.
Mondo art and all. Yeah.
Anyways, this is the only title this month that is not getting a 4K release, and I believe that is solely down to the way that it was filmed.
Yeah.
It's just like Takeout. It wasn't going to benefit much from 4K, unfortunately. This makes sense. I saw somebody immediately say, why no 4K? Come on. Come on.
My question is if that person has actually even seen the movie, or is just that's their call to arms every single time.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. That was Criterion. I will say,
way, first time I think we've ever had, if someone wants to correct it, 7 movies in 1 month.
I was about to say, before we go to the next one, giant month for Criterion. I don't think we've ever had 7 releases. I understand we've had more than 7 films in a box set, of course, but 7 different releases.
I can't remember.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I understand like 3 of them were full re-releases, obviously, but still 7 releases is wild for them. 2 being from the same director is impressive. Yeah, it's not releasing in July.
October or November. It's April.
Yep.
What the fuck happens in April?
I also saw a lot of comments, people saying it's wild that we're getting Anora so quickly in Criterion. And actually, it's not. If you look at the last couple of years, it kind of follows a pattern. Last year around this time, we got Anatomy of a Fall, which is also another Neon title. Another thing, it also won the Palme d'Or, just like Anora did. Neon has won like the last 4 or 5, something like that, Palme d'Ors. They just keep killing it. And if
it's getting the treatment that those others didn't. Triangle of Sadness, Anatomy of a Fall are bare bones, whereas this is like actually being treated as though it were a 20, 30-year-old title.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So that was Criterion. Let's go to Imprint Asia. March 26th, there are all of these coming out. These are all going to be on Blu-ray from Australia. This first one, The Snake Prince. This is the first time on Blu-ray anywhere in the world. This is a Shaw Brothers title. You're going to have a new audio commentary by David West. You got a new interview with Wayne Wong. You got an interview with Lee Mayer, former editor of Shaw Brothers Southern Screen magazine. This is kind of cool that Imprint is getting into this sort of stuff. And then on top of that, this is getting, like this is the first time on Blu-ray anywhere. And considering how many Shaw Brothers titles we're getting, that's a lot.
Thank goodness I'm not a Shaw Brothers fan. I would be filing for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just insane. It's like, again, it's like people who collect Christopher Lee, like, or Peter Cushing. I don't know how you do it. I'd be over. Hammer Films, I would be done. This is Giallo's bad enough. I mean, I've never heard of this film. I'm happy for everyone finally getting it on physical. Looks cool, but could not. I apologize. I do not have a deeper insight into it.
Matthew is saying The Brutalist will probably also come out on Criterion in a few months. Actually, it probably won't. It is scheduled to get an A24 4K release.
I was about to say, if it's A24.
If it was Neon, I might agree with you there. But it is getting an A24 release. It's actually getting a wide release from A24 as well. So I imagine they will do the website version, and it might get the exact same thing. So.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is Vengeance of a Snow Girl from 1971. Once again, worldwide first time on Blu-ray. Lo Wei is the director behind this one, who joined Shaw Brothers in 1965 and helmed more than a dozen movies. This one is going to have new audio commentary by Ian Jane, new interview with Dr. Luke White, some archival interviews on here, and another Shaw Brothers title. This is same as last time.
Her name was Vengeance. She was a snow girl. Sorry.
Anthony says Sardis wants to know who directed the film and the country of origin. I'm scrolling too fast.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
And you didn't even drink coffee.
God damn. Ragnar says I own every Hammer film on DVD, working on Blu-ray. And now, I mean, we're about to get Captain Kronos on 4K too.
I mean, Ragnar, God bless your square footage. I don't know how you do it. I wouldn't be able to.
Vengeance of a Snow Girl. That is this one. Finally, from Imprint Asia is The Monkey Goes West from 1966. This is another Shaw Brothers title. This one. It really is.
It's like the Monkeys. It's like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, kinda.
For some reason, I feel like I should be offended by this movie. I don't know why. I'm just putting up my guard. I'm like, you know what? I don't approve. I'm canceling this movie. I don't know why, but I am.
This one stars Ho Fan. Ho Fan plays the monk
I'm
who
a fan of
takes a journey to the West to search for Buddhist scriptures. If you are interested in Ho Fan, not to be fully self-promoting sometimes, Ho Fan got written about quite extensively in issue of the Physical Media Advocate this last year. Brian Dembinski, on his long-running series called The Out of Print, I think it was the second volume, wrote quite a bit about Ho Fan. So check that out if you're into it. This one has new audio commentary by the one and only Sam Deegan. We got new interview with film historian Paul Foneroff, some archival interviews with the director Homang Hua, and then with an actor Yoi Hua, and limited slipcase, just like all three of them. Monkey Goes West, other Shaw Brothers.
Talking about a company that needs to, I'm going to say it, upgrade their cardboard quality.
You don't like imprints?
Their slips are flimsy. I'm sorry. They're go ahead and pull one out.
I'm trying to see if I have one nearby. I don't know that I do.
You can't tell me that's any better than any standard side loader from a studio. Maybe the box sets, maybe the top loader box sets.
I disagree there. I think they're about as pretty much as good as a Cauldron, and those are definitely better than a studio like slipcover.
I guess I'm just spoiled. I like my hard box. I like my,
an imprint does too many hard boxes.
But it's just like there's something so, I don't know, it's like flippity floppy. It's
just because you can squeeze it, that's fine.
Yeah, but there's something that's not like, here's how I say it. If I can get the same thing from a studio, it's not.
The imprint ones are definitely thicker than studios anythings.
There are some side loaders, like, to me, you're gonna fight me on this, like that side loader is no better quality than like the Nightmare on Elm Street set side loader slip.
I've never seen that, so I don't know.
There's some things that I'm just like, anyway, I'm sure there's people who love it. They're not, Paul, that's okay. For me, for the price and for the I would like it a little sturdier.
For the side loaders, they're $25 USD. You're not. Anyways. All right, let's keep going.
It's okay. Everyone can love their stuff.
Via Vision, which is Imprint, this is the parent company of Imprint. They are releasing a bunch of stuff. These are all coming on March 26th as well. All of these are Blu-ray. This first one is As Above, So Below. This is a hard case, not just a flimsy side loader like Cibener
Don't
said.
start with me.
This is a 3D.
I'm not going to have another limited edition fight. I'm not having this with you.
Also has a bunch of art cards with it. But the big thing, this is the same scan as before. This will likely never be on 4K, but it does have a new commentary by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, new interview with the director of photography, new interview with actor, new interview with the editor-in-chief at Dread Central, Mary Beth McAndrews. If you love this movie, this actually looks like the release to get for sure.
I've still not seen this. I know everyone actually says this is a really good found footage movie. I know you've said this multiple times. I just still have not seen it. But I
love the movie. Love the movie. It's good.
I remember, didn't this come out around the same time as like The Descent?
No. The Descent came out like 6 or 7 years earlier.
Oh, wait. So, okay. But I believe there was at least one other found footage movie that came out at the same time as this.
No, there was like 23 films that came out that were found footage in 2014. Literally.
But something similar to was it the Chernobyl thing? Chernobyl Diaries?
Oh, I don't know. I never saw it.
Anyway.
In fact, I think you can still get the Chernobyl Diaries from Diabolic DVD on Blu-ray for like 99 cents right now.
There you go.
Next title from Via Vision is the Dracula Collection. This includes all of the Dracula films from 1931 to 1945. I believe it's all of them. This has Dracula from 31. This has Dracula's Daughter from 31, Son of Dracula from 43, and House of Dracula from 45. Now, the big thing, you've probably got all these films previously, sometimes in 4K. But the Dracula's Daughter has a commentary for the first time. This one by Gary Rhodes. Son of Dracula has a commentary by Tim Lucas. And then House of Dracula has a commentary by Tom Weaver. Some of the best in the business. And for many people that love these things, this is a big deal because these sequels never had commentaries on any release that I know of.
But I will say that normally I do not like the lobby cards, but those are very nice lobby cards. It was supposed to be Dracula, and it turned into like Russian Boris.
Russian Sylvester Stallone.
Dracula. I don't know.
I didn't know what to leave you on a cliffhanger.
Hello. I turned into the Count from Sesame Street.
All right, next one. Escape Room, also a lenticular hard case. This is the 2019 Escape Room, and no new extras, just archival extras.
Not a bad movie.
I was about to say, did you see this one? I actually liked it.
Yeah, not as good as the first one. But there are some moments in this where I was like, wow, they really went there. I didn't think they were going to, but...
This isn't a sequel. This is just Escape Room.
Oh, my goodness. So this is the first... Yeah, so I really enjoyed Escape Room. Sorry. Yeah. I thought this was the Tournament of Champions. But that's the sequel.
Is it called Tournament of Champions?
I think so.
I don't
look
think
it up. Be mocked. I kind of be on here to laugh at
me. When you're right in just a second, I'm going to laugh so hard. Somebody else is going to answer before I can.
Thank you. Someone can back me up here.
It is called Escape Room Tournament of Champions. That's hilarious.
Thank you.
That is a terrible name.
It is a terrible name, but there's some moments in it that I actually will applaud. I'm like, wow, they actually went there. But no, nothing beats the first Escape Room. The first Escape Room is really good.
Wow.
And it's like PG-13, which I was shocked by.
Yeah, I love this first one. This is kind of like my favorite kind of I don't know, like puzzle slasher.
Yeah. And it doesn't hold back. Like, honestly, it's not the most gruesome, but like for PG-13, right. I was like, wow, okay. I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bernie.
Giant title, Jason and the Argonauts. This is probably going to be the current best of this film until we get a 4K someday. 3D lenticular hard case and art cards, individually numbered all the way up to 2,000 of these. And this has pretty much all of the archival extras on this one that have been done before, I believe. Legendary film, legendary release. One of my favorite memories of this is a music venue I used to go to. The sound guy used to be obsessed with stop motion. And so he would play this and then some of the scenes from Army of Darkness and like some of the other like very classic examples of stop motion in between bands up on the wall. And I've spent hours watching just random ass scenes from Jason the Argonauts while waiting for some punk band to like come destroy my eardrums.
Also stop motion that is not very easy to do.
Touche. All right.
Ray Harryhausen would have a thing to say about that.
That's true. One of the best. Nocebo from 2022 is getting a release from Via Vision on the same day. This is again lenticular hardbox with art cards. You got a new audio commentary by the director. You've got a new interview with the actress Billy Gadsden. Have you ever seen this? I don't know that
I have seen this.
I should have had that joke ready. I'd never even heard of this until this got announced.
I meant to look it up before we started, and I didn't have time. And it looks interesting. I would absolutely look into it. It's a cool cover.
Fully agreed there. And then,
Jesus,
Ultraviolet from 2006 is the last of the 3D lenticular hardbox releases with art cards from Via Vision. Nothing new on this. You got an audio commentary by Mila Jovovich herself. This is not a good movie.
No, it's not. Look, I love me some Mila Jovovich. I don't love her that much. I'm sorry. This movie is god-awful. But, I mean, the director, I did like Equilibrium, so I expected a lot. This is not good.
Yeah.
Now, would you, if you had, I won't say this for the for the slumber party. If I had to make you watch either this or Aeon Flux, the live action with Charlize Theron, what would you watch?
Ooh. I think Aeon Flux probably has a little more rewatchability than this one.
But the whole time, wouldn't you be like, but it's not the cartoon?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Wouldn't you be thinking that? Like, why can't I be watching the cartoon? Whereas this is like God damn, this is bad.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I choose neither. Anyway.
And violence.
Reggie, you are absolutely correct. Jennifer Connelly is eternally yes.
And then Matthew says, I don't understand Australian law. The rating has to be printed on the cover, but not on the slip. It has to be printed on both when it's on the shelf, but the way they get around it not being on the slip is it's on the plastic. So when you tear off the plastic, the rating goes with it.
And I believe you can flip the inside slip so that it's not showing.
I agree there. Yep.
Yes.
We've talked about
German movies as well, too.
Usually. Some of the German ones, they don't. We talked about this one on the show before, but now it's getting a U.S. release. March 18th, Gunner is coming from Warner Brothers. This is the Luke Hemsworth and Morgan Freeman cash-in from last year.
Mm-hmm.
No extras on this release, but you
Timu
get a Hemsworth.
Timu Hemsworth.
Yep.
I mean,
Hemsworth number 4 or something?
There was stuff left over, and they made another one.
February 24th in the UK, you can get a 4K or a Blu-ray version from Entertainment and Video of Heretic from 2024. This cover, because of where they placed the font, it makes it look like Hugh Grant is a giant man with tiny hands, and I think that's very funny.
He might be. Actually, I should know. I've met him. So, but it's been.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been a while though, so I don't remember the size of his hands.
You do get a commentary with the writers, directors on this one. This is getting other releases elsewhere, but Heretic, yeah, you haven't got to talk about this one on the show yet.
I am more forgiving of the ending because the 75% of that film is so freaking good.
It's very good.
That the whole time I'm watching, going, where are they going to go with this? Because they could either do like a substance ending that's going to get people like divisive, or it becomes like a generic type of, one of those movies.
Right.
I still think it's not spoilers, but I still think at some point towards the end, they do start to achieve a little bit of an ambiguous artsy feel to it.
Oh yeah. The last 45 seconds are great. And I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, I that's why I made my top 10. I forgive it. It's like, where do we go from here? But I still think the A24 release looks a lot. I mean, this is a good cover. I prefer the A24 one.
And it has more extras, yeah.
Yeah.
Next up, Well Go USA. Eye for an Eye 2 Blind Vengeance is coming on Blu-ray on March 4th. They did release the first one of this franchise. I think it was back in 2022 or 3. We talked about it on the show way back then. You can still get that on Amazon. So if you want to pick up both of them, this is like a blind swordsman type of film. In fact, I think the subtitle for the first one was Blind Swordsman. These look surprisingly good. Watch the trailer if you haven't seen it.
Okay.
This looks
I was about to say, if we're going by the title of the movie, they both have one eye left, so they are not blind. That is misleading.
All right. Next one, which, funny enough, is the last one to go over.
Yeah.
This one is kind of rough because these are not confirmed images. From what I can tell, they are real, but maybe not necessarily.
Well, he posted them.
I did.
No, not you. I don't refer to you as he.
Oh, what are you talking about then?
Eastwood posted them.
Oh, Eastwood. Okay. Well, in that case, it's probably true.
I'm telling you, this is the art. Okay.
So, in the UK, we are getting 4K steelbooks of Dirty Harry, Pale Rider, and the Outlaw Josie Wales. These are likely coming everywhere in the world because that's how Warner Brothers usually does it around the same time. They will likely have standard versions as well, but we don't know any of that details yet. You can pre-order the UK versions now, and at least Dirty Harry and I think it's Dirty Harry and maybe it's Josie Wales. One of them are both getting like collector's edition versions. That's not just the steelbook. It'll probably be like the Blazing Saddles collector's editions that we just got. Eastwood getting steelbooks. I believe these are the first Eastwood films to get steelbooks.
I'm going to look at my Eastwood collect. Hold on one second. I'm scooting away for a second. I'm still here. I'm looking at, because I have all Eastwoods that are available. Where the hell is my Eastwood collection? Where?
Matthew says Eastwood is 94. I'm pretty sure someone else is posting for him. Yes. Yes.
I think is he 94? I thought he was 96.
No, I think he's only 94.
Was there a steelbook for Unforgiven?
Oh, you know what? I think there was at some point. Yeah.
All right. I think that's probably it, unless someone did a steelbook of $1 Million Baby I don't know about.
Ooh.
Oh, American Sniper absolutely has had a steelbook.
Oh, yeah, probably.
100% has had a steelbook.
Yeah, I should have fact checked that.
Far from my favorite Eastwood. I mean,
God, the baby scene.
I was like, the whole time, I was like, that's a fake baby. That's a fucking fake baby. I'm watching the movie. And
It's
he's
not
just
even
like, it's playing with the fucking arm. He's moving the arm.
So we don't know any other details about these yet, but that is the art.
The man risks his life for his country, comes back, and it's like, here's my baby. You swapped our baby out with a fake baby.
Yes. As usual, as our last recurring segment, we always cover what is coming out next week. The biggest thing, of course, the Tarantino 4K releases of Kill Bill 1 and 2 and Jackie Brown. Also, the Steelbook from Lionsgate Limiteds for all three of those is also being released. The Substance coming out in the U.S. next week on 4K and Blu-ray. The Cell 4K from Arrow comes out next week. The replacement discs will probably drop 4 months later. Vampires 4K.
Has that been confirmed?
It's not been confirmed, but it's if it doesn't happen, Arrow deserves every complaint out there.
Throw it on the pile.
Unfortunately, true. Vampires 4K from Scream Factory. Happy birthday, John Carpenter, by the way. Venom, The Last Dance 4K Steelbook and Standard coming out next week. Smile 2 finally coming out. This feels... What?
I said give it a chance.
Oh, what, Venom? Or
no, Smile 2? Smile 2.
Okay.
All right, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Smile 2 is genuinely great. Check that out. I feel like it's been a long time from the theater to physical media for that one.
Because it was great. They kept it in the theater.
Pulp wants to know, what's the deal with the Cell replacement disc? Turns out it's not the 4K cut. It's the Blu-ray cut. It's got some frames.
Director's cut.
It's the director's cut, has some duplicated frames and then some weird audio things that happen like a minute 14 or not a minute, an hour and 14 minutes into the film, something like that. It sounds like it likely will need to be replaced, just that director's cut disc, which unfortunately is the cut a lot of people were looking forward to.
Yeah. Which was previously available. You can get it on the studio.
Right.
It has both.
Which is weird that it is causing problems with this. And it sounds like it was an authoring error. And supposedly it's only on a certain kind of player, but I think it's the Panasonic, which is like the most common player for people to have.
Well, that leads me to wonder. So this was done during the you said the authoring, but I mean, like, so when the director was overseeing it, did it somehow happen? Because if we go back to the studio,
no, it's
a studio print.
No, it's likely when they're like putting all of the Arrow stuff on the disc to compress
that happens. Just an extra frame jumps in there somehow.
Somehow, yeah.
All right.
Especially if they were given the wrong file accidentally.
That's what I'm wondering where this originated from. Whether it's like
exactly what happened in the last one that they did for the Coffin Joe box set.
I was gonna say that sounds like the Coffin Joe thing, and then I think there was like one other where that happened.
Yeah.
Where was
So next week, The Grifters 4K from Criterion, April Fool's Day 4K Kino, Reindeer Games 4K from Kino, Murder by Decree 4K, one I've been waiting for a long time.
Which one?
The Murder by Decree 4K.
Oh, Murder by Decree. Okay.
Gotta love me some Bob Clark. Rumpelstiltskin 4K finally shipping from TerraVision. I know some people were upset about that. It got delayed because of the fires, unfortunately. The A24 release of Heretic comes out next week as well. The Little Rascals, the what is the exact term they're using here? It is the Restored Silence Volume 1 from Classic Flakes drops next week. Love and Crime from 88 Films, the Mr. Pink version of the Reservoir Dogs 4K Steelbook.
Which means you got like 4 or 5 more colors left to go. You're going to put out every 6 months.
Last Voyage of the Demeter from Scream next week. Here, coming from Sony. Azrael coming from...
which I want to see.
I've heard it's great. I love Samara Weaving.
I like Samara Weaving.
Kino Colts, Invasion of the Bee Girls coming out next week. The Return with the wonderful Juliette Binoche coming out next week.
And Ray Fiennes, I heard it's good.
Yeah. Rumors, the Guy Madden film next week as well. Fade
Don't
In.
worry about don't forget about Elevation. It's Jeremy's favorite movie.
Fade In from Kino Lorber coming out next week. The Poverty Row Classics from VCI. A Legend with Jackie Chan coming out from 88 Films. Shelf Life, the once thought forgotten film coming out as well. Re-release of Till. And then finally, Feed from Unearthed Films coming out next Tuesday. What do you got pre-ordered on here?
Can we jump back to the top? I've got The Substance pre-ordered from Amazon, which is still pending its release date, even though everyone else is like, Orbit's like, we got them. Slips are not great, but we got them. Whereas Amazon's like, we don't know when we're getting them. I'm like, God damn it.
I pre-ordered The Substance in a Target buy two get one, and if it comes a month from now, I'd be worried about it coming at all.
That's what she said. I'm still on the fence with the Quentin Tarantino things. I love Tarantino. I really want to convince myself that buying these steelbooks is worth it.
It's a lot of money.
I know, but here's the thing: is that the standards look shitty. Volume 1 is let's talk about when you compare that, like a Nora to that. Who designed that Volume 1 cover? This is one of the most visually stunning film. That's what you come up with is a daytime shot of her, like on an angle, and that doesn't even look at the house of like the blue leaves. Like it's just, what is that?
I'm gonna maybe, I don't know if this is a hot take. I think all 6 of the designs there are pretty bad.
But at least like the color tone, like the Volume 2 is like, yeah, okay. I don't like a giant floating body over that. Jackie Brown's, I don't mind. Either Jackie Brown is fine by me. I think that looks great for me.
There's so much,
and I am good. Don't worry. I am performing for you because you are up late, and I'm going to give you your money's worth. Don't worry. I was prepared for this.
Everything for Jackie Brown always seems to be, she's a flight attendant, and we really have to tell you. Like, did we need the airplane flying into her ear canal?
No, we didn't. But I mean, how many times have we had a shot of like a plane landing in a Quentin Tarantino movie?
I mean, yeah, but we don't need it on the cover.
I know. And I'm not saying that the steelbooks are fabulous, but they just have a little bit more panache to them. They have a little bit more flair, a little bit more character.
Yeah, I understand.
Volume 1 is just so fucking ugly. I'm sorry. It is just... I know someone's going to be like, tell that to the artist's face. Fine, I'll tell him. You were lazy. This was a lazy job. I'm sorry it is.
I mean, truly, it's boring. It's Kill Bill, and this is it?
It is boring, and it doesn't even... Why is it at an angle? She's not going uphill. Where's Lucy Liu? It's not in the daytime. There's no color. There's no anything. It's just her on snow.
Anyways,
anyway.
I can tell you're tired.
I'm not tired.
I think it's time we start our slumber.
You think I'm tired?
I think it's time we start our slumber party. That's the transition.
Oh, I was like, dude, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to take names and...
All right, so the rest of the night is just going to be fun little party games. Cibener's got all kinds of jokes and questions and
jokes.
Yeah, everything.
What do you get when you cross a fork in there?
We're both going to be going there. I've got some games prepared for me, and we're going to start with a couple of yours first. I'll let you have the floor. And first of all, I want to hear, because we've never talked about it, where did this idea come from? Because this is hilarious.
The slumber party? Do you want me to start with the idea?
Yeah.
Anytime I've either confirmed that I'm going to be on the show with you, or even have an idea that I'm hopefully going to be on the show again, if you'll have me back, is that I try to think of something that can, again, going back to the David Lynch thing, draw outside the lines. You know, I love every chat. I'm all for doing a top 10. I'm all for that. My only fear is that sometimes, because we are later in the show, that it becomes this like top 10 Fincher, top 10 Hitchcock, and the biggies always win out. And that always tends to be the case. Whereas I'm someone who loves, and also if it's not a director or a genre or something that someone is not into, someone in the chat's going to feel left out. But I feel when I can do something like this, where it's like a fun, because it always feels like a hangout. It always feels like a slumber party. Why don't we just make it official that it's a slumber party?
Right.
That's when it's just a bunch of friends hanging out. When you sat in a room, talk about who would win in a fight, the Hulk or the Thing. Like, these are the types of conversations you had growing up. So what, talking about like the gossipy stuff. It's like, because you play by the rules so much. You really do, and I applaud you for it. And sometimes I just want to be like, let's just let loose. It's fine. It's like an after dark. Let's get drunk and talk about it. So
tonight,
you don't drink. So it's like,
tonight we're going there. We're going to open some rumor mills. We're gonna pass some hot goss back and forth.
Yeah, people can and then it gives everyone the option to chime in. One of the things we're going to talk about, you're going to have an opinion on. Someone's going to have a feeling on something, and just scream it out. The games we play. If you have a suggestion for one of our themes, because we
answer, please.
Yeah, if there's an FMK you want me to answer, you want Ryan to answer. If there's a would you rather, do it.
I brought up trivia tonight, and we're going to see if you can beat Cibener to answer some of these.
Oh, someone's going to beat my ass, absolutely.
I really kind of want to start here with Reggie's comment. I want to purchase Kinds of Kindness on Cibener's top 10 list, but I won't pay over $30 for a standard Blu-ray release. What the hell is up with this title? Because I don't want to watch it on Hulu. I want it on physical, but it's been so freaking expensive.
I can tell you where to get it, Ryan, but you're not going to like it.
Amazon.
No.
UK.
No, you've been throwing daggers at them. Every time I mention them, you act like they just ran over your dog.
Deep discount.
Yeah.
Look, that was perfect.
15% coupons every other day. You add that onto there, I got it for like $20 maybe max.
I mean, even then, that's too much for a great.
It's got a slip. It's a nice. I mean, it's not the best edition of anything ever, but it's good. It's got a digital copy.
All right, let's start. Let's start with the games. What do you got first?
Well, here's the thing. I don't want to start out with the game. I want to start out with the boldest question that I thought of.
Okay.
That really just starts. This is where we're going here. Okay, Ryan, and anyone in the chat can answer this too. If physical media was illegal, how far would you go to get them?
Let's see. I already have a P.O. box to pick them up, so that's sort of hiding it right there.
But imagine someone could storm down and be like, Ryan Verrill, you're under arrest for owning physical media. Like you have to go find it. This is you have to go buy a box of Cubans or something. You can't just go to Orbit. Orbit would be terrible.
Right.
So, from there.
So we'll say you can't purchase from any U.S. retailers if you live in the U.S. And maybe you can get it from international because it wouldn't be.
You try
anywhere in the
sometime. It's illegal, Ryan. You cannot have it.
I mean, you live by the coast. I would illegally import them through New Jersey, have you pick them up and mail them to me. It's that easy. Yeah, we can both go to jail, but why not?
The furthest you would go is to run the risk of getting caught and just paying someone to try and hide them up their ass over the border to you.
I mean, in a way, not.
So you want someone to 4K mule themselves?
Yeah, I would have a 4K mule happily.
That's as far as you would go.
I mean, probably. If
you're not hurting anyone.
No, I'm definitely not hurting somebody for physical media.
What if they were a really bad person?
I mean, I would fantasize about it. I wouldn't.
If you could sell organs, would you sell an organ if someone's like, I got this?
It depends. Right now, one of my feet is a piece of shit because I've had surgery on it twice. If I could trade
you would literally saw your foot.
I have been to a doctor's office where they have already brought up the word amputation. So it's I'm already halfway there.
Okay. Okay.
That was a pretty bold answer for a bold question.
Well, Stan, that's the thing. It's so if you were to eliminate your dealer on the street, if that was eliminated, if you had to go the next step up, would you do again, if like each option was eliminated for you, how much further would you go?
Where do you stop? Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, well, they've blocked me off at every pass, and I guess it's over now.
I can't imagine being like a 4K Kingpin.
That's, you kind of are a 4K Kingpin. Let's be honest. You are kind of a 4K. And by the way, the fact that no one has taken the name 4K Kingpin, you know who I'm talking about. The fact that no one has taken that name is shocking.
It'll be a voice he's doing by the end of next week.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, what? Travis, absolutely. The mob imported, absolutely. But now you're involved in the mob and you owe them favors. So that's apparently Ryan's not willing to do that, but I'm glad that you are.
Nah, Steelbook Stringer Bell. All right, sir. What do we got next?
All right, so we'll start with the game. Where are my games at? Hold on a second. Never. Okay. Let's do a little bit of Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
These are fun. And I had to think about this because at first I almost thought, well, I know the rules initially. You yourself have not supposed to have done it, and you're trying to get the other person to confess and do it.
Yes.
So I may be breaking the rules because I may be guilty of some of these things, but I'm asking you, and I'm asking the group. So never have I ever bought more than 4 versions of a movie quadruple dipped.
Like on all formats ever, or of the same format?
I guess the same thing you can say because it's 4. I guess you could say 4 of all possible formats. If you want to change it up, have you ever bought more than like 4 Blu-rays of the same thing? You can answer however you want to. I
have definitely bought many films 4 times. Many. Texas Chainsaw Massacre I've bought 4 times. Halloween I bought 4 times. Evil Dead I bought like 9 times. The Thing I've probably bought like 8 times. And the crazier thing is like the way I would change it for myself is having them in my ownership still. And so like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I think I still have the old Best Buy exclusive steelbook that came out in like 2016.
Oh yeah, the tan one.
Yeah. I've got the big truck release that came out on the 35th anniversary, I think it was,
with the armadillo on it.
Yeah. I've got the second sight release. I've got
that small book one that looks like a DVD, but it's not a DVD.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, second sight 4K release. I've got the US 4K release, and that might be it. I might have gotten rid of the other ones. Yeah, Mulholland Drive, I've probably bought 4 or 5 times.
I've only done it 3. I've been trying to think of 4, and I can't do it because I've got the DVD of Mulholland Drive, I got the Blu-ray, and I got the 4K from Studio Canal. Is it? Yeah, the big box thing. Is it up here? No, it's up there.
So I'm just realizing that this is the case. This is awful. From looking right here in the movie room to swiveling right here, I can currently see 4 copies of Halloween.
If I have a 4K, I have a 4K. I don't need the 5 different 4Ks. We have 2 different mindsets with it.
I've got the Best Buy 4K Steelbook because I wanted a Steelbook. I've got the Scream Factory 4K, but for some reason, I still have the standard edition of the Halloween collection. Don't know why. There's nothing special about this release. And then I also have the 15 disc, which is sort of special. There is stuff that's not on any other release.
So if you have that shocks me that you have that other one. Because I feel like that's the one that people have when they couldn't get the big 15.
It was because at the time I had the collector bug and not the movie lover bug for some reason. Mm-hmm. And I had like every Scream Factory release at the time.
And you have never felt inspired to just sell that? Like obviously that's...
Oh, I have. It is on literally I have a written list of titles I want to get rid of. I just don't have time to list them. Okay. Selling shit takes a long time.
Yeah, again, it's like unless there's something absolutely essential, I just can't. Like once I have a format,
right,
I'm good. Like even like the Possessor thing, I have the 4K from the US. Did I like the second sight thing? Yes, I just can't bring myself to buy,
right,
unless it's like absolutely. And even then that's 2. Like I can't imagine doing it 3, 4. It's just Even if I went from VHS to, because I never had laser discs to play.
Right.
So I went VHS, DVD, Blu-ray.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
The very specific. Never have I ever bought 4 versions is so specific.
Well, I was trying to think. 3 it can happen often.
Right.
You could have a DVD, a Blu-ray, and a 4K, and there you go. That's 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anthony says, I have 10 copies of Cuffs, 5 VHS, 2 Laserdiscs, 2 DVDs, and 1 Blu-ray.
Apparently, you like Mila Jovovich more than I do.
He loves Christian Slater.
Oh, okay. That too? I mean, I feel bad for you because I'm sure none of them have been looking that great because even the Blu-ray from Shout is not great. So, for you, I will think good thoughts for a 4K.
That's a good one too. Hilton says multiple versions of every Argento film. Argento's one that will be milked to death forever for sure.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Stan, what about your Life Force?
Stan adores Life Force, which, man, I wish I had it here and ready to share. Never mind. I shouldn't have said that. I'm surprising Stan with a Life Force gift later this year that he is just hearing about for the first time.
Oh wow!
For all of his work on the Physical Media Advocate over the last year, I'm getting Stan something very specific for Life Force.
Stan,
I love you, Stan. You're one of my favorite people.
Stan, look at that.
All right, more Never Have I Ever. That was fun.
Yeah. So do you want to do one or should I just keep going?
I'll say this one I feel like I might be able to get you on because I know how you are with theaters. Never have I ever driven more than, or not necessarily driven, traveled more than 45 miles just to see a film.
To see a film?
Yeah, like to go to a specific theater, to have a certain experience. The places I've lived are either close enough where it hasn't been 45 miles or so far away where it was just not feasible for me.
I feel very privileged, and unfortunately, I'm ruining this question with the fact that I live in New York City, so it's like.
See, I was hoping that there was something that you went like some fancy something else that
that
wasn't in New York.
Well, that's the thing. So it's like, again, like in order to qualify for the awards, it's always LA and New York. So it's like the farthest I've ever traveled is like the outskirts
a
of
couple trains,
maybe like the Nighthawk Theater is really, and I'm on a subway, so it takes me like 30, 40 minutes to get there.
Right.
But as far as like, no, I mean, again, I'm very privileged to be in a place where there's like, I mean, up until recently, we had the Sunshine Cinema, we had all these indie cinemas. One of them is going to be playing it. Like I saw what is the movie with Jessica Chastain and James McAvoy where it's him and her? It's called Him and Her, but
it was
The Disappearance of Eleanor Rigby.
Right.
Yes. Were you saying it when I was saying it?
No, you said James McAvoy and Jessica Chastain. I said It Chapter 2.
Oh, it's good point. Yeah. Yes, that absolutely, and also Bill Hader's in that.
True,
well.
True.
I saw the full, complete cut at the Sunshine Cinema when originally you could only see the truncated version. So I saw it. It was actually called Him, Her.
Matthew in our chat says, I've gone more than 45 miles, but only to attend drive-in theaters since they're getting so rare. And this is hilarious because I grew up in, we were just talking about Kill Bill. I grew up where they filmed the desert scene in the trailer in the beginning of Volume 2. And that tiny town has, I don't think it's operational anymore because people there suck. But I grew up with a drive-in theater in our small town. But our actual theater sucked ass. So to go see, like, have a good experience, I would drive, like, very often, like 30 miles, 35 miles to a good theater. But we could go to the drive-in pretty much whenever we wanted. So we would do that probably once a month at least. What
I will say, so was the question specifically for intentionally going that distance just to see the movie?
Yes, specifically, like, if you went 45 miles to see a 70 millimeter cut, that wasn't going to play within 45 miles.
I was going to say, I've been on tour and then actually gone out of my way to I crossed the highway to get to the theater. Because I was like, no, I need to get to the theater.
I'm more talking about today, actually, I've heard a lot of people that said Lost Highway got such a limited release that many of them loved Lynch so much they traveled literally 3 hours to get to the nearest theater that was playing Lost Highway.
I can applaud that. Absolutely. I did sit it's not a distance, but I did sit in the Paris theater for 3 2.5 hours to see the full uncut Hamlet with Brandon's Hamlet back in the day. And if anyone's ever been to the Paris Theater in New York, the seats are so they are basically, they resemble like a middle school math class from the 1930s. They are just the most wooden, creaky, like uncomfortable seats of all time. Netflix may have, because they now own it, they may have fixed it up, but it was painful, but great. I love that version.
All right. Next, never have I ever from you.
Okay. Never have I ever bought a movie I didn't really like, but loved the packaging.
Definitely not for packaging. I've done it for special features.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know any off the top of your head?
Yeah. I really wanted to see, you know what? That's an easier one. Everybody knows I hate it. Crimes of the Future. I bought it from Second Sight because I wanted to watch the special features.
Hate it?
I hated Crimes of the Future.
Wow, I don't know if I knew that.
Yeah, I fell asleep watching it the first time in LA with Jeremy. Walked out going, that was shit. I know I slept through about 20 minutes of it, but it was shit. Tried it again and went, somehow it's worse than when I fell asleep.
There's no third act. This is my biggest complaint. There's no third act. It's missing the whole 30, 40 minutes. I
wanted to watch, because I've had this happen before, where supplemental features will talk me into not just like liking, but loving a film, and it didn't work.
I can't. I'm trying to think of, maybe this is one of those ones where I don't think I can answer that. Like, I don't think I have done that before.
Right.
Packaging, I'm sure I have. I can't really think off the top of my head, but I'm sure I have been swayed in some way. If I really hate a film, I absolutely will not buy it. Like, there are certain films that are on a no buy list for me.
No buy list.
Like, it's just, I will not. Even if it's like impulsively, I go to like a Goodwill and it's like $1. I'm like, nope, you're not going home with me. I'm not doing this.
Right.
I absolutely will not.
So my next one, I had one more about the theatrical experience for this.
Okay.
And this is going to be ridiculous because this is such an easy one to get you out with. Never have I ever gone to a theater and bought popcorn for me.
Wait, repeat. Like, so wait, what? Repeat.
Popcorn is not my movie snack. So I've never in my life gone to a theater and bought popcorn for me to eat.
If there's popcorn, it's mine. Like, for sharing it, but it's in some way mine. Yes, if I'm buying it, it's inherently mine, and I will share it because too much will give me a tummy ache. But
I've bought it, but it was for my wife or kids or friends or something like that. Just never for myself.
What is your movie food?
I mean, if I'm buying food, I'm a sucker for like a good nacho, but I would much rather just have like.
What is your snack? What is your go? If you're going to the concession stand, what do you get?
I would much rather have a small candy that comes in very small pieces that I can continuously throughout the entire length of the movie, just like continuously be throwing something kind of like popcorn, but just sugary rather than popcorn. I'd prefer that.
Like a chocolate or like a gummy?
No, like a gummy. Like lately, the one I've been going to, and John DeMarsco can account for this because we went to Nosferatu, which he accidentally bought 2 popcorns and gave me one, so I didn't buy it for myself. Chewy or gummy, whatever they call it, the singular Starburst, the little gummy Starburst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do those come unwrapped or they come
all unwrapped, thankfully.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I don't buy stuff at the concession stand. I bring my own stuff in there.
Don't we all? Yeah.
I like a good. I don't like to overeat or overdrink because I'm always worried I'll have to go and miss the movie.
Yep.
So I will. I'm so old. I'm gonna sound like I get a pack of Werther's Originals. I'm not fucking around with you. I'm serious. A good Werther's Original will last you like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Working your way through it, and it never loses flavor. I'm like, this is delicious. I don't care if it makes me old. I don't care, but it's so good.
All right, what is your next one? Because my next one is fun, and I can't wait to see people's reactions.
And I've never had dipping dots. I've never had any.
I want to know what dippy dots are now.
Dipping dots. I've never had dipping dots. I've seen them. They look tempting, but I've just never had them. They look like space food to me, and so I get nervous. Never have I ever.
Matthew Matthew says, when my wife was quite pregnant years ago, she carried in 2-foot-long subs into the theater for us, completely unconcealed, and the staff did not care. That's amazing.
Rightfully so. They're not paid enough. They don't care. They're like, you get on with that self.
She's pregnant. You don't fight with her.
You carry that sub. That's right.
She deserved it. How do you know it's a sub? It's unborn. That was such a stupid joke.
All right. I think everyone's going to be guilty. Everyone's going to have to hold up a finger on this one. Never have ever went all the way back to the store because of a minor dent in the slip and/or steelbook.
Ooh, gone.
Like you went home and then you opened it up and went, no, and you went all the way back. Not out in the parking lot. You went all the way back.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gone home and then done that.
Liar.
No, because I take them apart there and instead.
Okay. All the time?
I mean, nowadays, most of my stuff is not in a store. Like almost all of my stuff is not in a store.
Back when Best Buy was a thing.
Yeah, I opened every single one before I left. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Smart move. I had to learn the hard way from that many, many times.
This is this next one is one that people are going to be like, see, he is getting paid by these companies. But I can genuinely say this. Mm-hmm. I have never emailed any physical media company asking if my item was shipped yet or was going to ship or where my shipment was. If I bought it, I know it's coming and I trust them. I don't have any reason to ever follow up with an email. Have never done that.
Only with regard to when is my thing going to ship. Not a problem.
Yeah, no problems. Just about shipping. Like, when is it shipping? Or I'm showing that it shipped 3 weeks ago and I still don't have it. That's sort of different because, like, if it's been like 2 months and it disappeared, that's different.
I was about to say, I was like, if it's shipped and says it's shipping, and then all of a sudden I'm not getting a notification, because I'll have that happen where it's like I ordered from Grub and my shit disappeared.
But I'm talking like only when you can guarantee that it's lost, like not within 10 days.
Oh, no.
I'm talking like 4 weeks.
Like I said, I can stay busy. I'm good. In fact, to me, the psychology I give myself is that I say, like, I got something to look forward to.
Exactly.
Like that Mondo order, one bad day, I'm going to get home from work, but you know what? A box of Mondo is going to be there. I'm like, oh, yeah, today's the day. You know what's going to cheer me up? Cafe Flash.
A box of Mondos.
It's a big box of porn. No, Andy, I don't want your big box of porn.
All right. On the term of big box of porn, next Never Have I Ever.
Oh, how did you know? This one's pretty simple. Never have I ever accidentally purchased a movie I already owned.
Oh, definitely. I've done that in the last
month. And not just the movie, that edition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Was that before or after you had a guidebook or like an app or something like that?
Oh, I've done it after many times.
Wow, really?
My biggest thing, because once I got busy doing everything I've been doing, I couldn't keep up with it as much.
Stan, you wished it would be sexual. You wished it would be. I never made any promises. And if you have a question, you can ask it. I didn't say I wouldn't answer. You can ask anything you want. There are no limit. There are no rule. There are no limitations. I just happen to have physical media Never Have I Evers. But if you want to make this a Disconnected After Dark, that's fine.
So I just did it fairly recently and can explain this one in a very hilarious way. The last Target buy two get one free, I went to get the next wave of Disney Steelbooks and accidentally bought two of the same one. And then they showed up and I was like, I would never buy two of these. Did they mess up? And I went and looked and went, oh, fuck, you bought two of them accidentally. And then I realized like 2 weeks later, we were going to somebody's birthday party that wanted one of them. So I didn't return it. I just gave a discounted Steelbook.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I've done that at least,
Hey, Aaron, we are getting to Truth or Dare. That is happening in a little bit.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. No, we're sorry. Remember, we're in our jammies. We're here.
Do you have more Never Have I Ever, or do you want to go to the next game?
Let me see that. Our own claim. Okay. Well, do you have one before because this is my
no. Go right. I ran out of my last one. Go right ahead.
Okay. Can you think of one off the top of your head?
While you're naming this one, I probably can.
Give it a go, but I'll give you this one.
Okay.
Never ever claimed to have seen a movie I hadn't, just to avoid embarrassment.
Oh no, I'm the opposite. I will more often claim I haven't seen a movie that I'm pretty sure I have. Primarily because I mean, I think I've said it a couple times tonight. There's so many movies that I saw when I was just getting into movies that I just purely don't remember anymore. I saw them when I was like 17, 18, learning all of this stuff because I had so much free time back then. Life was so different. And I mean, I don't want to go into the sadness or anything, but so much shit happened in my life back then that I repressed so much of that shit. And I'm like fairly certain I have seen it, but I've put it out of my mind.
I will always answer honestly, except if it's someone who is like everyone's got those people in their life that are so aggressive when you haven't seen something, or just get on your case, and I will do it to avoid confrontation. And I'm like, I don't have time for this. I know how you're going to react. And I'll just go, oh yeah. And I'll just, yada yada over it. But if it's just an honest conversation, and be like, for the longest time, I had not seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I was just like, yep, I just managed to miss it.
You know what's funny? I've seen that movie probably 40 times, and I don't know why, but for like 20 years, I claimed that was my favorite movie. And not that it's a bad movie, but it's not even like one of the best movies I've ever seen. Why did I like it so much?
I don't know. I mean, again, I've never seen 16 Candles. Still haven't.
I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through. It's not, I don't think it's that good, to be honest.
I wouldn't know.
All right. Here is one that will surprise probably a lot of people, because I don't have a ton, but I have some. Never have I, this is very specific, by the way. Never have I ever bought from Umbrella direct.
I've never.
Amazing. Yeah, I've never gone to the Umbrella web store and bought from them. I've gotten a couple group buys from friends, so they'll have somebody that goes and buys, and I've gotten a couple that, in fact, I've got one package on the way. But yeah, I only have stuff that I got at Orbit and Diabolic for Umbrella for the most part.
I have probably a handful of umbrellas, many of which are the trailer compilations. I don't have a single deluxe edition.
This is where I'm ridiculous. I have like 50 Umbrella releases, and I've never bought from this site.
It's the shipping. Sorry, it's the shipping. I'm sure there's people who don't want to ship from Kino because it's just ridiculous overseas. Yeah. Never ever returned a duplicate, so I benefited from it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, never ever returned it. Yeah. Well, that's because you're generous, KB.
Real Black is here. What's going on, man? Aaron says, I actually did this on Black Friday based on your recommendation. Oops.
What was that? What did
shopping from Umbrella, probably.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, by the way, someone earlier asked me if I got the Neverending Story. I think Ronnie may have asked me that or something.
No, I think it was Tony.
Oh, sorry. Look, 15, 20 years ago, I probably would have, because I got the Neverending Story book I would have put on a pedestal or something like that. But it's not the actual book. You don't open it up and read the book, and it's like, yeah, shelf space is.
Aaron bought the 4K Umbrella bundle from Umbrella on Black Friday, which great bundle. If you wanted all the titles,
oh yeah, that was a good deal.
Incredible price.
And that site crashed like a motherfucker.
Yep. So did Imprints on Black Friday. I was.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes, no, Imprints was. Yes.
Yeah, they had. I don't remember what it was. There was one box set from them that I wanted that I don't have yet that I went to get, and I landed in my cart, and like 14 times I tried to check out and it never worked.
Yeah. Old school Severn.
Oh God, old school Severn. All right. Do you want to do the next one, or should I go with my trivia?
Well, I ran out of my Never Have I Ever's. My next game up was Truth or Dare, so I'm going to have you go to your trivia.
All right, so we're gonna do. This is out of, what is it called? I just forgot the name of it, and of course, it's not printed on the card. There it is. Trivial Pursuit Horror Edition. We're gonna do like 3 cards. That's it. Nothing crazy. If you get the answer before Cibener, kudos to you. This is just to see what Cibener can do. I'm just gonna draw a random card from the middle of the deck. I've been shuffling these. Sorry if it's been loud.
Calling me out.
Yeah.
I love that you're shuffling a deck I have never read from before. You just shuffle them.
It's got to be random.
I know none of these cards.
So each of these cards has 6 questions on it.
Okay.
So the first one in Army of Darkness. By the way, Army of Darkness came out in 1992. It says the incantation Ash has trouble reciting properly was a reference to what classic sci-fi film?
Oh my
If
God.
you can answer first before Cibener, you win.
Plan 9 from outer space. I have no idea.
That's on the right track.
Forbidden Planet.
Slightly classier.
It's like the day the Earth stood still.
Yes. Speaking of rumors, I think that's rumored to be coming to 4K this year.
Hopefully, someone was just talking. Wasn't Chris talking about that last week with you? I remember hearing someone talk about the day the Earth stood still because you can get the Keanu version, but you can't get. I think he did bring that up.
Probably.
Yeah, I believe he did bring that up.
All right, next one. How many members does the criminal gang have in The Last House on the Left, specifically the original?
Specifically the original.
Ooh, I would have got this wrong.
In that case, I feel like I'm going to have to say 4.
It is 4.
It is 4 because I'm thinking of the remake and I'm thinking 3. So I'm like, well, I'm going to guess 3.
Exactly.
I'm going to say 4.
So you get Krug, Junior Stillo, Sadie, and Fred Weasel Podowski. Good job, Matthew. I bet without the lag, you probably would have got that before Sibs.
Yes, and actually, funny enough, hold on. Yeah, I just got this. So it's because that's why it's not open. But I did. I traded in because I got some credits.
Oh, that's right. I think you sent a picture of that to me.
Yeah. So, how to do that? So when the 4K shows up, you're welcome.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of surprised they haven't done on 4K yet. Like they did Hills Have Eyes very quickly.
Which it's weird because I would say my argument would be if there wasn't a 4K of Hills Have Eyes is that everything I've read is that this is the best. It's good. Like the material is just you can't work with it. But again, you did a 4K of Hills Have Eyes, so I'm not. That's not exactly like a Christopher Nolan film compared to this. They're both his low budget days.
This one, I love this movie, and I don't even remember the answer to this. What is the color of the lanterns that are lit at the houses of the invitation members from the invitation?
Red.
It is red. Good job.
Yeah.
The final scene in Carrie is revealed to be the dream of what character?
Oh, it's the nice girl. God
Good job, Travis.
Someone's gonna get this. Allison. I don't know their names.
It's an alliterative name, if that helps.
Does not.
Don says Dorothy. It is not Dorothy.
Megan, Lisa. I have no.
It's a very 1960s, 1970s type of name that you would see in a
Beatrice. I have no idea.
I'm kind of surprised. Like
I know the face. I can see the face. It's what's her name from Dressed to Kill, right?
I believe so.
Yes, it's Karen Allen.
Sue Snell is her name.
Sue Snell. Wait, not Karen Allen. Yeah, it is. Wait,
I think so.
Wait, who plays Marion in Indiana Jones? That's Karen Allen.
It sounds right.
But the other girl was who was the one that was married to Spielberg?
Oh, what the hell? I just clicked.
Amy Irving. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate it. It's Amy Irving in the last. Yes.
We have three different names back to back: Nancy Allen, Karen Allen, Amy Irving.
Nancy Allen is Spielberg's ex-wife. Amy Irving is in Carrie, and then Karen Allen is Marion.
Good job, everybody.
This is why we do this after the long chat.
Right.
We do this later.
Next one, in Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, where did Henry and Otis meet?
I've actually never seen Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, so I cannot.
Ooh, damn good movie.
And I admit it, and I own it, and I have not seen it yet.
They met in prison.
I should have.
What is... I don't think you've seen this one either. What is the nickname of the hacker assisting the police investigation in Suicide Club?
What the fuck did you just say?
Have you seen... So you haven't seen Suicide
Club? I have never seen Suicide Club. I've literally have no idea.
It is The Bat.
The Bat.
Yes.
Did you know that?
No, because I have never seen Suicide Club.
See, we're honest. We admit we haven't seen something.
Yeah, 100%. In fact, somebody just did a 4K of that, and I wanted to get it, but I have not yet.
See, I think off the top of my head, I think Suicide Kings, but that's the Christopher Walken. What's his name? What's that actor's name from Go? Oh, he was everything back in the 90s. Can't remember his name. Someone will say it.
All right, we'll go through at least one more card. This is taking longer on the cards than I thought.
Go ahead.
What color hair do all the mysterious children have in Village of the Damned from 1960?
Blonde.
Of course. In The Loved Ones from 2009, hopefully you've seen it, who does Loya Stone inject with a household cleaner-filled syringe?
Who does she inject? Is there a prom date?
Well, it may have been. It's been a while since I've seen that one.
I have not seen it, but I own it though, so I know the
specifically they're asking about a name.
Seymour, thank you, Aaron. By the way, thank you.
Brent Mitchell is what they were looking for.
You know what? I don't know Brent Mitchell from Adam, so I don't know.
Next one. What mathematical quality accurately identifies room numbers with traps in cube?
What? Read that again. I'm sorry.
What mathematical quality accurately identifies room numbers with traps in cube?
Root number?
Close.
I've not seen cube.
Oh.
Again, I own it.
This is kind of a spoiler, so I don't know that I want to say this one.
I'll just skip over then.
Okay. I will say the first guess was
Fibonacci. There you go.
It's not. It's okay. Well, they are powers of prime.
Anyway, I don't. It's
powers of prime numbers.
Okay. In one ear, out the other. I'm good. Thank you.
The town in which The Fog takes place has how many founders?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's been so long since I've seen The Fog. How many founders? I have two guesses. It's either 6 or 12.
One of those is correct.
I'm going to say 12.
The other one was correct.
It's 6? All right.
What actor that played one of the victims in Maniac, the original 1980, was also the special effects artist on Dawn of the Dead?
I'm not going to respect that with an answer. So.
Good. Who was the director of Suspiria? Why are those last two so easy?
I mean, which Suspiria do you want?
Ooh, it was Luca Argento.
Exactly.
All right.
With Nancy Irving.
With Nancy Irving in the lead role.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do another card of those later if we run out of fun stuff. Your turn.
Okay. We can't really do Dare. I can't think of anything for you to do Dare wise, like lick a Blu-ray. I'm not.
I had a couple of those lined up for you, but
you can ask me to do it, but from you, I can't think. I didn't think.
Okay.
I didn't think of anything for you to do because I'd rather just know the truth. Truth or Dare, but what is the most you've spent on a single release? Not a box set, a single release.
Ooh, damn. I'm gonna get flat out called out here.
Good night, Travis. Thanks for joining.
Wait, the way you just said that, you said single release, not just single film?
A single movie release. Like, it cannot be a 2-pack. It's not a box set. It's not it could be a big packaging. But it's a single movie. It could be a one-click. It could be a hard box. It could be a steel book. It could be anything. Stan, I'm interested. Which one? What did you get for $80?
See, this is hard. Like, I have a very expensive release of Grindhouse, but that's 2 films.
I'll consider that one because it is meant to be seen as one.
Okay, so I pre-ordered, so full price, the one click of Grindhouse because I love Grindhouse so much.
Oh, okay. What did that run you? Do you remember?
Like, after shipping, it was like $220 or something like
Christ,
that.
man.
Yeah, it was a dumb time of my life.
No,
other than that,
Grindhouse too.
Single films, I think it might still be Dawn of the Dead second sight pre-order.
What was that? 150?
Like 125.
I thought it'd be more. I thought you would have spent more. For some reason, I feel like there's like another Uber Deluxe one movie edition that you may have bought that was more. I don't know.
On a lot of those, I've done a lot of like trading or and I mentioned this before. I don't know how many people have heard me talk about this, but I run a waffle group on Facebook still, so I get stuff in raffles. And
waffle group.
We call them waffles because Facebook will block your group if you use the word.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
Never Ending Story is a good choice. A lot of people would say the same.
Sure. Yeah.
So I quite often I will win something in one of the raffles, and I know somebody else wants it. Mm-hmm. So I will offer to have the person that I won the raffle from send it to them if they will send me something of equal, or like if they would offer something around that. So I would have only paid literally like $20 and got something that's worth like $300.
The blue fans I know sell for a lot. Like those, if you want to buy them, are good. Aaron, yes, that is that's why I'm kind of disappointed. I was like, I thought people were going to start selling their old third mans because of the 4K, but
right.
But yeah, that is people dropping at $300. That to me is like Radioactive Man #1. But I can't bring myself to do it. I don't love the film that much. Probably for me like $100. Maybe not. Maybe like $80. For a minute there, I was gonna say it was but it's a box set, so it doesn't count. But it was the who's the director that did Portrait of a Lady on Fire? What's her name?
Is it Siama or is that
Celine
Sciamma?
Celine Sciamma or something like that?
Yeah.
The Korean release.
Oh, the fancy ass one, yeah.
Yeah. That after shipping, when I ordered it, was like, oh, I didn't realize shipping from here was so expensive.
Right.
And I was like, fuck it. I've gone too far. I can't go back. So it was like, maybe it was like $160. I was like, goddamn.
I'm going to do my next one. I'm going to say, I'm going to offer you truth or dare like you did, knowing that I'm choosing dare for you. I'm going to say, in your collection, because I know that you should have most of them, grab what you would say is your least favorite of like what everybody else would say is top tier John Carpenter films, and explain why.
Oh, okay. So what I think is top tier that most people say is not top tier?
That you think is the worst of what everybody else thinks is like very good.
Okay. Hold on. Let me see.
I'll be honest. Obviously, we're not talking about Memoirs of an Invisible Man or Elvis or Dark Star.
What? Well, I'll be honest. I have not seen all of Carpenter's stuff, so I have not seen Elvis. I bought Elvis.
It was only because it was his birthday. That's why I had it written down.
No. I have not. I just full disclosure. I have not seen Elvis. So, of the one, I would say, what is top tier?
I mean, we're talking Halloween, The Thing, Big Trouble in Little China, Escape from New York.
No one's going to argue me with that, because if I say Halloween is top tier, there's enough people that are going to say, yeah, it is.
I'm just one that which one you think is the worst?
Oh, I think is the worst. Sorry, I keep forgetting that. Okay, the worst. The worst. I'm not doing Ghost of Mars because everyone does fucking Ghost of Mars.
Yeah, Ghost of Mars and Vampires and like Village of the Damned. Those are like mid tier. We're talking The Fog, Assault on Precinct 13, Halloween, Escape from New York, The Thing.
I'm gonna say, goddamn.
Stan says They Live. Matthew says I don't love The Thing.
I think The Thing is a masterpiece to me. I can't even, to be a hot take, say that. But I mean, Escape from LA is not exactly top tier cinema for me.
Right.
I will say of what I have here. Look, I love Cheryl Lee from Twin Peaks.
What you think is the worst?
Yeah. No. I get it. She I know what you're asking me. I'm making a note. Okay. Whereas I do love Cheryl Lee, but I think Vampires is not good.
And like I said, Vampires and Ghost of Mars are mid tier, but that's okay.
Well, then if I had to really grab it, I'm not a big fan of Big Trouble in Little China.
Okay. See, for a lot of
the day, so it's for me, it's like it's a whole bag of offensive content.
For a lot of people, that is a very hot take. And honestly, I don't think it's offensive at all, actually.
Well, it's because it's just a little, it's playing to the Fu Manchu type of like, you know what I mean?
No, fully disagree on that one.
I don't know. It's just not for...
So I totally get it. That's your answer. Your turn for truth or dare.
I'm going to get so many comments from people I've never met before. Look, it's tough. John Carpenter's a great director. It's like, you want me to do a Sophie's Choice here.
That's the point, yeah.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I'm not a big Assault on Precinct 13 fan.
We're done. It's your turn.
We're done when I say I'm done. What is my... Oh, truth or dare. Okay. What is the worst boutique release in your collection?
Oh, God. When I was trying, like... For a long time, I try. Big Trouble in Little Cibener is a really funny comment. I was trying things from all of the boutiques for a while to see like, hey, I want to make sure that I am, expanding my palette and everything. I have Massacre video releases that I think are absolute shit. I want to sell them. I just have not gotten around to selling stuff yet. Mm-hmm. I have Hail Caesar that I talked shit about recently for being a terrible AI restoration from MVD Rewind.
I thought you were talking about the Coen brothers. I was like, leave them alone. I like Hail Caesar.
That doesn't have a boutique release either. Hail Caesar would probably be up there.
No VCI, really? Or just you don't own them? You just don't own them?
No, I own, I think the only ones I own from VCI are John Carpenter's Dark Star. Mm-hmm. And I've got something that nobody talks about enough. Shout out VCI for this. They have a lot of really great classic Mexican films, actually. Mm-hmm. They've not done a great job with them, but they're very good movies. Just not in a great, it's not a great restoration. They're on really low quality compression discs. Even the slip on the, not slip cover, but the actual sleeve is blurry and out of an inkjet printer. But the Mexican releases from VCI are excellent. Nobody else would release those. So I'm stoked that I have those. Yeah. I think some Scream Factory releases are really terrible, and we don't talk about them enough. A bunch of Scream Factory releases. Me and somebody else was texting about this one this week. Funeral Home. A lot of us were all excited when Funeral Home came out, and it was just, hey, we finally have it on Blu-ray, yay. Hardly anybody talked about that movie. Looks like dog shit on that release. It looks bad. I wish anybody else would have got that film. It deserves so much better. It's one of those, it just is not good.
I have since sold it because I got the 4K and thank God they fixed it. And I usually try to take every review with a grain of salt, but the studio, I guess boutique, I'm breaking my own rules. I was going to say The Man Who Knew Too Much, the Jimmy Stewart version. It was just god. They were right. The grain is buzzing all over the place. It was impossible to watch. Boutique wise, I'll say that they don't look bad, but there's a couple of movies that Shout put out, which always saddens me because it's a movie I really like and I want some more stuff from it. Is I wanted a better release for 8mm.
Yeah.
I wanted Single White Female to have a better version. That was when I first started buying Scream Factory. I was like, what the fuck? Because I would get Urban Legends. I'm like, yeah, deluxe version. And then it's what the fuck? Interview with Second Gaffer?
All right. I will make this one up on the spot. You can pick this time. Truth.
Okay. Oh, truth. You know what? Just dare me, because I'm asking you all the truths.
All right, dare you.
Yes.
I dare you
no, I'm
to take a title with an out-of-print slipcover and throw it across the room. Kidding.
You might as well just drop the N-word. I'm sorry. Look, we are trying to differentiate from Dead Pit. The dude tearing up his slipcovers. I'm sorry, that's black. Yeah, Ronnie.
It was a joke. It was a joke. I dare you to get a title that you
Okay.
purchased and immediately regretted, and hold it up and explain to us why.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. I have to figure out where I put it. Hold on.
I'm so ready to hear the story.
Oh,
It's probably one we've already talked about.
I think I've mentioned it once or twice. I gotta get my little step stool. Hold on. I'll tell you the story. So I, again, try not to listen to opinions on YouTube, and I'm like, you know what? I want to see it. That sounds great. So I'm gonna get it. Screw you all. Here you guys. I'm going home. And then I get it, and I watch it, and I'm like, nope, everyone's right. I'm an idiot. And thank goodness I didn't buy the even more expensive version from overseas. This thing is the most well-packaged piece of hot garbage.
That movie sucks ass so much.
It angers me to no end. We could be here till tomorrow morning if I go on about this movie. The audio commentary sounds like it was recorded on like a phone with no filter. You can hear like the air conditioning in the background. It's terrible.
You did so much better than me. I watched that movie and went, this is so bad, I don't want to like it more. I'm not doing any of the special features.
I tried to find something. There's a scene at the end where there's a letter that is sent to one of the characters, as far as I can recall. It's verbatim. The fucking letter from Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Like, that's just like the same as stealing someone's writing. What are you doing?
Yeah, and they claimed it was an homage or something, right?
Fuck your own mouth. No.
I'll do one that it very much aligns with yours
I put this
hilariously.
thing back. Keep talking. I didn't want to put this thing in my fucking.
Before tonight's show, I was going to change out the poster for tonight and put a different one, and then I realized it's John Carpenter's birthday. I can't take down They Live. But funny enough, I was going through my poster gallery and realized when I bought the Scary of 61st, for some reason I loved the print that VS did for it, and I bought the print.
Oh my god!
So I have the full print for a movie that I hate for some reason.
Oh my god, that is. I'm sorry. My condolences. Yeah. I would like to thank. Trying to think. That one just is the number one thing that comes to mind where I have to think about something. I'm like, I immediately regret this. You know, I try to find something that is redeemable about it. I can't even think like off the top of my head of like a movie that is really like, oh man, why did I do this?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I will say I recently watched. And it's nothing. The movie may have been trying to get to this point, so maybe I just think that was the movie's intention. Was Simon Killer? It was an OCN partner label release.
Or I think yeah.
This from IFC. It's interesting. The character is just so annoyingly obnoxious. I just cannot. My review for it on the VS site was the untalented Mr. Ripley. Because it's just like every Chad formed in this one douche nozzle, and
is that starring Doormat Damon?
Doormat Damon. Oh, I this. But again, I think he's supposed to be unlikable, but he's so unlikable I can't even get behind the character. It's like yeah. Yes, we are still alive.
We're going to be here a while, my friend.
Yeah. Don't you worry.
KB says the Art Attack set of Terrifier is still available on Umbrella if you want to make your first purchase.
I'm good. I'll wait for the fourth one and then I will get the whole thing.
And then I'll wait for the fifth one.
Yeah. I mean, again, in some ways, art is right. I'm just saying.
All right, it's your turn.
Nice one. He won't hurt you. Every time he kills someone, it's because someone is just immediately rude to him. When people are being nice to Art, he doesn't do anything. And then they turn on him and he kills him.
Have a good night, Aaron. Get some
Thank
sleep.
you, Aaron.
All right, sir, what do you got next?
Oh, what? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, you did ask me that. Okay, this is an honest, come to Jesus moment. Do you ever think you have too many movies?
Oh, quite often for sure. In fact,
And then
my
you buy
biggest,
another one.
oh yeah, because there's stuff that I like. Space is the biggest problem, and the truth of the matter is, we are either going to move soon, or I'm going to literally annex my kids' playroom because they don't use it for much. Like they're past the age of physical toys, and this was always the plan. So this is not like a nefarious thing. I'm planning on utilizing, because it's a long room. It's not very wide, so it's a very long room. I'm planning on utilizing about 75% of it for the collection, and then the front quarter as a fairly small theater area to put like a decent TV down there, and everything that's in this room that's like, I mean, I've got on the desk stuff that I've talked about recently. Like there's a pile right here.
Yeah.
All of this can go on the shelf, and I will still have extra room, which is exciting. But also, that doesn't mean I'll still get to watch all of them. Like, I understand that as a retirement plan, I will likely never be able to get to all of these bonus features, all of these films, everything, and all of these box sets that I want to. However, one justification, we're literally running a production company now that we have to refer to a lot of these things. I mean, I don't think this is saying too much. So let me make sure in my head that I can.
We're live, Ryan.
Yes, I'm trying to make sure that I can not get in trouble if I say this. I'm working on a release for a label that we've never worked with before, and they were unable to get a subtitle track for one of the films that we're putting out. And I had a UK release of the film, and they said, let's just rip the subtitles from this other disc. And so I had to go and take that disc and send it off to a lab so that they could pull it, and I can correct the British
Can you
spelling.
do that, though? I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but can you just rip isn't that technically someone's work that they did?
If you got permission and you're licensing it from that label, they just don't have the file still.
Oh,
yes,
I get you saying. Okay, I get you saying. Okay.
So the thing is, a lot of this shit might be useful for referencing for a disc or for a visual essay, or being able to say, hey, I need to talk about I need to talk about Jack Arnold, like we did earlier this year on that Film Masters release. I've got 7 Jack Arnold films. Let me go look at the bonus features to make sure that we're covering new ground. And I've done that for a lot of our projects. And so, yeah, this is a lot, but also for what I'm doing now, a lot of it is justified. And I don't want to sound like I'm just buying things to buy things, but literally, I mean,
I don't think you are. I would never. I don't think that.
The sign that is in my intro for the show literally says the Disconnected Museum and Library, and a lot of it is that. Like, a lot of this is reference now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't think I'm the only one saying this. Is that people kind of, especially you look at the age range of people who collect physical media. It's like you grew up or were around at the time of video stores, and you wanted to have that. Everyone wanted a video store in their home. They wanted a video store. And it's not so much. It's like everyone's like, "Oh, you're going to get to that. When are you going to watch that movie?" Paul. I love that question. I actually saw that. I'm going to answer that in just a second. I have an exact. I immediately know my answer for that one. Is that it's the ability. It's the I'm not relying on licensing. I'm not relying
access. Yeah,
exactly. I'm not going to rely on one day. I'm going to go in there and all of a sudden Netflix said, "Fuck you." It's some form of control over the thing that I love, that I can, exactly. Like one rainy day, I can go to the shop and go, what do I want? Oh, yes, this, and maybe sometime I'll put that in and be like, I don't know why I bought that for $5 on Amazon.
Right.
Fine, I'll just sell it. But I want to at least know that I have it there, to answer, because before I forget or pause, well, actually, it's probably really early in Australia right now. But to answer your question, kill her goats.
Oh, geez. That ad campaign was everywhere.
God damn, that was like the Nintendo glove. That was like the power glove of physical media, where just the end result was, fuck you.
You know what's hilarious is that it seems like everybody bought Kill Her Goats and watched it when, what did I just spend $20 on?
And then they town.
No. They did their second title.
I know.
Nobody bought it. I saw it
Exactly.
in nobody's pickups. I was like, oh, thank goodness. People actually answered with their wallet here.
But you really felt like if they had not done another release, it's like they conned us and skipped down.
So I'm going to give a little more controversial answer than yours, I think. Mine is this thing. I should have saved the $73 and not picked up Trick or Treat.
Wow. People are naming that like their number one release. Why? Why do you feel that way?
Because I didn't need the booklet and hard box for this release. Standard would have been just fine. The only difference is it still would have been like $40, and it's not saving that much. But yeah, I did not need it. I mean, I had here's the thing, and people have probably heard me just say this before. Titles that I've owned a bootleg for, when they get announced on physical media legally, I will immediately purchase it. And that's one of the things that drove me to purchase this, is I had a bootleg for it. I knew that I wanted to support the rights holder and say, I'm going to do the right thing. So I was going to own it, but I probably didn't need the $73 deluxe edition of Trick or Treat.
Can I ask you, is that just off the top of your head because that's the one that immediately comes to mind? Because I feel like there's other hard boxes where you're like, I didn't need this. Because that of all things is like, because it was rare before, and it's like, you strike me as it's like, it's rare, it was never available, and I want this deluxe thing. Whereas there's got to be something in the past where you've been like, I didn't need a hard box for that. Like
I'm sure there are others. It was close. And
I was asking you if it's like, just like, oh yeah, this is what comes to mind.
But the other big thing is it was more expensive than it was worth, I think. I know that this was a controversial discussion in our Discord. By the way, sign up for the Patreon if you want to have these discussions.
Discord? What is this Discord you speak of?
Trick or Treat. People were comparing the upcoming Ignite Films release of Reanimator on 4K and the Trick or Treat release, and say, if you bought Trick or Treat, you better be buying Ignite. Those are about the same price. And yeah, I mean, they're close, but also the Ignite Films release has way more than the Trick or Treat release has on it. And it's a film I know I love. Trick or Treat's not that great of a movie. And I don't know, like, this for $73 after shipping was just not worth it for me.
Yeah. I'm looking at other stuff where I'm like, did I really need? And it's probably going to be one of those like deluxe boxes of like, I could have just waited for that other thing to come out. I didn't need that. I try to be very cautious when, again, I go back to Scanners and The Brood. I'm like, do I need it, or is this because I love Cronenberg and I want them all to be big, thick boxes? Paul, it is 1:20 a.m. for me. Yeah, I can't. I'm thankful that of all my impulse things, I'm very good about not doing that. There are times, obviously, when I will impulsively buy something when it first comes out, thinking it's going to sell out fast, and then it doesn't. And then at some point, and we can talk about like the vinegar syndrome of it all. It's like that thing of like you jump on it, and it's like, holy shit, you got 5,000 more copies left. You know, right. That's usually what happens to me. Where it's like, you know, I think they still have, you know, the media book of Benedetta, you know, which is available, like, and I thought it was going to be like immediately selling out. Irreversible stayed on at Indicator for a very long time,
way longer than I expected.
Really, like I'm still shocked by that.
But I think they did 10,000 copies.
Yes, but the Keep sold out in under 40 hours.
And by the way, Irreversible, a much better film than the Keep.
That's my point. It's like a very, like, for them to do it. We've not seen anything like that since. Before or since. Like, nothing that extreme.
Right. And Irreversible has got another release since then.
Exactly. And that's it. Look, again, I like my version, but the one from, you know, OCN probably would have saved me a little bit of money in shipping and all that stuff. Is it your turn or mine?
I think it's yours.
Of course it is. No, because I think I asked you, do you ever think you have too many movies? I think that's where this all stems from.
Oh, yeah.
And then we went into Paul's with the FOMO.
Real Blacks is Flesh for Frankenstein.
Oh, okay.
That's a good movie. I like that one.
And like I mean, maybe I'm just feel lucky because I got it for like I think it was like $25 during the, like, not this sale, but the last one.
Right.
so I don't regret it as much. If I had paid top tier, I'd been like, no. Am I the only one who has irreversible without irreversible? Oh, from Indicator.
No, I'd probably talk about the OCN one without the slip.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the Indicator. I remember, and I think wasn't it delayed? It was delayed for a while. The Indicator one. There was something to do with the.
Yes, I think there was a box or book problem that delayed it for like a month.
It wasn't the straight version. It wasn't there that problem? Something to do with that, because you have the reverse and you got the chronological version.
Yep.
Yeah. So it is your turn then.
All right. Let's see. I'm now looking around and trying to make something up on the fly.
No, go for it. Go for it. I mean, many regrets I have.
It's a sensitive time to discuss this, but I know that people would love to hear our answers for this.
Yeah. Go for it.
We are transported to a time where, just like LA is facing right now, it's a dangerous time. You're forced to evacuate.
I'm going down with my movies. Ryan.
You can only fit 3. What are the 3
I'm
you
going
grab?
down with my
No,
movies.
you're not allowed. The
down
cops are standing there.
Captain does not abandon his ship.
I mean, I would say the same, but if you can only pick 3, what are you picking?
This is Sophie's choice. You're basically, but I have 4,000 children.
Yep.
God damn. Spoiler alert on Sophie's choice. Sorry. I'm spoiling everything tonight, apparently. 3. I get 3. Okay. I know I got this. This is the first Sophie's choice between these two. I'm taking the Twin Peaks TV show.
You took one of my answers. Nice.
Yeah, just like when we make bets.
That is true.
Okay. I'm looking around. Because, again, I'm just looking at this immediate thing, but I got a whole... You don't see it. I literally have a whole other wall over there.
Right.
Lord Almighty. Listen. Just because it is so hard to come by at this point is the De Niro De Palma set from Arrow. It's just not... I don't know when that will ever come back out.
Interesting choice. Yeah,
I got that for $20 on who are the people that do the every now and again they do the Arrow sales to the U.S. What am I thinking of?
Grindhouse.
No, the other one. They have the big scale, but if you add something outside of the category, they all of a sudden they start charging major shipping. Oh, what are their names? Why am I blank? It's late, but someone's going to get this for me. No, that's a good, Ronnie. That's a good choice. But in any case, it was a $20, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll get that Brian De Palma thing, and thank God, because it was right after that. Yeah, it's going to come to me right afterwards. I'm like, damn it, I should have said it. Yeah, that one, and I got one more. Oh man, you know what? I have to at least grab something that I do love to watch. No, because I can just replace it. I can just get it. This is I'm trying to think of things that's like these are rare editions or something like that.
Right.
Oh man. Bear with me one moment. I'm just going to look over here for a second. Again, my shelves are real. Oh, you know what? It's my Arrow edition of Donnie Darko.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna have to go with that because I was looking for that thing for so long, and again I found it for $20. I don't know who was pricing it, but I found a book off for $20, and it was like such a happy day. I pulled that thing off a shelf. I was like, I thought good thoughts. I was like, please don't be expensive. Please don't be expensive. And yeah, Ronnie, no, thankfully not the step stool this time, but because I looked up, I was like, oh, I see it right there. Yeah, it was just that thing that I remember being at Barnes & Noble's, and it was before I got into boutiques, and I was like, oh, I'll come back for it. And then it wasn't there. And I found out things can go out of print.
So the way that I would answer this, it would have to be, I'm just going to say 3 things that are sentimental for me, because if not, it's just going to be this next question, which would be, I'm going to ask you in just a moment, what is the like 2 or 3 most expensive items in your collection if you were to go sell it secondhand for the fullest price? So we're going to talk about that in just a second. But my 3, I'm going to say I have a copy of The Devil's Rejects signed by Sid Haig.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a hell of a day for me. Really had a great day that day. So I would keep that. I would keep probably my Robin Hood Prince of Thieves 4K from Arrow, just because it was my favorite movie for years. And then the last one, this is obvious, but I mean, this is one that I could replace for $25, so it's no big deal. But Spider Labyrinth 4K. It's the first thing printed with our names on it, and that was a big deal for me. But now the big thing, like 3 items in your collection that you own. If it was I need to rebuild, and these things I can sell for the most money, what are those 3 things that you're grabbing immediately?
I mean, the Celine Sciamma thing probably goes for a pretty penny. Those once they're out, and
right.
You know, I could pray, and that's the only place you can get those films. So, but as far as like demand, like rare out of print, like I have Dawn of the Dead, the US one. If someone wanted that, I have Dogma. And I have a couple of. The thing is, now that we're getting all these like Sandpiper releases,
right?
They're not technically out of print anymore. Oh, I have a bunch of Kinos that are. I have Modern Girls. These are like unknown movies, but these are like completely gone. Which, if you look online, it's like holy shit! Didn't realize people wanted. Yeah, KB. The big thick, the original Blu-ray one. But like movies that are like, there's a big demand for Modern Girls with Daphne Zuniga, but I always tell people, if there is any film you are even remotely interested in Kino, and especially if it's a director's filmography that you're into, just buy it. Because
there's so many random things for Kino that go out of print that are suddenly $120. It makes no sense.
Oh, Camp Nowhere. I'm not.
Yeah, that was the one I was thinking.
Yes, the Camp Nowhere is mine. I'm not. Thank God I bought that when I did, because yes. But like, yeah, Foxes. I passed on it a gazillion times. It went into the While Supplies Last. I didn't really get that. I thought it would come back later. And it's the only Adrian Lyne film I don't have. And it's $140 on eBay. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm sorry. No. It's not happening.
So my
Man, I'm okay. Don't worry. If you're about to type it, I'm okay.
My 3 for this, I think, are the Jess Franco triple feature Blu-ray from Mondo Macabro, which I've seen that sell for like $500 for some reason. And then I've got I think it's Turbine Media in Germany. The Suspiria box set that's literally like bigger than a vinyl, and it's like 11 discs or something like that. It's a gorgeous freaking release, and that thing still goes for like $400, $350. And then the last one, I don't. This isn't even that special, but it goes for like $500, even open. Columbia Classics Volume 1. I mean, that thing is so pricey.
I feel like I came across that once, and even after it was out of print, and it was like $50, and I was like, I just don't want it. I don't know why I didn't want it, but I did because I'm not a long box fan. 2 things I'm surprised you didn't mention: the Herschel Gordon Lewis cereal box.
It's dropped dramatically in price because they released a standard edition.
Okay, but still, I mean, don't people want they want the thing?
Yes, but it's gone down to only like $200, and it used to be like $400.
But what about the video store, like the standard? But so people still want the one with the box and not the.
Yeah, but I mean, when it used to be like $300, $350, and now it's only like $150 to $200, it's different.
I got you.
But I used to have the Shock and Gore set, the one that was only $500 in the full world, which is all of the same discs as the cereal box, and it had the fake eye and the vinyl record and everything. I got rid of that thing. I sold that thing for a lot.
Remember when that Possession set was like the thing, the creme de la creme of all collections?
$80 that thing went for, and it's so not worth it. Now we're going to get something that blows it out of the water from Second Sight.
But even now, like when it was like velvet. It's velvet line. I mean, if you, I know you don't have it, but if anyone has it, the acrylic Dune set.
A friend of mine watched it today. He's got it from Cook Media. Yeah,
that thing is, that's like,
yep, because it's still the only place to get the spice pepper cut or whatever it's called.
The original. Yeah, this is the extended like TV cut.
Yep,
but it's not the same because it's in 4:3.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, why don't you do one more of those, and then we can go to the next game.
Okay. What were we doing? We were doing truth
or dare still.
Oh, okay. What do you think was okay? Okay, I'm gonna ask these really fast because these are pretty fun. Quite, you don't have to like, you're not gonna like give a deep explanation. When do you think you would stop collecting?
I don't.
Just no, never gonna happen.
Probably not.
Okay. Barring any unforeseen events, you're absolutely never gonna stop.
I mean, I've no reason to believe that I will. I mean, yeah. I appreciate all this much more than anything else. So yeah.
Yeah, no, fair answer. Again, just to reiterate, anyone else can chime in with their answers. It's not just.
I don't know if this was a mistype, but I like Ronnie's answer that just says "when I." When I
No, Ronnie, you are still going to haunt the video store and you're going to buy stuff. I know you will. People turn around and go, "Wasn't that just here?" It's because Ronnie took it.
I really like the idea of when are you going to give up? When I. There's no answer there.
It's like in Ghost when he learns how to move the dime. And Ronnie's going to be like trying to learn how to move the disc to put it in a player. It's like the Unchained Melody starts playing.
Yep.
Okay. What's the longest you've ever gone without buying a new title?
Oh, God, probably as long as like having a subscription doesn't count, because like they're still coming during that time, like 2.5 months.
Like impulsive buy.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. Like, there's a couple times I've gone long, like 2.5 to 4 months.
This
probably
is not when I've known you.
No,
it's not when I've known you.
It is definitely true. I do not do that. I've slowed down quite a bit.
Okay, this last one might take you a little bit longer. Who would win in a fight, Will or Jeremy?
Will, by a lot.
Why do you think that?
Jeremy is very close to Will's height.
Okay.
I think Will has had a more troubled experience in life.
You're saying Will bites, is what you're basically saying?
I'm saying Will has had to work to get to where he's at, and Jeremy's hands are soft.
He's a scrapper. You're saying he's a scrapper.
Yeah, Will is definitely a scrapper. Like, Will was a bouncer for a little bit. So, like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no question there. That's definitely Will.
What have Will got between Jeremy and the theater, though?
Any theater but the New Bev, Will wins. The New Bev, it might be Jeremy.
That's my thing. Is that like?
But it still goes 12 rounds.
Okay.
That was a really good one.
I'm gonna say some things could make Jeremy snap. You know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Will's got this. He's the scrapper, but there's that one little thing where it's all of a sudden like the get up, rock, and it's just all of a sudden Jeremy's just gonna be like. If someone threatened his collection, come on, Jeremy's dropping bodies.
That's true.
All right, that's my last truth or dare that I had. So you
all right,
because then I've got I got FMK then next.
All right, so I am changing something on the thing that I had set up for next. Let's see.
It's so weird because I'm reverse on the screen, so when I started tapping my finger, I'm like, that's not my hand. That's so weird.
Let's see.
That's right, Kev. We are fighting. We don't talk about Fight Club.
This one's tough. All right, I'm gonna leave it at 3 then. So this is my version of Spin the Bottle.
Here we go. I'm waiting.
Here it is on the screen. So we've got 3 things listed here. We've got Masker Video, Shout's lobby cards, and Severin's website in 2018. I'm going to spin this, and then whatever it lands on, I'm going to tell you what you have to do.
Oh my god. Okay. You put a lot of effort into this.
You need to tell me something very positive about Masker Video right now.
Something very positive about Masker Video.
Yes.
They haven't.
I'll do it after you.
They haven't had to recall anything.
Ooh, that honestly, that is a good
first in order to recall it, but
I don't think they've had a replacement disc.
There you go. I mean,
that's a good call. All right, so I'm going to do my spin the bottle here. See which one I get. Oh, please go to Severin's site and don't land on Shout. God damn it.
You made this up. I don't even know what it is.
So the Shout Factory lobby cards are a good thing. Fuck. I have had so much negative to say about these. I mean, honestly, they're decent quality. They're not poor quality. They're just overpriced. My big thing, okay, and I've said this before. How has
the images they pick?
Honestly, I don't know. I've never ordered any of the ones with the lobby.
But you've seen the examples of the
okay. I honestly don't remember them offhand.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm not sure. My big gripe here: how has no boutique released like a lobby card album? Brand the front of an album that's like an old photo card album. Get the average size. There's no art cards in here. Get whatever is the average size art cards for these releases, and make it that size of the pockets, like the old school photo albums that you used to look for your mom and dad's in 1994.
I see what you're saying. Okay, for a minute there, I was like, the lobby cards are just images you find in books.
Correct, but get those so that you can show all of them in one collection. That way, they're not just sitting on your shelf, and you can say, "This is my collection of lobby cards."
Well, yeah, it's called a photo album.
Except they're not all it's not sized properly. Those are different. You would probably have to do it custom.
Usually like 4x6, right? They're always 4x6 lobby cards, except for Langley Dreams, which is the size of my fucking head.
That's true. But no, they're certainly not all standard. Like the ones that are in the Arrow hard box releases, get them that size so that they would fit those and everything smaller, and sell it so that your brand is on the outside and somebody has somewhere to keep those. And likewise, the folded posters that come in these releases, sell a branded photo folio or poster folio. I know you can get them on Amazon for like $28, but sell if you're, I don't know who would do this. Like if you're Shout Factory, you sell lobby cards, sell an album for $50. That way,
sell them, we don't buy them. There's the big difference.
I mean, honestly, if somebody did one right, I would probably have one. I have 3 poster folios here.
Yeah, Chris. I think that might be. Yes, I agree with what you're saying. It might be a little. I don't know. Ratio wise, maybe it doesn't add up to a little bit more. But what I'll say, yeah, Don. I think they would be more.
It definitely feels like a Vinegar Syndrome thing.
Well, it's also like then you have to wonder. It's like, you know what? If you stand by your lobby cards so fucking much, why do you have to make them part of the set? Just sell lobby cards. Just have that be what you're like. Don't you want to buy lobby cards? And then just sell lobby cards.
I know that this isn't something positive about the lobby cards, but something I'll point out positive about Shout. We haven't seen any lobby cards in months. Another big positive for Shout, something that I wasn't thinking about till this morning when somebody complained about the 156 title acquisition. When is the last time we saw a Shout Factory website exclusive? It's been a long time. It's been a good 7 months or so.
I know about 7.
It's been a lot that they've announced new ones. They still have them, but new ones has been quite some time.
Unlawful entry? That was 7 months ago?
I think it was, if not longer. Yeah.
Maybe time has just flown by for me.
So unlawful entry, January 30th of last year,
Wow. Of 2024.
2024.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. I did my own Wilson. Wow. Yeah.
So if I don't know if that was the last one, but if that was the last one, that's a long time.
Yeah. I mean, look, they're clearly, maybe they're getting like, someone's starting to listen.
Not to be morbid.
Yeah.
Not to be morbid. I think what the more likely reason is, Corman died in May of last year, and most of the ones that they were releasing were Corman titles from his library. And now they probably, because he's dead, a lot of them, they've probably either lost the license or they've gone to his kids or something.
But also money speaks. I mean, look, I got a free fucking pin set, as part of my incentives. These things there comes a point when they realize, holy shit, people aren't buying these things. We have to give this shit away.
Right.
They learn a lesson. When it's costing them money, they'll learn.
All right, sir. You're up. Next game.
Okay. This is very easy. I only have 2 of them to offer you up. FMK, Fuck, Marry, Kill. Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, Arrow.
That's a good. Are we saying
the next one's gonna really kick in the nards?
Are we saying like right this moment, or their entire catalog forever, or
you can take it however you want, man.
That's what she said.
Right. I'm sorry, Jesus.
All right. I am going to. Shit. I'm gonna marry Severin long term. I like the direction they're headed.
Okay.
I appreciate the personalities in David Gregory and Andrew Furtado and Kayla Janice and Zach Carlson and some other people that we work with behind the scenes with Severin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to marry Severin.
Okay.
I am going to fuck Vinegar Syndrome. I think that they have some one-offs that are very fun, but overall, they've done quite a lot of films that are just not great. I think that they've had a lot of good for the industry, a lot of not so great.
You're gonna
they've
pump
had
some VS, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna pump and dump VS, and then honestly, Arrow has given us like some of my favorite releases of all time, and many of them are needing replacement discs. Many of them are not definitive releases of titles. Many of them are a problem.
In his defense, Christopher, I did not give him that option. And Dark Force would not ask permission. That's the problem. Is that they would. That we're looking at some crimes there. I don't know. But,
funny enough, Dark Force is in my FMK for Sib.
Ronnie's right there with you. Ronnie has the same exact order.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, Don, you are correct. It is literal porn. But Severin's got enough smut to
Severin has the sleazy titles at least.
Where it's just like, yes, but that clitoris is art, and this is just yeah.
Severin is very much like the lady in the streets freaking the sheets label there.
Yes. Vinegar Syndrome is shaved. Severin is
au naturel.
Au naturel, yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. It's not even 2 a.m. When we hit 2 a.m., that's what Stan, I'm sorry, Stan. I'm still ready for question, Stan. You said you wanted sex questions from me. You got to ask me something. I'm not.
What is your answer for that first FMK?
I am going to. I'm going to marry Vinegar Syndrome because you know what? They're consistent. On the first, it drops at 12:01. They're reliable. This is someone I could settle down with. You know, maybe it's not always exciting. But I know that at least one time a year, I'm going to have a fun roll in the hay with some Mr. Goodbar or the Keep. So and look, variety. I'm getting the partner labels. They're into group sex. So, it's a group thing. It's a
No, you said Vinegar Syndrome. You never said OCN.
All right, fine. And I get the lady with the yellow leg. Come on. I'm going to. I know you're gonna.
You're gonna kill Severin. I get it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about.
You're not a Severin boy.
I'm just not. And I'm not saying I don't like some of their releases. It just doesn't entice me. Every time they make an announcement, I'm like, it just does. I don't get excited. I get more like, I do this. And again, nothing against them. It's just my feeling. Arrow's tough because it's like if I fuck Arrow, but it's like they're gonna fuck me the wrong way with that corrected disc.
Well, it's kind of what we talked about before. It's like the chosen pump and dumps. If it's a good release, I'm all about it.
Here's the thing: is that with Arrow, it may not always work, but there's always the odds that I'm going to get that one sweet, sweet time.
This is so
weird. Where nothing bad happens. We're straddling the line between I'm literally fucking a disc and I'm talking about it metaphorically.
All right.
Yes.
Next FMK.
Okay. You're not going to like this, man.
Oh, God.
This might take like a half hour for you to work on it. You ready for it?
No.
Second Sight, Radiance, and Criterion. Ragnar, wow. I don't see color. I'm sorry. Her leg can be whatever color it wants to be. I don't know. It's 2 a.m. How did
that
you
is
the Dick Demon? Because I heard the Dick Demon figure broke.
Only for some people. Mine's fine. Why do I have a Dick Demon figure?
How'd you not break it?
Let's see. This is hard.
I know. When I thought about this and I got Second Sight right next to Radiance, I said, "Oh my God, what did I do to him?"
All right, so I think I have the answer here, which is not a great answer. I am going to start with that I'm going to fuck Radiance. I think that there are some titles from them that I can understand me not being immediately very excited about because it's all obscure.
This is like when you see like a happy marriage on social media and find out there's problems in the background. Like you do nothing but.
I love Radiance. I love all of their releases that I've watched.
I really did not see it going this way.
But there are also some of their titles that I've not watched yet because it's just not calling to me.
Every time I've said that to you, you're like, shame.
Because they're mostly exciting. That being said, I have to marry Criterion or Second Sight and kill the other one. This is where I probably surprised the most people. Logically, I feel like I have to kill Second Sight here and marry Criterion. The reason being, Second Sight in total has released like 60 titles, and yeah, they're all great. But Criterion has the slate of many of the best films of all time.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
And so I have to marry. I have to marry Criterion.
You're going to give up a good time with Fidelity in Motion, a lifetime of Fidelity in Motion.
Yeah.
For all right.
Yeah.
I just did not see this going. I did not see this going this way at all. I thought you were going to marry Radiance, fuck Second Sight, and kill Criterion. I really saw it going that way. I'm very surprised.
Like if I'm talking about like this month's worth of titles, it would have been very well. That's different too because Criterion just announced 2 of Sean Baker's films, and I'm like, yeah, gotta have them. But on average, yeah, Criterion is my least favorite of those monthly slates usually. Mm-hmm. But I mean, like last year, Second Sight this is the biggest difference here. The Shelf Shock Rewind Awards for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Small slate boutique. If you have less than 15 titles, you qualify for small slate. Second Sight put out less than 15 titles last year. they're all like, I won't say they're all. I would say out of those 15, I love probably 12 or 13 of those movies,
And they're
which
all
is
beloved.
a really, really great hit ratio.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the same when you're stacking up against the sheer number of incredible titles that Criterion has owned over the years.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one to answer for sure.
Yeah, I get it. I'm surprised because every one of them is deluxe, and I'm always intrigued by Second Sight. I don't buy them all, but I've never been like, why did you put that one out? It's always something that's like, wow, kind of want to check that out. I don't know if I want to check it out for $49, but I want to check it out.
And just like Don said, Criterion's cheap and easy.
That's why you're marrying it? Holy, you settled.
All right, so my big one that I wrote down for you, Fuck, Marry, Kill between Demon Dave over at Dark Force.
Oh my God, these are people. These are people. Okay, go ahead.
Lewis Justin, who runs Massacre Video, or whoever ran the Raro Video Company in 2018.
Look, I can't marry someone who's just never around. It's just rare. He's gonna just ditch me one day and be like, "Come home, back, sweetie, where are you?" No, I'm. Oh God, but Demon Dave, God damn it. Okay, look, I'm killing Demon Dave. I can't do it.
Oh man,
you should have put Demon Dave up against you know who. If you had done, I'll just say it. Okay, if they're listening to this or watching this into this,
well, somebody is going to send it now.
Fuck, whatever it is. You know what? You're getting this for fucking spamming my email. If you had put Demon Dave, the Disc Father, and Films at Home into a 3, then I would really be fucked. I would just be.
That is really funny. That would have been really mean.
It would have been mean, and you lost the opportunity.
Yep.
I'm not. I don't have as much of a history. I didn't watch the rant video like everyone else did for Demon Dave. I have some Dark Force movies in my collection, but for everything that I've heard, and I'm gonna have to kill. I'm not gonna literally kill him. So calm down, dude. I don't know why you have dreads. You're white. But in any case, yes, I would. In this situation, I would, in theory, kill Demon Dave. Who are my other choices? Raro,
Massacre Video,
Lewis Massacre. I'll marry Massacre. We talked about it. No disc replacement. It's like, look, you're going to take a while to come out with something, but in the end, it's like, hey, look, you made it. Cool. You're a little late to dinner, but you made it. Raro's like, sorry, I have to cancel on you at the last moment because I'm
even worse. You paid for it, and you'll just never get it.
Exactly. So yeah, that would be mine.
I'm so glad they hooked up with Kino and with Radiance. Otherwise,
I love how I gave you like not like non-living people titles and actual human beings.
All right. So the only other one that I had set up to go through, this is 2 that exist and one that is a one that's a hypothetical, because I'm going to throw it out there because hopefully you look at it the same way that I just did with the number of titles and all that stuff. Benefits for everything. FMK between Vinegar Syndrome subscription, TerraVision subscription, and a hypothetical Second Sight subscription.
You're throwing in a hypothetical, a label that you are a part of. And
I mean, I've been a part of many of these at this point.
But you're really directly with TerraVision.
Kind of. I'm just specifically talking about the subscription.
I'm sorry. I'm jotting back between you and Ragnar because Ragnar is trying to stoke fires in me. So I'm not taking the bait on that one. Are you seeing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not. We all have our own opinions. It's fine. It's better. Look, everything's got a purpose in the great cycle of life. And I choose to ignore some. Anyway. So what I got a potential second sight subscription, Terror Vision, and to be 20 they found me.
Adam comments, I once ordered from Raro
No,
Italy.
you were making this. No.
First they sent an empty box. I complained, and then they posted the box again, this time with a copy of Photoshop 5.
No, you did not.
That is real, Adam. Oh my
No.
goodness.
That did not
Also, for the record, 2B20, another very rare, expensive title nowadays.
By the way, also Photoshop 5 is probably more expensive than a Raro title. You could probably just resold that thing with the code for a lot.
Possibly.
At the time.
Well,
like not now, but
the code was probably used, let's be honest.
Exactly. Okay. It's just a drawing that says Photoshop 5.
It's a Photoshop.
It was a Photoshop using Photoshop 4. Wow. Jesus Christ. That's a legendary. That you should be famous for having that story. That is crazy. All right. So what was the third option of a second site?
Okay, let's forget the subscription.
No. Oh, shh. Sorry, you woke. You know who?
Okay.
You know.
Vinegar
Syndrome person. The Amazon person.
Sorry, Jeff Bezos.
Yes.
Vinegar Syndrome subscription, TerraVision subscription, or hypothetical second sight subscription. Primarily because, again, they don't put out many titles.
Well, here's the positive to that. You're going to have to then try to evaluate what would the cost of a second sight subscription be.
Okay, so we'll say the full Vinegar Syndrome subscription versus the top tier TerraVision subscription versus the second sight 13 titles. We'll say on average $40 a piece. So you're looking at, we'll say for a slight discount, it's $500 for 1 year.
And am I guaranteed at least 13 titles?
Yes. You're guaranteed only 13 titles.
Only 13 titles.
Yes. And you don't know if they're going to be 4K, Blu-ray. You do know that they're all going to be hard disk or hard box releases.
I'm going with second sight.
Wow.
Because here's the thing. I'm going to be surprised when it's coming out. Of the slate, I'm typically, at least like I said, intrigued, or it is something I want. As opposed to Vinegar Syndrome, which is like, yes, I will get a November slate, which is like an amazing slate. But then I will also get like a March, or then I'll get Killer Condom. Sorry. But I'm not. It's
one of the better ones from
It's a cheap shot. But there will be times when I'll be like, no, I don't want this. And just because I get something, it's like, now what do I do with this? It's like, that's, the infrequency of what I'm getting. TerraVision, I'll be honest, I still not own a TerraVision. They're just not the things that interest me.
Right.
I have looked into it. It's just, for me, I definitely would not need a subscription to it. But between the two, I mean, yeah, I actually, in fact, I was thinking about this when everyone subscriber week hit and everyone was talking about if they're going to subscribe or not. And I was like, I don't even like the idea of getting everything. I like the idea. I know, Santa, I've never seen it, so I shouldn't take cheap shots at it. It's just the title,
We've lasted longer than the Aussies, finally.
Hey, Paul, thank you for hanging on. Thank you. And the thing is with the Vinegar Syndrome thing, it's like the, oh no, I'm blanking now. I'm blanking on what I was going to say. Yeah, I don't want to have everything. I like the idea of picking and choosing. I find that makes me feel like I'm curating my video store, my video store.
Right.
It's like when I've told this a bunch of times. I think I told it on KB's channel. I need to watch Killer Condom. I've told this a bunch of times, but when Kino has a sale, one of my greatest pastimes is I will sit down, I'll go through the whole sale a couple times, I'll add anything I'm possibly even remotely interested in to my cart.
Yep.
Then I will go through each, I will watch a trailer for each to see if it's something I'm not familiar with. And then I will start weaning the ones I don't want out. Then the ones I do want, I will then go through all the reviews online, like Blueberry.com or DVD beaver, and I will look at reviews and I'm like, is this a good release? And then I really, chop it down to like my nice little box of like, yeah, these are the top ones I want. And that's like a fun thing. It's like I turn off all the lights and I do this. It's
all I'm thinking is I can't waste the 24 minutes to do that for a $6 Kino release. Just buy it.
But it's the fun. It's the fun of figuring.
No, I get it. I was just being
puzzle. It's the puzzle of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, cherry picking is like.
Obviously, that's the right answer. Is cherry picking everything is the way to go. Nobody's arguing that. That's just saying if you were forced to choose one.
I don't think. Sorry, go ahead.
What I was getting at more with that question is all of the inherent benefits that come with them. Like the TerraVision one, sure, you may only want, with the highest tier, I think you get 50 titles. Mm-hmm. Say in 1 year they put out 30 and you only actually want 18. You can tell them to skip the other titles for TerraVision. You can't do that at other places.
That's what I should say. If it's the thing that you're interested in,
right,
then TerraVision is giving you the most bang for your buck.
Yeah,
absolutely. When you ask me personally, what would I put my money into if I had to? Because I don't like doing subscriptions. It would be that one because I know the odds are I'm going to get at least something I'm interested in.
Right,
and it's going to be in an
addition. I get the second side because those are killer releases.
Now, if you had told me a Kino subscription service,
what would that price be though? That's the biggest thing.
You wouldn't be everything. Obviously, you can't do everything. I think it would be like every month you get to choose a certain number, like a tier. Do you want
to have to be like you get to choose a Blu-ray or 4K depending on which one you pony up for, and it's like 10.
Well, you could do a Blu-ray only tier or a Blu-ray plus 4K, and then you can choose of that collection. Yeah. And then if you want to buy something extra, you buy. It's like the 4 for $44, and you could keep adding on with the $11, but you have to at least do that minimum. Yeah. I would absolutely do that. I would sign me up absolutely in a second. Yes.
Kino would be great.
All right. I'm going to get them anyway. Yes.
I know that you've got what, one or two more games.
They're not games. These are questions that I don't even know if we'll get to all of them at this point.
All right, let's go with the questions. We'll say this is the end of it with the questions. We'll go until it's not fun for everybody.
Exactly. You cry uncle if you're feeling it. That goes for you too, Ryan. Okay, I've already asked you the illegal. If physical media. Okay, what movies? Okay, this is easy because we're just speculating at this point. What movies are just never coming out? Like never. Like it's just not going to happen.
Song of the South, I don't think we'll ever get a release.
Good one, yeah.
Damn. I mean, yeah, we're here to do gossip and rumors and all that. The main one to discuss after Song of the South, will they ever release The Devils?
I knew you were going to say that. I do. I don't. Everyone keeps saying that there's some old dude at Warner Brothers that's just like, no, blah, blah, blah. God is either offending someone. There's so much shit right now out that could be, considered offensive to someone, and it's out there. So I cannot imagine that there's still some, person, tooting their bullhorn saying, no, you cannot have the Devils. There's got to be something else to it. It's
my argument is that they referenced it in that terrible Space Jam 2 movie with LeBron James. I think they will release it.
Just yes, unless someone offers up another reason why there's not a reason it's out. Like a licensing thing. Or a condition of the negative thing. That's what worries me. Like what we got with True Lies, which again, I don't even want to get into it at this point, but it's who is taking care of the Devils?
Right. And that's what Stan's getting at. The director's cut of Event Horizon, I don't think that counts as this answer because as of right now, we can tell it doesn't exist. It's not that it won't be released. It's just it's not there to release.
Yeah, well, it's like the Keep director's cut, but the Event Horizon, there was rumor that there was a tape that existed, something like that. Yes.
And that's it. As far as we know, there is no material for it.
Yeah, but he's right. I mean, Stan's right. I mean, it's not coming out.
No, it will never be released.
Let it go. It's not happening. It's
but that's because it doesn't exist, literally.
Yes.
At this point.
Well, it's like the Magnificent Ampersands. Like, that footage is lost. At least that we know. Someone might find it. They found Metropolis, so
Right.
who knows? Matthew, good point. I mean, songs that will be public domain in 2041. But Disney may block the thing. But again, someone may offer up enough money to be like, we'll take the heat for this. Just give it to... Because if Birth of a Nation is out there, someone might just say, like, look, just give it to us. We'll take care of it. Don't worry.
And it's not only that. I guess when I hear this question, I'm not thinking of public domain releases. I'm just thinking, like, will we get a legal release from a studio or boutique?
Well, I mean, if it becomes public domain, someone can take it and go, well,
yes, it's legal, and obviously there's like theatrical prints and stuff out there, but
yeah,
yeah.
I can think of... trying to think if there's anything that's like, I did say Magnificent Ampersands. What did I do?
Do you get because it's Ambersons, not
Ampersand, sorry. Yes, it's the Magnificent Ampersands. Yes. Yes,
it's just a gold foil.
I had been up since 8 a.m.
on the Criterion cover.
I worked a 9-hour shift, ran 4 miles, and drank too much coffee. Yes.
Yeah, so I think this really comes down to, like, if we're only talking about stuff that will, not counting public domain releases, because at that point, obviously, anybody can take any materials. Right. Song of the South is out there in bootlegs galore. Mm-hmm. Anybody can grab one of those, rip it, and release it. Cool. That's not what we're talking about. I don't know that Black Roses will come out. That's one that KB listed. That's one that I think there is enough licensing wise that would probably prevent it from happening. Well, however, if Vinegar Syndrome can do the Keep and Looking for Mr. Goodbar and Who Killed Teddy Bear and everything that they did in 1 month, I think they might be able to get Black Roses, to be honest.
Well, you know what, Vinegar Syndrome, I throw the gauntlet into the ring and I tell you to go get the day the clown cried.
Well, and that's, yeah.
He said it's okay at this point. At this point, he said, after I'm dead for this many years, you can put it out. They screened, I think, like 20 minutes of it in the festival this past year.
Right, and so many people heard that and said, "Oh, it's getting a release. It definitely will." No, that's not what that means.
That still doesn't mean it will get a release. Simon Birch at least needs a Blu-ray release. I mean, Simon Birch might. I mean,
there's all kinds of stuff that's gotten like German bootleg releases that needs an actual legal release and like proper remastering.
I think Simon Birch is Touchstone, though. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I thought it's one of Disney's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude is listening. He says, I have to wonder if the short-lived TV show The Highwaymen will ever get released on anything. Such a great cheesy show, but I don't think anyone remembers it. Good point here. I think a lot of like made-for-TV movies will literally never get released.
Talked about it earlier.
Yeah.
They're just not. Also, I don't think I'm about to say Linkin Park. I might fuck my brain right now. No, what's
Ken Park?
Ken Park. Jesus Christ.
And see, I could see somebody putting out Ken Park still.
Obviously, I have a boot of it, but
so do I. Obviously not in Australia, but yeah,
not in Australia. But maybe someone will put it. I don't know, but I feel like there's another reason why it was not allowed out or was just banned.
I know Matthew's saying Clown House ain't coming out anytime. I bet this one is funny because I could see a handful of labels choosing to do it. I mean, people still pay good money for Jeepers Creepers, and it's the same director.
Oh, Lie's not coming out.
The one that I was going to say is related to Jeepers Creepers and Clown House, but it's on the Disney side. We're never getting Powder.
No. Sorry, Sean Patrick Flannery. But Lie's also not with Brian Cox. Lie's not coming.
Yeah. This is a good question. Will Warner Brothers ever let Abby get released? I think it's possible.
I don't know what Abby is, so you're gonna have
to... it's basically a Black Exorcist riff.
Oh, that's WB. I could see someone like a Severin or a Vinegar Syndrome negotiating it.
Maybe.
The Ref. I mean, there's plenty of chances for Kevin Spacey films to come out.
Yeah.
You know, because there's Dennis Leary, there's other artists in
they
there.
Just did The Usual Suspects.
Yeah, well, it's because it's The Usual Suspects. You got
right, but
Chris
still.
Corey, and you get a bunch of, like I said, you got Dennis Leary. Like, there's Dennis Leary fans that just want, that movie to come out. I know I was gonna say something else I couldn't forget. Okay. Oh, someone said the date. Like, yeah, of course. I think, yeah. And then someone also said, "Give me the Ultimate Ernest set." Yeah, that's also Touchstone, I believe, or Hollywood. It's something Disney, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, this one's hard though too because it's not all of them, but multiple of the Ernest films have Blu-ray releases, and so it's not.
They're out of print.
Oh yeah, they're out of print,
and it's Mill Creek.
They're not super expensive though, and they look decent. They're not terrible.
Goes to Jail is pretty pricey.
Oh yes,
Scared Stupid is like a $70 disc.
Right.
You can still get Goes to Camp for like $20.
Right. All I'm getting that. Again,
Ragnar's right. Yeah, money does talk. Yeah.
Money talks for everybody except for Disney.
I think it depends on who's helming Disney.
And right now, I think that is true. Still.
I think you look at Warner Brothers all of a sudden kind of loosening the restraints on their stuff because of who's in charge and wanting every little penny. And I think that once you have a different person in charge, and obviously Bob Iger they're trying to find his replacement at the moment, you might get, when you get a younger person, I am not saying Bob Iger's not old, but if you have someone younger in there that's like, hey, you know what? Like, people like physical media, man. Like, let's put it out there. Like, and actually, you know what? I shouldn't even say that about Bob Iger, because Bob Iger has actually really championed physical media and said in a one of those board meetings, he's like, we should start looking at physical media again. So, never say never. All right, so let's get it because I feel I don't want to take this long late. Okay, what's the movie you're making? Okay, I think we already covered this, but what's the movie you're going to keep dipping on? Like, you just will never stop. Is it Texas Chainsaw?
No. I'm definitely done. I'm done. Honestly, I think I'm done with all of the major ones. The only thing that would really make me double dip on some of these is...
Thank you, Dude McMahon.
I've been talking, he's not in the chat tonight, but a friend of mine who's local, we've been talking about this on certain things that I'm really after for some of these classics, for the releases that I own to be the definitive releases. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the titles are really great, except for one thing. And I would double dip if something fixed that one thing and kept everything else definitive. And then it wouldn't be a double dip because I'd get rid of the older one now, I think.
But is there a point where you're like, whatever you're going to throw on top, like, there's always going to be an anniversary thing of, like, Titanic. I'm not saying Titanic's my one, but there's always going to be we found another interview with DiCaprio and Winslet.
No, and that's...
Star Wars does that. So they have so much on the archives. Hey, look, it's Harrison Ford taking a shit off stage. And it's like, throw it on the disc.
No.
And leave the other stuff you originally had off it, even though it's our stuff.
I know we're almost 5 hours into this, so it's a weird time to be giving vague hints about things. But there are multiple labels that have now talked.
People have been sitting here for 5 hours. They deserve some vague hints.
There are multiple labels that are now talking about some things where they get either access to something related to a film, or if you're going to 4K upgrade a film that's been exploited to death, mm-hmm. but now you can put in a whole new disc of bonus features or something like that. I would almost do that for,
sell the disc? Sell the bonus disc?
Essentially, yeah. If you can just, if somebody put out Halloween and they got, I don't know, so many of us, he's gone now, so I'll say it. If I could get a disc for Halloween with Lee Gambin doing a commentary for it, and 2 visual essays and maybe some Halloween TV spots that we've never had on disc.
Yeah,
I'd spend $20 on that.
Open up a label called A Little Bit Extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just produce extra discs. I can see
And
that.
it wouldn't necessarily be about double dipping. It's just making the release definitive.
Well, it's like Ronin flicks. What they do with like Spit on Your Grave, where it's just like, hey, did
Yeah.
you already buy this? We'll just sell you the disc.
Yep.
Like, I would love it. Look, they're never going to do it. But I love it since they're obviously not even changing the cover art. Criterion.
Yep.
Hey, do you already own the Blu-ray? Just give us an extra $5 or whatever it is. We'll give you the 4K disc. You know?
Send us the Blu-ray disc and $12 and you get the 4K. I might do
Take a picture of it broken in half and we'll send you the 4K.
it.
Oh, that's interesting news, man. The Graveyard Shift has been multi-do. I have Laserdisc. Wow, okay. Graveyard Shift, all right. There's still no TV cut. Is that because you really like the TV cut, or you just want to have it? I'm just curious because,
and that's the thing. Graveyard Shift is not the definitive release because we don't have the TV cut on any of those releases.
Is the TV cut an extended version, or is it just a different version?
It's a different version, I believe.
Okay.
I don't think it's extended.
It's not the Superman thing where it's like it was like
no.
Fine. Okay.
I don't think so.
It's just to have that every possible.
Right.
I gotcha. Okay, so next up, we're gonna skip because we could go on forever. I'm just gonna ask you right.
Do it. That's fine.
All right, because you never address this because you're very good about things. But Nightmare on Elm Street, is it happening? The box set this year.
There are signs indicating that it is, but until we receive exact word, I won't post it as an announcement.
I say there's also crop circles in the ground. I don't know if the aliens are coming though.
Right.
To that question, and if so, are people going to be happy?
No, I mean, people will have something to complain about every single release. That is inevitable at this point, and it's getting exhausting for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are some of these things, just to talk about a release that I did quite a bit about. Felidae that just came out from Deaf Crocodile. It's a 4K. It's an incredible looking 4K. The audio is great. I think it's a pretty good commentary. The bonus features other than that are fantastic. We got the original animators to do new drawings in the booklet. We got original drawings in the booklet. Like, there's so much about it. It's a hard box. It's an impeccable release.
Yeah.
And there are still so many people that are pissed off that the not sanctioned English dub is not on the disc. It's not something that you can license. It was never a part of the original release. That's not how that works. Come on, like, we got everything you could possibly want except for something that's not legal to do. We can't do that.
So taking all that out of the equation, so taking out picture quality, which someone's always going to complain about. It can look the greatest for 99%, and there's 1% be like, I prefer this other version, because there's always different versions. Even if it's not been changed, a VHS color is going to look different than a DVD color. It's just the way the quality of the stuff looks. Taking extras out of the equation. Oh, we couldn't get the unrated version of that. This is the last part of this question, though. What style of packaging could possibly live up to expectations? Because if we do stack discs, they're going to ask for people's heads. If we do a steelbook set, people are going to be pissed because it's going to be expensive. It's not going to be done. If we do a digipack fold out, people are going to say it's cheap. If we do the media book one, people are going to say my Blu-ray is scratched somehow. Like, no, but yes. But so what could possibly live up to where this is like, what a great packaging design?
I mean, the real answer for this that will make everyone fairly happy.
I'm wondering if it's the one that I have in my head, but go ahead.
You copy the Friday the 13th box from Screen.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Exactly. Just give them own Amaray case, and that's just have it be that.
Give them their own Amaray case with original theatrical posters on every single piece of every sleeve. You do good art around the backside of the box, and you put a booklet in there. And I mean, it likely won't be Scream Factory doing it, so it doesn't matter. But if it was, like, they all need to get good extras because we've never gotten them for Nightmare on Elm Street. They all need to look great. But the biggest thing is we're getting, at that point, are we assuming it would be 8 films and not the remake? I'm betting.
Well, they own all of them, so I feel like they might as well just put them all in because they're going to put Freddy vs. Jason in there probably as well.
Right. So we'll say 9 films on 4K. Yeah. That's expensive as shit.
Yeah, it is.
And so when you're looking at that, you're looking at, like, on the cheap end, $20 a disc on average. So if I'm able to get it from, we'll say, Scream Factory for $175 for a full Nightmare on Elm Street 4K set, me as somebody that's loved horror for years, that is a great deal and something I'm not going to hesitate to pick up. It's still very expensive, and for a lot of people, it'll be too much.
If it's a studio, my hope is that because they know they're going to mass produce this thing, and it is such a popular series, that they will eventually, reach their quota, and it will not be as expensive as though it were a boutique release.
Right.
My fear is that it's going to be two ends of the spectrum of a release. It'll be the long box, like a la Star Wars, that I don't want. Or if you don't want that, we're going to give you this giant clamshell fold-out crap. Not exactly like that, but something along the lines of like the non-collector's version. It's like, can you just not find a middle ground?
Right.
Like I said, like you said, the Friday the 13th, it's just a box with the movies in them. Why?
Right.
Don't reinvent the wheel. Just give me a box.
It's perfect, yeah.
Exactly. It's a box. It's a square box with the movies in. That's all. Wow. Everyone break for lunch. We did it. Yeah, it's going to have a sweater that you're going to like roll on top of it, or like it's going to come in like a glove with like the movies in each of his.
I mean, if we're dreaming of the perfect one, kind of like the Vid54 just said, the spines of the box of all the sleeves, you should mimic the old DVD set.
DVD snap case. But they won't, because that's too easy. We got to do something different.
Yep.
Do something different. Like, I love the back of the art of the Friday the 13th box. It just covers all
It's incredible. Yeah.
Possible. Yeah. It absolutely, yeah. I don't know.
I love that I gave exactly what you were looking for.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was like hoping. I was like, is there anything you could possibly think up that would be like, ooh, that would be a cool set?
I mean, the only thing, and I know, once again, this will piss a subset of collectors off. I don't really have a big pet peeve with the current design for Severin box sets. I kind of really like those because
like the cardboard pages.
The cardboard pages that gives enough, like the spine doesn't damage when you open them because it's filled with ample slack. But you've got space for books in there, and then you've got extra space for art and like credits. I actually like that sort of thing that's on every single page, but I do agree that in this situation, since it's Nightmare, the individual Amaray cases is the most important.
If it's a top-loading cardboard page, I don't care. Like the Hitchcock things, I think did that. But if it's one of those like little slips, you got to reach in and you're automatically touching it. You're automatically going to touch it.
But the top loader's a problem, like in the Godzilla set, because then it could fall into the glue and get stuck.
I think it depends. I think tall boxes have that problem more than a smaller box set.
Yeah,
like my Indiana Jones set has never had that problem. But again, it's only 4 or 5 discs.
Yeah.
Back to the Future never had that happen. Yeah, I can't think.
I just hate the Criterion Godzilla collection.
Oh, God. I mean, looks gorgeous. It's just, where do I put that shit? Where do I put it? All right. Going through, we almost got to go through. Very quick, I think we covered this, but what movies need to stop getting released?
All of the Evil Dead movies.
Yes.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween. You know what? Let's focus on other genres for sure. So I'm going to throw out Police Story. Has had far more than it needs to in terms of releases. It's had 4Ks. Be done for many years. We don't need anything else. We don't need anniversary release.
I'd say Godfather.
Godfather, yes. Yeah, I could see that. Let's go with
I don't buy them, but I will say the Fast and Furious movies need to stop being put in.
I mean, it's not like they're getting tons of releases. At least.
Just go to the bargain bin, you'll find one. Don't worry.
Right.
Just grab it.
I'm gonna say what is the title of it? Platoon.
Okay.
I'm gonna say stop putting it out because they never get it right.
Well, if you don't put it out, then you're never going to get it right.
I don't think they will.
You got to get it right and then stop.
Let's go with The original Mad Max films.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
We've
And
had way too
going
many.
back to Evil Dead, if you want to put all of them together, then I'll be fine. But if
But
you're gonna do this
don't do it again until there's another one out.
Yeah, but none of this Ash special edition with 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and
Did
4.
you see that one is going for like $200 now too?
It's just boxes. People love boxes. It's I don't know. Look, to each their own. Let people buy what they want to buy. I just don't understand it. I will still take versions of Blade Runner. I know I'm going against what we're talking about.
Ronnie says the Rocky movies.
Yes.
I believe the funny thing though is I believe there was an issue with the 4Ks, and so it's the same as what we just said. Like they need to do it right and then stop.
I'm getting OCD just in my collections by looking at them. I will say, I think we're done with Reservoir Dogs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think we are done.
Yep.
There's certain Hitchcocks I can be done with because you're just going to milk this shit. You're like Psycho. We're fine. You don't need to put any more Psychos out.
The Vid54 is asking about 007, and yes, they will release them all on 4K and then be done with them, please.
But I do believe they're going to split them up the way that.
Oh, they'll do each Bond, yeah.
Yeah, there's and one Lazenby, poor Lazenby. But like, because it's like there's certain ones. Even now that we don't have Best Buy anymore and stuff like that, there's like those movies that like every Halloween they put a new Walmart still does it of Psycho,
Deadpool. We don't need Deadpool ever again.
But he purposely did that. He's like the 1.5 year anniversary. It's like he's trolling us.
Yep.
But now it's almost like serious. Yes, no more Deadpool. I don't need. The John Hughes movies.
On that note, any Christopher Nolan films.
Oh yes, I'm good.
Just one release of each, and we'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, there's only like certain of his films have just been milked to it. Like, The Dark Knight just does not ever need to be put out. The One Clicks. I'm sorry. No, I know there's like a subset where people are just like, I don't collect physical media except for The Dark Knight. And it's like, it's almost like Heath Ledger has become this new James Dean, Marilyn Monroe. We're just going to plaster his face airbrushed onto something.
Yep. It's
like he's going to show up in the Nighthawk painting a diner with like Elvis and like this poor.
Or he'll perform at Coachella as a hologram next year.
Exactly. It's just like he's the dude. He's the white Tupac. Like, leave the man alone.
Yeah.
You know, he lost his mind playing Joker. No, he didn't. He's a very talented actor. He knew what he was doing. It was a horrible, horrible thing. It's not. That goes into the whole Red Room thing. It's like this is the person. You know, enough with the conspiracy theories. What do we think the April Fool's gift will be this year?
Okay, so this is actually a really good thing to speculate on because each year they've leveled.
Yes,
I can't say each year, but after last year's, to level up, you got to do something kind of wild. Like the first year was $7, $6.
Well, then take your slip, $7. Yeah,
that's pretty cheap for a slipcover that sold and still sells for quite a bit of money.
But the next one was more expensive, and it was actually, I'm sorry to say, it was my opinion, not as good as slipcover.
No, it was real bad, real bad. And then, honestly, $24. The moment that it was $24, I went, "Oh, we're definitely getting a movie."
I wanted to believe it. I was after the whole Antiquary thing when people are like, you told us we'd get every slip that was available. When that complaint happened, I was hoping it'd be a movie, but I'm like, someone's going to complain like, excuse me, also I'd be getting every Vinegar Syndrome release of it. So I wanted to believe it, I just couldn't.
Well,
but for $24, I'm like, and that's the other thing, it's that if you're getting a hard box or whatever it is, if you don't want that movie, now you're just stuck with a box for something you're not going to buy. That's the other problem with packaging.
I never looked because I'm still.
When you make it a slip, that's the problem. Is that the slip if it's not in conjunction with something you're going to buy, now you just got a slip for nothing.
Well, and that's why specifically the subscription thing says you will get everything in the Vinegar Syndrome main line.
Yes.
And the Side Roads comes and it says VS 2024 Fool's Day. So it's not in the main line. It is its own thing.
Yes.
Its own standalone thing.
Do you agree that it's like if like going forward, like if you don't buy that movie, you just have it like they're otherwise they're going to assume you're going to sell it online.
Yeah.
Because then why else are you buying a slipcover for a movie you didn't buy?
Yeah, and that's where, and this might be blasphemous for anybody else, but I almost feel like if you're just going to do something cheap like a slipcover, you kind of got to make it where like only subs can purchase it.
Ooh,
that would piss a lot of people off.
It would piss a lot of people off. It's bad enough that those exclusive movies on there, that Hot Time in the City or whatever that thing is calling to me because it's exclusive.
Ragnar's right. There's more than enough Jaws. You are correct.
Absolutely.
Good question here from Ragnar.
Yeah,
what do you guys do with your variant slips? Do you buy another movie to slide in or just a blank case?
I have been lucky to not have a lot of variant slips. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just explain your answer. What do you do with the ones you do?
I honestly only have one variant slip. As far as like you mean like Shout Factory, Scream Factory, where they send you two or something like that,
or Vinegar Syndrome? They had one title where they put out 5 slipcovers.
From my experience, because I've never subbed. So basically, I got the Deadly Games. It's Deadly Games, right? Deadly Games.
Is it Deadly Games? I don't know.
It looks like the Dementor from Harry Potter, and he's throwing.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it is not Deadly Games.
Deadly Sports, Deadly Olympics. I don't know. Killer Javelin. I don't know.
Killer Javelin. Deadly Games was released by Arrow.
Okay.
And also, Deadly Games is Dial Code Santa Claus. Also.
Okay. Whichever it is.
So when you have the variant, what did
when I have that, I just did not touch it. It's just I just don't do anything with it. It's just there because I thought I would probably just sell it because I didn't buy that movie. So I was like, I'll just
Fatal Games. Thank you, Ragnar.
Jesus Christ. It just sits. I have not done anything with it. Thank you, Ronnie, as well. The only one that I have really an alternate one of is, and it's actually right there, is Bubba Hotep. And it just stays in the envelope. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not putting, infernal rapists in a Bubba Hotep slip, which actually I should probably just do to avoid uncomfortableness until I want to show someone Bubba Hotep and I put in the wrong movie.
So my answer is really funny. I just reached over and grabbed my steelbook of Piranha. I have a steelbook protector on this. It's one of the G2, so you can slide it out still. It's one side exposed. And when I bought these came in packages of 10 or 20, and they came in a Ziploc bag, basically, to hold them in their bundle. And it was the perfect size for a folded variant slip. And I have all of my variant slips in one of the baggies.
Ooh. What about a slipcover photo, a slipcover album to show off your slipcovers?
I need to just sell them.
It's just called a photo album. Just sell.
I absolutely need to sell them.
Slap a logo on it. There you go. Put a C on it. Criterion.
It's crazy because I do have a lot of them. I don't have obviously anymore because I don't have all the Scream Factory, but like the original run of the alternate slipcovers that Scream Factory did for like Return of the Living Dead and the original Child's Play. And they did like 5 back in the day, and I had all of those. And then they started doing them for like every other title. So I had those original 5. I've got all of the cutting class slipcovers for Vinegar Syndrome. I've got a couple of the extra ones.
Fade to Black.
I do have both for Fade to Black. I've got the extra one for Invisible Maniac. I don't need them. I don't want them. I need to get rid of them.
You have more variant slips or posters?
Oh, they're not even close. Like, it's not even the same digits. I legitimately have like 130 posters.
Okay. Man.
And I mean, I think I have, if you look at the number of variant slips I have, I think I have more commissioned 24 by 36 professional artwork posters.
Okay, so those aside, I'm gonna blow your brain right now. Okay, that again, damn it, it's late. I'm not choosing my words properly. I'm gonna save you some space, man. So if you just make a list about which tubes have which things, you can consolidate and just tightly wrap all those posters up over each other and slip them right into that tube, and you can cut down like 130 to like 20 tubes.
Well, I don't,
factory ones.
I don't have all of my tubes anymore. Like I said, I have poster portfolios. I have most of them out of tubes in flat portfolios.
How big are the posters again? What's the measurements on those? Those are
like this is a Scream Factory one. It is 18 by 24.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Or 16 by 24, I think.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't know you could backlight like those. Yeah. That's backlit, right?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could backlight those. I thought you had to have it reversed to be able to do that.
They're thin enough to be able to do that.
Interesting. Okay. I really thought it was one of those things where you had to have it reversed to be able to do that.
This is from Scream Factory.
Okay. I have 150 variants of right now. You could do it.
I didn't even know there were 150 variant slips out there total.
That is my invisible hats off to you. That is.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess if we're counting VSMC slips as variant.
Well, yeah, also, are you counting sub-labels, like VSAs? Like, those are...
Well, that's not a variant slip, though.
Oh, variant slip. Gotcha. I did not know there were more than that many variant slips.
If you're counting the VSMC slips as variants, then yeah, I can see it being 150.
See, I don't even look at those because I'm just like, you know how many points I have, and it just sits there, and I don't spend them. Okay, this is my weird physical media advocate question. Will the physical media advocate ever have one of those subscription cards that always falls out the first time you open the magazine?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I would almost love to be able to do that, but yeah, it's impossible the way that we do it.
I was just curious. I thought that, I don't know when I thought that. I was like, yeah, I can throw that in.
I have toyed with the idea of releasing a disc with a physical media advocate.
I think we talked about that.
Yeah. Never on the air. But yeah, I think...
I'm glad Stan appreciates that.
I would love to buy, like, from Amazon myself, like 150 copies of one issue and sell 150 limited edition that if you buy it from my website at this time, you get this disc alone with it, which it's nothing special, not slipcover, just a disc in a little sleeve shoved inside the magazine, sent to you media mail.
Wizard magazine when it has
exactly, but you're one of only 150 people in the world that can have it.
One lobby card in each edition.
They're all different.
Yeah, exactly. Just take all your lobby cards that you don't want. Here, you want to get rid of your variant slips? One random variant slip in each of your issues of the physical media if they order it from your site.
And they all cost $8 more just for the chance to win it.
You might get Sleepaway Camp. You might get Army of Darkness version 4
or Cibener's Bubba Hotep.
Exactly. Please, God's sake. I mean, and that's the thing. The variants never look as good as the original. I'm sorry. I know these artists are trying to work for it.
I would disagree on a couple of Scream Factories.
They're very loud. I don't like big loud.
The newer ones, yes, but the original ones, the
they're all coming at you like in 3D,
slightly, yeah.
So I used to give you a musical, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, there was also the one. Someone's gonna again. It's late. I'm forgetting the names, but it was a DVD digibook with short films by famous directors. You could only get it through there, and it came with a magazine. And this was like you can still find them all around, secondhand stores and stuff. But they had like a Wong Kar-wai like short film on there. It's like the only way you can get it. We might get a little bit more tied up in this one. I don't want to get too late, but as the list shortens on White Whale titles, what are the next White Whales? Are these newly out of print titles really going to take forever to come back out?
This again. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say based on the writing that I did, that might be coming out soon. Like stuff like that,
Right.
where it's rescinded because basically they wanted to be on a streaming network. But like, how long? 28 days later? Like, what how long are we really waiting? Is 28 days later the next Third Man? Like,
Well, that's the question. Are we waiting on new versions of stuff that went out of print, or are we talking about things that were never on Blu-ray?
I think the white when I was writing the question, it's like the titles like Good Bar, The Keep, like the Devils is still out there, but like there's certain things that like at this point we're kind of dwindling down the list. We're the ones that people have been asking, the big ones. I'm not saying they're not a large list, but I'm saying when we talk in communities, the forums, like everyone's like, "Where's the Devils? Where's the this?" We're running out of the "Where's the." As far as I can tell,
Kind of.
a majority. There's always that person's like, "Where's that John Wayne film?" Yes, but
Right, and I'm not really talking about the smaller films. I think that we still have a lot that are missing that are worthy of these, that we're still like, what is going on? How has this never been on HD anywhere in the world, let alone like in a good release from a boutique or something like that? So some of the bigger ones that we hear often, obviously, that have been joked about, talked about many, many times. And I'm not going to mention any that are straight to streaming, no Netflix, because like we all want all of those.
Yeah.
Birth, that's a big one that people have been asking for quite some time.
I'm in it. If you take your DVD copy of Birth and you turn it over, you see me. I
knew that was going to be mentioned. We got to go. We got to go with John Waters. How do we not have Pecker? How do we not have Cecil B. Demented? Is there one more? I think that's still not on Blue.
I think as it progresses, I think we'll see that with Criterion.
I mean, I hope so, but it's also been years now.
I think John Waters is their next Wes Anderson, where it's like we're just going to put them all out gradually.
We'll see. Dead Presidents. This is one that we've obviously heard for a long time. The Devils is a big one. The Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. The original is Disney. One that everybody's. It is Disney, of course. What about Bob is a big one. Jim Cotta is one that gets asked about on the forums every single time. Yeah. A lot of these are going to be Disney. Period. Obviously, we got hope for this one. We got hope for this one earlier this year earlier last year with the Criterion Channel, but Freddie got fingered. Like, we need a good release of this. And
I feel like Vinegar Syndrome is just going to do it. They're the ones that are really going to step up and be like, that's their next December. Like, I feel like that's just their.
I mean, I'd like that.
I just feel like they're the ones. Like, I feel like if Criterion really wanted to plant their flag in the years, like, You know what? We're down for it. Okay, here's your Freddie got fingered. And I think a lot of people would champion that. I feel like they should just do it. Just do it and be like, yeah, we got a sense of humor. Here you go. Freddie got fingered. Enough people actually genuinely love the movie. There you go.
Right. Next one, which is a big one for me, love this movie growing up, House Party. Like,
I hear a lot of people saying House Party. Yeah.
How do we not have House Party?
Touchdown?
It's one of the Disney outputs. Yeah. Another one that you don't hear from a lot of people, but the movie Ricochet. It's Denzel. John Lithgow.
Yeah. I always get Ricochet and the Chopper movie always mixed up with each other.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Blue Steel is Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah.
What is Ricochet the one with John Lithgow?
Yes.
It's like, okay, that's okay. I always get that mixed up with the Chopper. Yeah, whatever that movie is.
I love spoofs. How do we not have Spy Hard yet? That was a big, big one.
Well, there's also Wrongly Accused, or whatever the fugitive spoof one is. Yeah.
Sugar and Spice.
Thank you, Ronnie. Yes.
Definitely one that's been on many lists. Sugar and Spice, the robbery movie or whatever.
One of my bet titles.
Yep.
Not on there.
One that I always laugh at because we got the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
We have another Stakeout, but we don't have Stakeout.
I mean, look, we skipped over if you want to talk about sequels and we never got the first, Sisterhood, the Traveling Pants.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
I will say, Boogie Nights. I really think at some point soon we're getting all the PTA films. It's going to happen. I would actually not be surprised if it's this year. They're getting the PTA films from Criterion.
And it's definitely not just on 4K. Obviously, yeah, that's.
And Ragnar, I've heard rumors that Shout also has Mario Bava back.
Well, there's also been Bava on 4K overseas already.
But as far as like now, like here, like I've heard all the Kino out of print ones, Bay of Blood, all that stuff is going to come to. It's a rumor that someone claiming they have a list of ones that they have the licenses to.
Well, it wasn't a list. There is somebody found the copyright that Shout had. It was supposedly. Is
Iron Eagle not on Blu? No, it's got to be. Is it not? I might be completely wrong, but
I know Gleaming the Cube, Anthony. I can see you shouting it.
Yeah, there's. I'm trying to think of what other ones that I'm like. There's some deep cut '80s movies. The Night Before with Keanu Reeves, I really want a Blu-ray of at least, and I feel like Kino would get that. I'm surprised it's not out yet.
Yeah,
with him and Lori Loughlin.
By the way, Iron Eagle 3 has been released on Blu-ray. Iron Eagle 2 got a German Blu-ray, but I don't even think it's a legal one. Mm-hmm. And then Iron Eagle got like a Spanish bootleg or something.
Near Dark.
That, I mean, it has a blue. It had a blue. It's not a good blue.
Yeah.
It had a blue.
But like Near Dark, Strange Days.
Strange Days is a big one. A lot of the Corman titles, like Carnosaur, people would love to have.
From Dusk Till Dawn. Is this... I mean, we got Panic Room now coming out, in theory.
Again, I was just talking about HD more than 4K upgrades.
Right. No, I get that. Trying to think of what else. Because then my 4K is like, I want a 4K of Rocketeer. And it's just, I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And I do want I just want a Blu-ray of If Looks Could Kill. I say it all the time. I just want speaking of things that will never come out. And I will try and think positively, but you're probably right that The Whole Bloody Affair will not come out.
Oh, it will never come out. No.
I still believe it will.
Nope.
But I just believe it. He will go at some point, and someone else will have the rights, and someone will put it out.
I don't think it's about rights. He literally had one print, and it wasn't even a good print, supposedly. There's not materials.
I didn't say it would look good. I'd say it's going to come out.
Okay.
And unless he's like J.D. Salinger, he's like, after I'm gone, you cannot put this out. Like J.D. Salinger's like, you can never make a movie of Catcher in the Rye. That's it. You'll never change that. Okay, but then what are these films that are now out of print that are we going to wait forever for?
Right. So there's a lot of those, obviously. So like this is where we're going to get mostly into Disney and Fox titles. So like the Ernest movies, are those ever going to come out again? I'd love them to.
I think those are still older library, like early Blu-ray titles. But I'm talking about the new stuff, like 4K. Like there are now 4Ks that are just starting to slowly disappear for whatever reason.
Okay, then I didn't understand the question.
Sorry. So I said like this, like these new ones, like again, like Underwater is out of print.
I think it just got re-released after you wrote that, by the way.
God damn it. Are we sure? Look that up, because I don't want to look like a moron.
I'm on it.
All right. I can't believe you tell me this while we're alive.
I mean, it still says $28 on Amazon, but it says in stock.
It says DVD and Prime Video, but it does not say Blu-ray that I see.
If you click on the link on Blu-ray.com, it'll take you to Amazon, and you can buy it for $28 in stock.
With Newtown Videos. It's not fulfilled by Amazon.
Okay.
So it's not in full print. Like, Disney's not printing them.
And I had seen an indication that was maybe happening. So I apologize.
Okay. For right now, I still don't look like a moron. Okay. My first article, man. Leave me alone. But yeah, so but again, there's like things that are starting to disappear. Things that you're like that's not available anymore. Okay, or I can't find it. It's just not there.
Yeah.
There used to be a 5-film version of Blade Runner on 4K. They took that away and said, no, you just get the final cut. There you go.
Right. There is a big one, the Neon Demon on 4K.
There you go. I think you can still get the Blu-ray.
Yeah, you can get the Blu-ray. I'm just saying the 4K went out of print like immediately.
Oh yeah, that thing it's like Suspiria 4K.
Yep.
Forget it. Yeah. Not the Argento, the Luca Guadagnino.
But it's in print and elsewhere now.
In
print.
In print. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Stan. I appreciate it. Hopefully I get some point across without completely being outdated.
The hard part is I don't keep a close eye on a lot of these, especially if I have them. Yeah. If I'm not chasing after it, I don't know that it's out of print unless somebody points it out.
I feel like I start noticing, like when I start like going, obviously it's not as much with Best Buy being gone and stuff, but when I start like I'll see something at like a secondhand store and it'll be a little pricier, or I'll be like, oh yeah, I haven't seen that advertised as for sale anymore. And I mentioned the Wizard of Spin Time in an interview. Hopefully they won't make it to Blue. I don't even know those films, but I'm intrigued.
I think that's one film, The Wizard.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
I don't know it either, but yeah, I think that is one film.
Yeah, but there's certain films, and again, I feel bad that I can't make very direct references, but certain things where I'm just like, yeah, I have not seen that one on a shelf. I have not seen it advertised. I feel like it doesn't, because I did always have a quandary about like the things that went out of print. Like there's plenty of movies that are out of print that you can still get for pretty cheap.
Right.
Even though they're just as out of print as Dogma. They're just as out of print as, Peggy Sue Got Married. And yet, Disturbia, you can get for like $5.
Right. Ronnie's asking if there's a website or app or something that keeps track of what's gone out of print. There are, like Blu-ray.com has a couple threads that track titles going out of print. And the hard part is most companies are not boutiques necessarily, like Kino saying, while supplies last, when this is gone on this date, it's gone for good. Most places aren't announcing it. And so it's kind of a speculation thing until they've been gone for like 9 months. And then you're, okay, now Underwater from Fox is out of print and not being made anymore. But you have to wait to determine that because really not many people are buying Underwater on Blu-ray, and it very well may just be between printing and they put it at the back of the queue because
Planet of the Apes is out of print.
Right.
Astonishing. I sat on that thing forever saying it will just never leave. It will never go away. I think The Dilemma's out of print. That fucking Ron Howard, Vince Vaughn movie.
That's weird.
Because the thing is here, so I equated this. A real fast side story is that when I was growing up, I collected VHS, but not really all physical. I wasn't spending as much. Toys were my thing. I collected toys. I kept them in the packages. I had a ton of toys: Star Wars, Batman, X-Men, everything. And Batman, you wanted all the villains. There were only so many different types of Batman you could buy, but you wanted the Joker and Catwoman and all that stuff. No one bought the fucking Penguin because it looked stupid. And people just didn't want the Penguin. He's her little stubby guy with the umbrella. The Penguin ended up being the most expensive figure because no one bought him. And then they pulled him from the racks and no one had him. And so then that would become Phantasm. You think the Phantasm would be the most hardest one to find. But you can pretty much go on eBay. But if you go for the Penguin, it's extra because just no one thought to buy it. So all those things like Planet of the Apes and all that just sat there and like, oh, I'll get to it. And then they pulled them and like, oh yeah, none of you bought this shit, so we're just going to pull it. Why are we, wasting our time? And you can't be like, wait, it's like Tarsi says, like, everyone always gets upset. I don't know why I'm making Rocky, but like, everyone gets upset when like, you wait and wait, you don't buy it during the sale, and then it goes out while supplies last. Now someone's like, where's this movie? And it's like, well, you didn't buy it then. Why am I printing it? It's like me it's my own fault. Fox's $150 now because I didn't buy it for $10 on a sale.
Well, and funny enough, any boutique label is going to say, well, similar to what you just said is exactly why we only do 1,500 of the limited item, and then we'll do a standard edition for 3 years, and then it's out of print because Nobody's going to buy the one that's not the special one from a boutique. That's a standard edition unless it's on sale for like $6 like Kino does. And then eventually everybody has it. So why do we still sell it?
Yeah, it takes up. It's a warehouse. We need space. We got more stuff coming in. Why would we?
Right.
Look, the slip cover for The Shallows, the 4K lenticular, not the Blu-ray slip, the 4K lenticular slip is
For a studio title.
For a studio title is like $50, $70.
Yeah,
that is like I could order the lenticular slip for the Blu-ray right now for like $7 on eBay. But if I want the thing saying 4K, forget it. You're shit out of luck.
Yep.
Okay, last question I have here. Okay, this is actually because Ragnar did bring this up earlier, and I promised I would get to it, and I have not yet. Should studios all just have their own boutique store and cut out the middleman like Walmart and Amazon? Would that entice them with a bigger cut of the profits? So something like Lionsgate Limited, which I have my thanks, Dan. Which is I have my personal opinions on Lionsgate. I like the idea of it, but so far I don't like the idea that they are considering, because I think Ragnar brought up earlier, are we considering steelbooks, limited edition, this type of style? Are we considering that limited edition? So like if it was like the Conversation box set that they did in the UK and they're selling it, like, yeah, that's a special thing. But we have been going 3, 4, 5 years with Lionsgate steelbooks with the translucent slip. And one of the great things about those editions is that they were affordable. They're always like 20 to 25 max. So, and everyone loved them. And now you're calling that very same thing limited edition, putting it behind in your limited website, and now it's $35. So I feel a little bit more. And now it's like, no. You've come late to the game. You want to play with the big boys, you're going to have to offer up something more. Like, you can't go up against the second site and think that, like, hey, look, we're limited. Like, no, you're not. All right? No. You want to be a studio and just do, like, Warner Archive and charge us $20. Okay, that's fine. But I am just not cool with every single edition just being a steelbook with a slip. That to me, that's... Because I know they're making, like, 30,000 of these things. They're not limited edition.
Well, and that's the thing. So we need to... And you and I have argued about this before. We need to first explain that there's two different words to use here.
Yes. Limited
and exclusive.
Right.
Right now, the Lionsgate Limited site, which is a bad name if you're not going to limit the items.
Okay.
It's a bad name.
Yes.
Is the exclusive place to buy these. So it's the only place that this item can be procured.
Yes.
Now, I will say, this site has not been around but 3 months, 3.5 months, something like that. So we technically don't know if these are going to stop being sold either at a certain point in time or after a certain print run, because they've never said this is limited to 5,000 copies. This is limited to 90 days.
If that's the exclusive place, they have no reason to.
Correct. They have no reason to. However, that doesn't mean they won't. So something like Paramount Presents, you and I have had, we've gone to bat over this because Paramount Presents, technically, they have no reason to put a title out of print, but they have done that on Paramount Presents. However, most of the time, it's just been the packaging, and later on, they've released a standard edition after those have sold out. Now, the Paramount Presents have all been, as far as I'm aware, limited to 6,000 copies, which for some titles, that's proven to be too many, and for others, it's been nowhere near enough.
And that's where our argument comes from, is because if you don't give me a number, I'm assuming if you own the rights, you're just going to keep printing. If you're
and this is where I think the biggest problem is I specifically, the way I just said this, did not finish it. It is a limited edition. It is a single edition of that film. So the packaging is what was limited there, not necessarily the disc. However, I will say for Paramount, there are titles that have stopped being sold through Paramount Presents because they went out of print, that they have not given a standard release to, that they own the rights full to, that right now you cannot buy anywhere.
Yeah.
That's not secondhand market. So something that should be from the studio available forever is not. And this is where we get a problem. Like the Lionsgate Limited site, Are you going to limit it to 3,000 copies? Are you going to limit it to 10,000 copies? Are you going to limit it and say this will be available for 3 years and then you can no longer get it? Or is the site going to be called Lionsgate Limited and they're not actually limited because you're Lionsgate and you can sell them forever? It's just an exclusive website. Those are very different things.
You're absolutely right. And my other argument to that is the if you don't have a ticker like Vinegar Syndrome, how
do we trust you?
Yeah, like you. Well, say okay. We don't know how many copies, even if they are limited, and also it's just like you could have one title that just doesn't sell well. That's just going to sit there for years and years and years. So you're assuming there's just a lot of copies,
right?
Or there's not many people are buying it. While other stuff is like, well, how do I know what's leaving soon and what's not leaving? You're right. There's no communication with that. But also, again, we've already had years and years of like the Highlander Steelbook.
Right.
You know, all these different Steelbooks that were like, wow, you know, can't believe this thing's only $25. And now it's like, oh yeah, that same thing we've been selling to you for this much. It's like Vestron all of a sudden having Vestron Limited.
Well, and what's funny, the shittiest part about the Lionsgate thing, which makes it even worse, stuff like, I don't think Highlander was like this, but a few of these titles, they got announced they were coming as a Best Buy exclusive Lionsgate Steel, and they went out of print, like on pre-order. So they were limited. You could not get the Steelbook anymore.
Do you remember which ones? I don't remember which ones went out of print. And hey, Wave, I'm sorry I didn't see you there.
I mean, a lot, like most of the Lionsgate Steelbooks that came out through Best Buy went out of print eventually.
Was Hurt Locker part? Was all those? Were those all?
Locker. I don't think Hurt Locker.
I'm just thinking because it's a translucent slip. I do know. Oh, this one was a. Here we go. I can finally reference my. This was a.
Yes, that was one that it either went out of print on pre-order or like within the first 10 days.
Yeah. I think also the Limey.
The Limey's another, and that one's even worse because that's the only way to get that on 4K.
Yeah. Yep.
American Psycho is a weird one because they have reprinted that one.
Yeah. And technically, I guess Reservoir Dogs is reprinted.
Although it's technically, like you could argue, it's a different edition. Because it's a different color.
The color timing has literally reached the packaging.
I just opened the Closet of Shame, and I had a lot of the Lionsgate ones together. So, Requiem for a Dream, the Punisher movie, Hell or High Water.
Warzone, you mean? Punisher Warzone, right?
Punisher Warzone, yeah.
Ronnie, yes. Young Guns.
That's hard.
Which is funny because those were all like $10 when it was all going when it was like Black Friday and they were getting rid of them.
Right.
Requiem for a Dream, all that stuff. Oh, Saw.
So, yeah.
Saw
was as well.
Yeah.
So some of these were very, very hard to get for a lot of people. And now the question is, you know, what is going on with this Lionsgate Limited website? Are you actually going to limit them, or are you raising the price and arbitrarily making people think that after the last few years, we have to buy these quickly or they'll be gone, and I can actually get these for the next 2.5 years?
But didn't they also move the licensing to Walmart? Doesn't Walmart also have a lot of those Steelbooks?
Lionsgate has been weird because they've had, obviously they were only exclusive at Best Buy for the longest time, and now they've had exclusives at Walmart and at Amazon. Mm-hmm. But you're right, a couple of the ones that used to be exclusive to Best Buy have shown up randomly, and not even at all Walmarts or on Walmart. Right, just in some specific Walmarts.
Yeah. And we in New York, we don't have Walmarts. They're not legally allowed to be in the city because they won't pay their workers enough.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why that O is capitalized. Sorry, Ronnie.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and especially the Amazon exclusives, because there's like Stir of Echoes and the Kickboxer are both really nice lenticular slips that I would like to have.
And they don't have standards either.
And I do not, again, I like these movies. I just, $35 is hard to swallow when it's also Kill Bill Volume 1, Kill Bill Volume 2, Jackie Snowpiercer. Like that adds up. I don't want to be the person who went to Best Buy and bought all the Disney Steelbooks and like can't pay their rent like the next month. Like that's what it adds up to when you do this for every single one of your releases. And again, it's hard to swallow because of the fact that these are new titles, but like they look, the design is the same as you've had before. You've done nothing. Right. You didn't put them in a hard box with a book and to, where it's like
I'm really trying to get this AirPod to work. I'm sorry.
Whereas you have like the conversation box, like that was a limit, but then you have a do something that is new.
Right.
Like if you're going to do the conversation, do everything like the conversation.
Right.
And really sell me on it. Like otherwise you're not a boutique.
Right.
Like my question says, should they set up a real boutique? Like I think like there's like A24. I consider a boutique now.
And that's where I think the wording is different for some people. I don't think you're a boutique if you produce the film to begin with. So like A24, they have their own shop. Mm-hmm. That's not a boutique. They just have their own website to sell. They're their own distributor, technically.
I've always considered someone that treats it a little bit more than just like a mass.
And I get that, but like Warner Archive, they made their films. That's not a boutique. They're just selling their own titles.
They're boutique-ish.
Oh, yes, they're
area of their films, of the stuff.
Treating them with care, but that doesn't make it necessarily a boutique by definition.
Right. I mean, you could also then a VSP is not a boutique because they produce.
Correct.
Yeah, but it is part of a boutique label.
Yes, and that's where.
Same thing with Oscilloscope. Oscilloscope produces stuff.
Yeah, not many. Yeah,
but
yeah, like Neon, they are not a. I guess like for Old Boy, they were
all their stuff, so it's not even. They don't even put it out. I mean, they put out Old Boy, but.
That's what I'm getting. And Old Boy is not one that they made, so that one makes that a boutique. Yeah.
Right. Well, then technically,
Pie
is a boutique because they didn't produce Pie.
Well, that's not even their only one.
Yeah. It's funny enough, they only have one sold out movie on their website. There's only
Cretia?
One. Huh?
Cretia? Is that what you're talking about?
I think that's the one.
Oh, because that was the only one. They did that years before they did Midsummer. And they had it on their website for $20 for years, and now it's like $150 on eBay.
Yeah, this is what it just sits there. No one wants it, and now it's not there, and now everyone.
Well, it's the most sought after title.
It's just psychological.
Yep.
You don't really want. You just can't have it. It's the same thing as with anything in the world. You always want what you can't have.
My left AirPod is about to die. And now I can't get my right one to start playing.
Do you need the AirPods to hear me?
It'll start picking up your voice if I use the computer.
Oh, gotcha. Well, again, not to push us out.
It's 3:10 in New York.
I know that was my last question. I can still go if you have questions or if you have something you want to post to me, or if the chat has something they want to post to me. God bless you all for still being.
Let's leave it at that. Chat. If you have anything that you want to ask about this conversation or any more hypothetical questions, if not, we will call it a night.
Yeah, and
we'll definitely take a couple of minutes.
And so I'm really disappointed.
We'll take a couple minutes to see if you got any good.
He started out asking about it, and then nothing. He never went for it, but that's okay. I'll be back.
Although I guess I should say I didn't answer the question there. Should every studio have their own like website to sell their stuff?
From a financial standpoint, just cut out like fuck you, Amazon. You don't ship our stuff well. We're just going to take care of it.
Honestly, no, they probably shouldn't. No.
Why do you feel that way?
I don't think I don't want a Warner Brothers website because they don't treat their stuff well. I don't want a Universal website because it will be a bunch of Blu-rays on release day and then 7 months later full of 4Ks of those same titles.
Well, I'm talking in an ideal world where it's like we will put out the standard stuff, but we will also have a boutique area where if you want these deluxe boxes, we will put these out. Like what we got with Nightmare on Elm Street. Like that's what we're going to get. In an ideal in a perfect world, if you could think of the best possible circumstance to then have the studios deal with it themselves. Like a Neon be like, we are going to put out our films in what we know to be what they are worthy of having, and we are going to put it out the proper way. We're going to do the right type of artwork. We are going to design the hard bot. We know what you want. Is that more ideal than, say, relying on a mass distribution and be like, no, we're all going to be Vinegar Syndrome. Don't worry, we're going to take care of this. We're going to announce things on the first of the month, and you'll be excited for what we're going to put out.
It's hard. I mean, if they do the best of the best, like, there's some of these, like, I don't know that Universal has the titles to make it worthwhile to do it past, like, a year or so.
Really? Okay.
I mean, like, because Universal's always licensed their films and released them quite a bit. So there's not been a lot that there's no Disney Vault at Universal.
Well, Disney now has we've talked about this, Touchstone, but they have people would buy.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, Universal doesn't have a vault that they've kept most stuff.
There's no deep cut anything. There's
there's some for sure. I'm not gonna be able to name one right now, but like they definitely have a few, but like a year's worth.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, like, no, like
not every label, but never not every studio, but like Warner Brothers absolutely could.
I mean, I could see like Sony doing it very well with I mean, Sony puts out some of the best releases every single year.
And again,
period.
It doesn't have to be like the Devils, but it's going to be like, hey, we know you want that deluxe version of School Ties. We're going to put it out.
Well, and
we know what we have.
Think about, the Frank Capra box set that people are loving.
Yeah.
That thing is in stores for like $175.
Mm-hmm.
They're selling it on Pop Market through their Alliance distribution for like $108. Yeah. If you sold that on the Sony website for $120, you'd make so much more money.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, what if you're capable of doing this and you stand by your stuff, your what you own? Why not? Why not put your hat in the ring?
Right.
Because otherwise, you're just losing out to other. I mean, look, I don't want Vinegar Syndrome or Severin or Second Sight or anyone to lose out on it. But it's like this is the longest I've ever seen any type of business model look to not react to it, and say like, hey, they're doing this is pretty popular. Why are we not doing this?
And I think that's the main reason. Disney's not the only one that thinks like this, but Universal, if they could make $1 million in 1 year doing that, that's like a rounding error to them. Is it worth it to set all that up and hire people to do warehousing and deal with, people emailing them complaining?
And the cost is also less than it is for Vinegar Syndrome or any of these other places.
For sure. Yeah, you don't have to pay licensing. That's one of the biggest things.
Yeah.
However, you do still have to pay restoration costs and some of this other stuff.
But they also probably have 3 times the size of the team to do restoration. Like Warner Archive has some of the best in the business. Like they're just like they restore a major hit like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's got like 25 people working on the restoration when it's like
quite likely, yeah.
So it's like, what is the confusion between like, we've got the money, it barely costs us anything, because they'll jump on anything. Look, everyone does TikTok, they do TikTok. Everyone does this, they do this.
Yeah, they're just out to make money.
It's so strange that like, oh, you're doing streaming? We're going to do a streaming channel. People dump a lot of money into streaming.
Danny is also in Australia, says, really enjoying the chat. It started at lunchtime and now I've just finished dinner. And now I'm chilling listening to you Friday night down under.
That's how we like it. Speaking of which,
neither one of us, like, you've stood up and stood on your step stool. I haven't stood up in over 6 hours.
Yeah. If I move my legs in any way, they will cramp up again. I know that's what's going to happen.
What sucks is after this, I have to allow the podcast to process and post and edit and add my bumpers and everything. I won't be asleep till late.
Well, then let's. I think that's a good place to say, because I think this conversation is one that would go on forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of speculation, but it also, like somebody said earlier, it's not something that people talk about enough. A lot of the stuff that we brought up tonight was just fun, good conversation. We didn't even get into a lot of the rumor mill stuff or gossiping or anything.
Well, that's the other thing. Is the gossip thing is like, I think the Nightmare on Elm Street is like the number one. Like, is this thing going to happen? Everything else is like maybe the Devils comes out this year. I don't fucking know. Like, there's no signs to point to it. The Nightmare on Elm Street is like literally like, it's like the UFOs. It's like the drones in the sky. Like, everyone's just kind of like,
there is a couple places there's been smoke. There is quite likely fire.
She's restoring Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. It's okay, all right, but at the same time, YouTube people, stop saying it's definitely like
right.
Like, you don't know. Maybe it is just Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare. We're not getting anything else.
But let's make a thumbnail that says it's happening, and let me tell you why.
Clickbait, exactly. This is the clickbait. We just say that Daniel wants to kill the guy from Dark Force. That's I think it's everyone to click on the.
And Ryan said, "I think I said fuck Radiance." Is that what the quote was?
No, you fuck you. I think you did. You. Fuck
I don't remember.
I think you fuck Vinegar Syndrome.
Oh, that's right.
See if you get invited to the.
Was it Kill Rate? I don't remember.
I don't remember. At this, you'll have to go back and process the whole thing. Like, the people who next tomorrow are going to listen to the podcast, you got like 3 days worth of conversation to listen to.
All right. On that note, thank you all for spending your entire Thursday and half of Friday with us. I have loved this conversation. Hopefully you like this format tonight. The whole slumber party idea was one that we've been joking about for the longest time. Ronnie says the quote was, "I want to fuck Radiance," and I said it very seriously.
I mean, he's been putting a lot of undue pressure on Radiance. Like, it's like,
he's feeling it at home.
Yeah, Ryan. Like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. You just need to, you're getting a little aggressive there. You're getting a little aggressive.
On that note, you all are amazing. Thanks for hanging out so late. This has been incredible. Can't wait till next week to see Sib in the chat arguing with me and call me a dingledorf for saying limited instead of exclusive or something like that.
If Will's here, then I'll get on his case about that.
Well, we're going to talk about Will soon, actually. It'll be fun. And next week, if you have not seen him in a long time, we're going to have Ryan from the New World Pictures podcast back. He's in the middle of LA, so we're definitely going to be talking some about the fires.
Oh man,
it's been a hell of a year already. I hope you all understand, and not to make this sappy at the last moment, but it's been hard for a lot of people. If you ever just need somebody to chat with back and forth, Cibener and I are close because we just started chatting back and forth, and now I rarely go 48 hours without texting Cibener.
Sure.
If you ever need somebody, I'm here to listen, happy to talk. I hope people understand that I take pride in like responding to almost all of the comments on my post on social media. I'm here for the community. That's what I'm working on. If you want more of that, like I always say, Patreon link in the description below. Bring the discussion to the Discord. We'd love to have you. Till next week.
And I would just say, if I could just say, because I know you're not good at touting yourself up.
Sure.
It's not hyperbole. Like, Ryan really is available. Like, to the detriment of his own sleep. Like, he gave me an entire like therapy session, and I honestly was like, I should be paying you for this thing. So honestly, Ryan, I don't know how I got lucky enough to have 9 times out of 10 I comment on a YouTube video playing and no one responds back to me. So the fact that you were responsive enough that 2 years later I'm sitting here talking to you, and again, I've not to go into details, I've had a rough start to 2025, but this chat and all of you, I know I've never physically met Ryan in person. I know
yes.
better than the rest of you, but honestly, like, I see these screen names pop up, and I love you all. Seriously, this is a family, and like Thursday night is just a guaranteed safe harbor, especially with not just politics, everything going on, everything personally, professionally, everything. Stan, I love you. Seriously, hugs to everyone. I cannot. I'm not trying to be sappy. I am genuinely saying this. I was looking forward to this. Ryan knows how much I was looking forward to this. all week.
We've been planning this for like 6 weeks.
I was like, it's going to be a big one. There's so many big announcements, and it was like everything got added. It was like shout. I'm like, oh my God, that's going to be a 45-minute conversation just by itself.
It kept getting bigger and bigger too.
It kept. So I'm not shocked by 3:30 in the morning. I'm not at all. I thought it was going to be 5 in the morning. I'll be honest with you. So, and again, to everyone who's literally still chatting, honestly, God, I love you all. Seriously, this is a great community. I love physical media. I absolutely adore it. It's just, every time I think I have too many movies, I just remember that movies are the things that I love, and it's the things that brings us all together, and it's the things we all love. And it's like, look, life is short. Enjoy the things you love. That's all I got to say.
On that note, have a good week. We'll see you next Thursday. Be safe. Thank you for watching The Disconnected. On the way out, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, that you've liked the video, and that you've copied the link to be able to share it with someone else that may appreciate this.